for a correction of the minutes holds, then we proceed properly to the conversation that the Honorable Prime Minister is leading into. But we can't have it both ways. Because if the doc in the minutes remains as is, that the Honorable Minister of Finance informed the committee outlined, that $98 million outlined in the supplementary budget estimates and supplementary appropriation bill were already approved by Parliament, then we don't need to have a supplementary appropriation bill discussed here today because we have already approved it. Full stop.
Yes, Honorable Member.
So we have to rule. So I'd like for us all, Madam Speaker, that my interjection at the Finance Committee meeting be a part of the minutes, that I expressly asked of the Minister of Finance whether he was saying that 2026 funds were approved for 2025. Because I asked that and he said yes. Because
yes,
it's going to be germane to my contribution.
Just for clarity.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. May I, before you, Madam Speaker, if my honorable friend from Central Kingston wishes to move an amendment to the minutes to add what he has said, that is to say that this matter is projected, nobody will demur from that in relation to the items concerning, as it's pointed out in the minutes of the meeting, those relating to the port and to the and to the roads, to the port and to the roads. That is fine. But one way or the other, with great respect, that cannot stop the Parliament from proceeding. And if he wishes to stop the Parliament from proceeding, if he thinks that this is such a substantive point, let him go to the law courts to get an injunction to stop the Parliament from proceeding. I made a point earlier, Madam Speaker, which was so clear. I said there is a narrow but nevertheless important point. And the member for Central Kingston wants to turn it into a cause célèbre. There's no cause célèbre here. If he wants to move, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, he made an intervention. I arose, I spoke in the manner in which I spoke. He has not yet moved a motion for the amendment of the minutes of the Standing Committee of Finance. And in the broad terms in which he has said, and he can write it down for us to deal with it. And provided it is in concert with what I am saying, we'll proceed and make that amendment. There is nothing which hangs on that. So let us not dance really on the head of the pin or seek to choreograph angels thereon. It's clear, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member for Central Kingston, for clarity, you were seeking to have a correction made to the minutes. Is that what you were trying to do?
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Member. So in accordance with the accepted practice, what should happen is that you should make a motion requesting your specific amendments to the minutes.
And Madam Speaker, may I say this? We can agree here for him to draft what amendment he wants to insert in the minutes. He gets it to me as the leader of the House, and we concur on the wording of that amendment, and that's fine. But we proceed nevertheless, Madam Speaker. We are ad idem on this matter.
Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I'm quite prepared to have that draft done and submit it to the Honorable Prime Minister. I mean, you would appreciate that I have absolutely no intention well, that's not before to go before the High Court. In fact, I'm more anxious than him to have this debate on the supplementary appropriation take place today. So,
Very well.
So I will so do, Madam Speaker.
Very well. So you would agree that we should proceed in accordance
Oh,
with the...
oh yes, I'm anxious that we proceed, but I'm also equally anxious that this does not constitute accurately where we are with respect to today's proceedings. We did not approve. If we have accept this, then we can't have the supplementary bill. That's why my interjection is important, that we are able to proceed with the debate, which I want to support, Madam Speaker. So I will oblige the Honourable Prime Minister and draft a motion. So, but I recommend that we proceed, and I'll do that draft so that the minutes will get.
Very well.
Madam Speaker, I invited my friend, if he wanted, to show the futility of what we were engaged in, to go to the court to get an injunction, but he wouldn't get out of the blocks because of the constitutional doctrine of separation of powers. This regulation is entirely in the hands of the Parliament. And all I would have done is to move a motion that we proceed, and we will proceed. So that I just invited it. I only did that, cognizant of what the law is and the Constitution, to point out to him, okay, you've made your dragon's dance. What is the result of that dragon's dance? And that's the point I was making.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Shall we proceed? Yes. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day, motion.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Motion is titled 2025 Supplementary Estimate for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It reads as follows. Whereas Section 70, subsection 3 of the Constitution of St. Vincent and the Grenadines provides for the laying of supplementary estimates before the House of Assembly, if in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated by the appropriation law to any purpose is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose to which no amount has been appropriated by that law, or that any monies have been expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated to that purpose by the appropriation law, or for a purpose to which no amount has been appropriated by that law. And whereas supplementary estimates have been prepared and laid in this House, in the House of Assembly, be it resolved that this honorable House do approve the supplementary estimates for 2025.
Honourable members, the question proposed is that the motion as read be resolved and that this honourable House do approve the supplementary estimates of 2025.
Madam Speaker, the practice that has evolved in this honorable House from time immemorial is that we proceed, as the Prime Minister likes to say, in an omnibus fashion.
Honourable member, if I may. We have not voted on the motion. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I apologize if I got ahead of myself. That we tend to deal with the motion and the bill in as I said, as the Prime Minister says, an omnibus fashion. And as such, Madam Speaker, I would beg to move at this point that a bill for an act to sanction payments from the Consolidated Fund upon certain services in excess of the Appropriation Act relating to the year ending the 31st day of December 2025 be read a first time.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill for an act to sanction payments from the Consolidated Fund upon certain services in excess of the Appropriation Act relating to the year ending on the 31st day of December 2025 be read a first time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, honourable member, I beg to move under Standing Order 48-2 that the bill be taken through all of its stages during today's sitting. Passed.
Honorable members, the question is that pursuant to Standing Order 48-2, that this bill be taken through all stages at this sitting. As many as have that opinion, say aye. Those of a contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that a bill for an act to sanction payments from the Consolidated Fund upon certain services in excess of the Appropriation Act relating to the year ending 31st of December 2025 be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to sanction payments from the Consolidated Fund upon certain services in excess of the Appropriation Act relating to the year ending on the 31st day of December 2025 be read a second time. As many as have that opinion, say aye. All that are for contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Debate on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members. And I thank all honorable members as a preliminary matter for their participation, all who were present in the discussion at the Finance Committee 2 days ago. Madam Speaker, we are here, as the motion indicates, in pursuance of a constitutional mandate, and a mandate that is repeated in Section 25 of the Finance Administration Act. Section 25, which speaks to authorization of expenditure, supplementary estimates, and supplementary appropriation bills. And that section, which largely mimics the constitutional provision, says that if in respect of any financial year it is found that the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act for any purpose is insufficient, or that any need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by the Act, a supplementary estimate showing the sums required shall be laid before the House of Assembly. And when the supplementary estimate has been approved by the House, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced in the House, providing for the issue of such sums from the Consolidated Fund and appropriating them to the purposes specified therein. And that is why we're here, Madam Speaker. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines finds it necessary to seek the approval of this Honorable House for a supplementary appropriation of $98.6 million. I'm rounding off, and I don't think honorable members would challenge me on the rounding. But if you want, I can go into all the digits. But $98.6 million to complete works in some specific areas. And as the bill outlines, we are seeking $28.2 million for the roads program that is underway in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'll deal with all of these in greater detail, Madam Speaker. This is just in summary at the beginning. $28.2 million for the roads program, $25.6 million for the completion of the modern Kingstown Cargo Port, $41.75 million for the housing, post-burial housing recovery program, and $3 million for the accommodation in apartments and guest houses of people who have been displaced by Hurricane Beryl. And if you add those up, Madam Speaker, you'd get to the same number that I mentioned, $98.6 million. Madam Speaker, I will deal with the justification and necessity of each of these appropriations in turn. And I begin first, Madam Speaker, with the $25.6 million sought for the port project, the completion of the modern Kingstown Cargo Port. Honorable members would recall I'm sure honorable members are certain at this point that this is the third time in as many years that we are coming to Parliament in the second half of the year for a supplementary appropriation for the port. This is not unusual at this point. This is something that we have done, as I said, for 3 consecutive years. The port project, Madam Speaker, has experienced 2 delays, totaling in the aggregate 5 months. The first delay was related to the impact of Hurricane Beryl. There were some containers that were washed into the sea. There was some damage that took place as a result of the hurricane. And at that point, the projected completion date, the mid-year projected completion date was revised to the end of August, the end of this month. And then there was a second delay, which was related to the issue of the declutching of the quay wall, which required remedial work, which is ongoing, and necessitated a further delay of 2 months until the end of October. And that is the current projected completion date for the port. I'm sure the Honorable Minister for Seaports and Urban Development will speak more about that particular aspect. And over the course of the development, the projected cost of the port has risen by 3%. And we're now seeking the appropriation of funds to make up for the growth, the expansion, the rise in the price related to the port. The government secured what's called an ad loan from the Caribbean Development Bank in June of 2025. And this supplementary budget brings to account that ad loan and appropriates money that was previously indicated in the 2025 estimates of expenditure to be coming from local loans and to be paid in 2026. So the ad loan is to complete the work related to the port and to bring some local loans into the ambit of that ad loan. Madam Speaker,
Advance, is that what you meant? I'm not clear, but the
sorry,
expression.
I apologize.
Ad-
The ad is for additional.
Additional.
Additional, when you add additional resources to an existing loan with the Caribbean Development Bank. I apologize for the jargon. Madam Speaker, I want to speak, before I speak to precisely where we are with the port project, I want to speak to the issue of the declutching of the quay wall and the sheet piles, because I don't want anybody to leave this honorable house with the misapprehension that we are appropriating this money to deal with the matter of the declutching at the quay wall, because this is not the case. The quay wall, as I don't want to speak in jargon again, less not for the honorable member, but less people are listening and not clear on what I'm speaking about. The quay wall is essentially the retaining wall at the front of the port where it meets the sea. And it is where you hold the soil back. I'm speaking in very general terms. I'm not using technical terms because I'm trying to speak in a way that everybody will follow. It's a retaining structure. It separates the land from the sea, and that's where the boats dock. The boats will pull up, essentially, at the quay wall. And the quay wall system is designed in such a way as it behaves like an uninterrupted wall. However, on some occasions, the sheet piles that are supposed to link together to be interlocked, sometimes they can declutch. So there can be a gap between particular parts in the in the quay wall that take place during installation. And it could be because of soil conditions, it could be because of a number of particular issues. But if there are gaps in the quay wall, you have to repair those gaps. Otherwise, it's not doing its job as a retaining wall and holding all of the soil or the sand or whatever in place and keeping a barricade between land and sea. And it can necessitate repairs and maintenance work to restore the wall's integrity and functionality. That is ongoing. And I will mention it briefly. I'm sure the minister will speak in more detail about the work that is going on. Essentially, they're welding the gaps together. And they're more than halfway done with that process. But the cost of the rectification of the declutched quay wall is not being borne by the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The cost is with the contractor, and the contractor is addressing that matter with its insurance company, because this falls within an insured activity by the contractor's insurance. So this particular appropriation request, supplementary appropriation request, is not to address the issues related to the declutching of the seawall. That is being dealt with by the contractor and the contractor's insurance. A standard engineering fix is being applied there, and I don't want to trespass on the work of engineers, other than to say that the gap is being welded. There are underwater divers that are welding the gap shut, and that is proceeding apace and according to the highest standards. The underwater welding component of the rectification work is now at 60% complete. The underwater concrete placement is ongoing daily, and the recompaction phase will begin any day now. Maybe the honorable member can give you something more precise than any day now, but I believe it's literally, if it's not happening today, it's happening tomorrow. That's what I mean by any day now. All of the quay wall equipment are on site, in island on site, to be installed as sections of the quay wall remedial works are completed. So as the welders weld and as the divers dive, everything is in place to sort that out. And all other work continues as normal and is progressing towards substantial completion by the end of this month, August. Madam Speaker, the point to be made there is that the declutching repairs have added time to the completion date, but have not added money in terms of money that the government will have to pay to deal with that, because the contractor and their insurance are dealing with that matter. Correct. The physical completion of the port project is over 90% complete at this moment. The administrative building, container freight station, break bulk warehouse, maintenance workshop, and gatehouses are all approaching substantial completion, and various finishing and snagging activities are ongoing. Furniture and fittings are already in place. The terminal area pavers are almost complete. They're 98% complete. The reinforced concrete casting of the maintenance yard is 90% complete. All terminal utilities except for the potable water lines along the quay wall have been installed. Site-wide electrical inspections by the electrical inspectorate, followed by connection to the grid, are underway. The solar PV interconnection process is ongoing in collaboration with VINLEC. The sewer lines and internet connection are installed. The lights, as we've seen, if you drive past the area at night, you'll see that the lights are on. And the security fence installation is being completed at the east end of the terminal. Ongoing works on the foreshore road and parking lot pavement are near completion. The drains and the public sidewalks are complete. The landscaping is largely underway. Sometimes you say landscape is complete, but you gotta wait for the plans to actually show their head for you to believe it. But the landscapers tell me they've done their work. and the building monitoring system has been installed. Ongoing installation is going on currently with security cameras and keycard access for staff. Honorable members would also recall that this government guaranteed a loan by the Port Authority for equipment, and that equipment has largely been purchased. $27.5 million has been spent to date, and the majority of the equipment has already landed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This, Madam Speaker, is essentially, therefore, the appropriation to complete all of the matters related to getting the port operational by the end of October. And that is what we're seeking the supplementary appropriation for in this particular case. On the roads, Madam Speaker, which is the second component of this supplementary budget, we are seeking an appropriation of $28.2 million. If the honorable member, and I know that the honorable member for Central Kingstown has looked at this because he's already referred to it this morning. If honorable members look in their capital budget, in their estimates of revenue, in the capital budget section on page 772 of the document, they will see that we were projected to spend, and that the Parliament approved. I'm trying to be careful with my language. I don't want to trespass on the honorable member's point. The Parliament approved the expenditure of $41.4 million this year, 2025, and indicated in the projections that an additional $28.2 million would be spent next year out of a loan approved by this Parliament, previously approved by this Parliament. 772, honorable member. Huh? I want to take honorable members through this in a little bit of detail because it goes to the degree to which the government has been making and keeping commitments with respect to road construction in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In the year 2023, that's when we first brought this loan for the NRRP, National Road Rehabilitation Project. In the budget of 2023, yes, coming back to that. In 2023, we came with a budget to this honorable house and we said that we are going to commence a road reconstruction revolution in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we said in 2023 that it would be a 3-year program, 2023, 2024, and 2025. And we in 2023 promised to spend $27 million of the money that this Parliament had approved on the National Road Rehabilitation Project. And we did that. We said we had spent 27 million. The government, the Parliament approved the spending of 27 million, and we spent $27 million in 2023, primarily to do the mobilization for all of the road work that was to come. And then in the 2024 budget, Madam Speaker, we took the step. Well, first of all, in the 2024 budget, the Parliament approved out of the loan that was already approved the expenditure of $40.8 million on the NRRP. And we took the step at the beginning of the year in the budget speech of 2024 to list 52 different roads in an appendix to the budget speech that we said would be completed by the year 2025. 2023, we say we're going to spend $27 million. We're going to appropriate the money we spend the $27 million. 2024, we say we're going to spend another $40.8 million, and we listed in the back of the book, back of the budget speech, the 52 roads that we said would be finished by the end of 2025. And I'm happy to say, Madam Speaker, and I'll mention them. I'm sure the Honorable Minister for Transport and Works will go into more detail, but I'll mention them. I'm happy to say that of the 52 roads that we said would be complete by the end of 2025, 49 of those 52 roads will indeed be complete by the end of 2025. And that is a 94% completion rate based on the promises we made in 2024. Completed already, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to list them in alphabetical order. 26 roads already completed from that pledge in 2024. Barrymore, Belvedere Bridge and Approach Road, Canawan Coast Guard Base Road, Chapman's, that's Crab Hole Village and roads 1, 2, 3, and 4. Coconut Range, Cotton Grong, Daphne Plan, Indian Bay Beach Access Road, Johnny Hill, Langley Park Housing Development Road number 4, Langley Park Village Roads, Lowman's Plan, Magum, Manawa, the Myers Suites sidewalk and road that was built there, retaining wall, Peruvian Vale, Roseau Bottom and Crosslink Roads, Thomas Apartment Roads, and Welcome Roads. All of those roads, Madam Speaker, are substantially complete, according to the engineers that worked on that. And then, Madam Speaker, in addition to those 26 roads, all of which were listed in the 2024 budget, by the end of this month, by the end of next month, 15 more roads will be completed. Barley Learning Resource Center to Pierre Hughes Preschool, Bookament Baystones Ring Road, Calico Internal Roads, Kane Hall Ballground Road, Career Village Road, Connery Subdivision, Diamond Bus Stop, Grand Sable Estate Road, Hackshaw Bank, Curtains Community Road, Langley Park Housing Development Roads 5 and 6, Noel Village Road, Petty Bodell, Sandy Bay Housing Development. All of those will be completed by the end of next month. And then, Madam Speaker, by the end of November, the following roads will be completed. Avenue Road in Edinburgh, Barley Capital Street, Belvedere C Street, Cumberland Plainfield, Diamond Bus Stop, Diamond Community Roads, Freeland Mount Pleasant Roads, Green Hill Internal Roads, Langley Park Housing Development Road number 1. Additionally, not listed in the addendum to the NRRP document was the Brighton Bay Community Road, which was listed separately because that was funded from a separate source. That was funded from monies sourced from the dredging for the port. And that road is 50% complete at this point. Madam Speaker, some of the roads listed have endured cost increases as aggregate has had to be imported, as steel and cement and labor prices have all increased in the intervening period. Cement and steel, for example, are up by 25 to 40% over the 2021-2022 period. Additional roads have also been added to the list since the publication in the budget, the 2023 budget. And this is not, Madam Speaker, all the roads that the government is building. There's a road program being funded by the Kuwaiti Fund for Development. There's one funded by the CDB's BNTF program. There's one funded by the Caribbean Development Bank's NDM program, National Disaster Management Program. And of course, there's the work that is done annually by BRAGSA. All of those roads are being done. And Madam Speaker, quite honestly, the work that has been done since the publication of the list of roads and since we secured the borrowing in this honorable parliament has been nothing short of remarkable, given all of the circumstances through which we've had to build those roads. And I would challenge, Madam Speaker, anybody to show me a period where this much money has been invested on this many individual roads over a similar period of time. And Madam Speaker, I could save you the trouble by saying there is no period at any point in our history where the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has spent this much money on this many roads in this shorter period of time. So what we're seeking to do, Madam Speaker, is out of the money approved by this parliament, the loan, the money that was borrowed, we approved the entirety of the borrowing, but we apportioned it over multiple years. We're saying that we have spent the money that was apportioned for this year, and we still have roads to do. We still have roads to complete. So the rest of the money that we thought we were going to be spending next year, we will actually want to spend it this year. And that is why we're here for this particular appropriation. Madam Speaker, the third significant portion of the supplementary appropriation bill goes to the Ministry of Housing. And it is in the amount of $41.7 million. For clarity, of that $41 million, $29 million will be going directly to the Ministry of Housing, and $12 million will be going to the Housing and Land Development Corporation. And I'll explain, and I'm sure that the Minister of Housing will also explain how that, how the money is going to be allocated once approved by this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, we're seeking $41.7 million primarily to change the source of financing that's in the budget from the Saudi Fund for Development to local loans. That is 30 million out of the $41 million is essentially that change in source of funds from what was allocated in the budget to be spent from the Saudi Fund for Development to now what we're saying will be funded by local loans. And permit me, Madam Speaker, to take us through this particular request for an appropriation. Madam Speaker, there were 4 significant changes to our projections that we made at the beginning of the year that have necessitated this particular request for an appropriation. First, the number of houses to be repaired has increased, repaired or rebuilt, and the ratio between houses that have to be repaired and houses that have to be rebuilt has also changed. And I'll explain how that has changed. That's one issue. The pace, the speed at which the Saudi funds have become available is something also that is a variable that has changed over the course of the year when we first made our projections at the beginning of the year. The date, the third issue, the date by which the prefabricated homes would become available shifted from the end of March, as we said in our initial budget, to essentially the end of July when we first began receiving the prefabricated homes from Trinidad. And the fourth factor, which was on the positive side, was the extent to which the Honorable Prime Minister was able to raise grant funds and stimulate NGO activity in the housing sector. And we'll speak to the leadership of the Prime Minister and the ways in which he got many other players involved to assist us with this historic home building task. Madam Speaker, in October, in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, the United Nations did what they call a rapid needs assessment, post-damage PDNA, post-damage needs assessment. And at that point, in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane, their estimate was 4,243 homes that were significantly impacted by Hurricane Beryl. When we came with our budget in 2025, our own internal analyses had already taken us from that 4,243 to 4,993 homes. And that is what we told the Parliament, 4,993 homes. And those homes were especially by the UN, the homes, because they did sort of a drive-by and a fly-by. They drove through areas and they flew over areas. They came up with 4243. We did, through the Ministry of Housing, an additional analysis and said the number is at least 4993. And that was what we said in the budget statement at the beginning of the year. And then over the course of the year, many, many more requests have come in and much more evidence has come in about additional homes that have been damaged by Hurricane Beryl and by the residual damage of homes from the La Soufre volcanic eruptions that had yet to be attended. And of those additional numbers, which are well in excess of 6,000, the Ministry of Housing has done evaluations and approved to date 5,898 homes. Now that is not the full universe of homes that have been damaged by Beryl, plus the homes, the residual damage to homes from the La Soufre volcanic eruptions. That is just the number of homes that housing has assessed. They have evaluated claims. People come in, they say, my house has damaged. Assessors go out and they analyze whether or not the house has been indeed damaged. And to date, they've arrived at just under 6,000 homes. But we know that it is more than 6,000 homes. It's just that the evaluators have not completed their respective evaluations of the additional requests. Madam Speaker, the budget in 2025 had allocated $15 million in local loans to build houses post-burial, $10 million from Taiwan, $6 million from the Demerara Bank, $750,000 from additional from local loans for a PIU, and $30 million from the Saudi Fund for Development. And with the exception of the monies from the Saudi Fund, the other allocated amounts have largely been exhausted to date. The anticipation was that we would build and repair with traditional methods at the beginning of the year, using the local, the Taiwan, the DBL, and the grant funds, and that the Saudi money would kick in early in the second half of the year to continue the housing program. But from when we anticipated the Saudi money, which was mid-year, the beginning of the third quarter, to where we are now anticipating it, which will be the end of the third quarter at best, we have a 3-month gap in flows, plus an increase in homes to date of 1,000 homes that we have to address. The Ministry of Housing, the HLDC, and third parties working in collaboration with the government have thus far addressed the needs of 4,902 households across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I want to say that number again, Madam Speaker. 4,902 households have been addressed since the passage of Hurricane Beryl by the government and by third parties working in close collaboration with the government. Never, ever, ever has this government addressed the needs of close to 5,000 households in a period of time as short as this. It has never happened before in this country, and I wonder if it has happened in any country in the Eastern Caribbean or wider. This is a phenomenal amount of work in a short period of time. Madam Speaker, that does not include bathrooms and addition to houses and so on that are done as a matter of course by the Ministry of Housing through the Lives to Live program. Madam Speaker, I want to thank sincerely and profusely the Gombolimbo group that's been operating in Canouan and Union Island, and the Youth with a Mission project that has been operating in Mairo for their continued excellent work in addressing the housing challenges in the Grenadines. And Madam Speaker, it would be passing strange if we asked them to continue their work, but we did not also continue our work by appropriating additional monies to continue the work in home building. Madam Speaker, in addition to the houses completed, the 4,900, there are 6 are addressed, the houses addressed. There are an additional 670 houses ongoing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as we speak. And the houses that are remaining to be done are predominantly on the end of levels 3 and 4, which are the full reconstruction, as opposed to the levels 1 and 2, which were roofs and more minor damages. We've broken the back of the minor damages. No damage is minor if you live in the house, but the houses that involve roofs, the houses that involve windows and the like, the majority of those have been addressed, although there's still more to go. And the predominance in what remains are houses that are in the level 3 and 4. Madam Speaker, the $41 million that we seek today is to cover this future work until the end of the year. And it will be raised through a combination of bond issuances and borrowings by the government. And Madam Speaker, it's very clear, I want to be very clear, that what we're seeking here is the maximum number that we seek to spend by the end of the year. We are hopeful that if the Saudi money comes in a timely manner, we will not have to spend the full $41 million that we're seeking approval. Well, we wouldn't have to borrow the full $41 million, that we'll spend some of the money from the Saudi money as it comes in. And we also anticipate, through again the advocacy of the Honorable Prime Minister, we're hopeful to receive additional grant financing from allies like Taiwan to be applied to the housing effort. But we can't be speculative at a point when houses are under construction, underway, and there is an urgent demand for additional house repairs and house reconstruction to take place. And this is the number we have quoted here is not a number born of optimism that we hope the Saudi money will come in tomorrow and we hope this and that will happen tomorrow. But it is born of our sober reflection on what will be necessary if the best case scenario does not take place. Madam Speaker, a few words on the Saudi fund. We have been working to streamline Saudi fund processes to address both the urgency of the housing demand and the specific requirements of the Saudi fund. Initially, we had approached the Saudi fund to do both repairs and full construction of new houses. But the number of variables in an individual repair job were too much for the fund to manage. You can't go to the Saudi fund, which is managing the project from Saudi Arabia, and say to them, well, Tom Jones needs 10 sheets of galvanized and 2 windows, but Mary Jones needs 15 pieces of galvanized, 10 pieces of lumber, and 6 sacks of cement. That is the number of variables at play for repairs ultimately proved to be too much for the structure that the Saudi fund wanted to impose on this particular borrowing. So then we asked the Saudi fund at least to use the St. Vincent and the Grenadines public procurement regulations in lieu of the regulations that they normally apply to these types of procurements. And Madam Speaker, just for clarity, the Saudi fund normally asks for a very, very long procurement window because they want to give Saudi firms an opportunity to bid on projects that are funded by the Saudi fund. So they say, look, if we lend you money, if we lend you $1 million from Saudi Arabia to build a house, we want to make sure that a Saudi company has an opportunity, if they want, to bid for that job. So they give a very long lead time. But when we explain to them the nature of what we'd be doing, We explained to them the urgency of the job. We explained to them the scattered nature of the houses. They agreed that it would be unlikely that it would be attractive to Saudi contracting firms, and they agreed to reduce the tender period from 60 days to 21 days, which is in compliance with our own local laws. The Saudis then insisted that they want to pay the contractor directly, a model that has not worked well for us with the Kuwaiti fund and the roads, for example. And so we had a lot of back and forth with the Saudi fund about fashioning something that meets their requirements, but also meets the urgency of the situation. Then, Madam Speaker, we had to standardize the housing design and quantities. Because as I said, the Saudi fund doesn't want 500 bespoke houses. This one has a porch, this one doesn't have a porch, this one had the bathroom to the back, this one had the bathroom to the front. They want standardized houses. And so we had to standardize the type of houses. This is our 2-bedroom design, this is our 3-bedroom design, and have those approved by the Saudi fund. And then we had to explain to them that we are not, and this was probably the hardest thing to explain to them, that we are not building a single massive housing settlement. We're not building a housing scheme or a housing plan. We are addressing individual homes where they existed for the most part. And conceptually, this has taken the Saudis a long time to understand. When you say you want them to help you build 500 houses, they say, well, get a piece of land and we put 500 houses on it. And we've said to them, no, Mary Jones's house is at the top of this hill. Tom Jones's house is at the bottom of this valley, and we have to build them where they were damaged. And that is something, all of these factors have delayed the availability of the Saudi fund. So currently, we have the following matters before the Saudi fund awaiting their approval. A request that the HLDC be the main contractor for the project in lieu of other local contractors, because no other local contractors are willing and able to superintend such a project. The alternative is that you use a multiplicity of small contractors, and that might be administratively unwieldy for the Saudi fund. And then we are awaiting their approval on the standard design for the 2- and 3-bedroom brick and mortar homes and the 2- and 3-bedroom base designs for the prefabricated homes that we're getting from Trinidad and Tobago. They must approve the designs, quantities, and projected costs of these items. And finally, the quantities in terms of the breakdown, how many 2-bedroom and how many 3-bedroom houses we plan to build with their funds. These items have been with the fund management for some time. If they are quickly resolved, we could be accessing Saudi funds by the end of September. If not, we will have to rely more on local funds raised pursuant to the parameters of this particular supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, it is important for honorable members and the general public to be aware of the fact that in seeking this supplementary appropriation for housing of $41 million, we are not saying that every single house in St. Vincent will be completed by the end of the year with that $41 million. That's not the point we're trying to make. The Honorable Prime Minister has said on multiple occasions from the beginning of this process that he did not have all the money on hand, and even if he had all the money, he didn't have all the building materials, and even if he had all the money and all the building materials, we did not have the contractor capacity to build and repair all of the houses all at once. If you go back, Madam Speaker, to the 2012 census, it listed, and that's the last official number we have. We have other numbers, but I want to stick to the official numbers. The 2012 census estimated that there were 36,829 houses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Undoubtedly, that number is higher now. But using that number, which is our best official number that exists, the 6,000 houses assessed as affected thus far represent 16% of all the houses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That is 1 out of every 6 houses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines affected primarily by Hurricane Beryl, but additionally lingering houses affected by the La Soufre volcanic eruptions. The Sedima, yes, we could have gone with the number of electricity connections, but I just wanted to use the 2012 census number. Sedima, in their post-volcano assessment, estimated that 5,012 buildings were affected by damage to the volcano in 2021. Not all residential, but overwhelmingly so. So that was 5,000 buildings affected by the volcano. And then we have now affected by Beryl in excess of 6,000 houses. That is the universe that we have been confronting since the volcanic eruptions in 2021 and the Hurricane Beryl's passage in 2024. Madam Speaker, to further the point, that initial United Nations estimate of 4,243 dwellings impacted by Hurricane Beryl. The United Nations put a price tag on that in terms of damage to housing, infrastructure, and contents at $409 million EC dollars. What we have contributed to this challenge so far is nowhere near $409 million. And the houses, the number of houses impacted has increased based on our evaluations since that initial United Nations assessment. So the UN says it's 4,200 houses at $410 million. We have put to it so far, Madam Speaker, $100 million. Money that we have spent and money that we have raised through grants and through the activism of private donors and NGOs to date. So there, Madam Speaker, is much more to go in the construction of houses. So I don't want anybody to think that the government is trying to get a supplementary appropriation of $41 million here, and every single house will be completed and built by the end of the year. That would be very misleading, Madam Speaker. But what we can say is that already we have addressed 4,900 houses, and already we have 670 houses underway, and this money will add and build upon the house construction that's taking place already. Madam Speaker, I want to make very clear that we are attempting to do something that few governments have ever done to address effectively 20% of our housing stock when you factor in Beryl and Soufre. Almost at once, in as short a time as possible, to tell every single homeowner in St. Vincent and the Grenadines affected by natural disasters in 2021 and 2024 that they will be better off than they were before those disasters. Safer, more secure, and more resilient. Madam Speaker, there are a number of declarations to which governments subscribe. There's a Universal Declaration of Human Rights that says everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including housing. That's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And then the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights says at Article 11, the states party to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living for himself and his family, including adequate housing and to the continuous improvement of those living conditions. And the states parties will take appropriate steps to ensure the realization of this right. And the UN Declaration on the Right to Development says at Article 8, states should undertake at the national level all necessary measures for the realization of the right to development and shall ensure, inter alia, equality of opportunity for all in their access to housing. Madam Speaker, many governments view these declarations as aspirational. We view them as foundational. The right to housing, like the right to education, is a crucial cornerstone of our people-centered ideology and our commitment to battle inequality in all of its manifestations. Madam Speaker, we view this not as optional or not as optimal, but as mandatory. This ULP administration, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, will commit the necessary time, manpower, and money to ensure realization of the right to housing and the continuous improvement of living conditions for all Vincentians. And we will never shirk from this responsibility. Madam Speaker, it cannot happen immediately. It cannot happen simultaneously, but it can happen, as the Prime Minister says, with energy and will and vision and skill and a sustained focus on the goal that we're trying to accomplish. Madam Speaker, our housing revolution has distributed over 7,000 lots of land, built or repaired over 8,000 homes, and distributed millions of dollars worth of building materials to vulnerable Vincentians. These houses are an investment in our national future resilience. Every house, Madam Speaker, that the government builds is stronger or more resilient than the house that it replaces. Every roof we replace is sturdier and better built than the one it replaces. And every one of the houses we build is more likely to withstand the next natural disaster than the house that it replaced. And when it does withstand the next natural disaster, that is one less family to house in a shelter, that is one less household to rebuild, and one less life or one less family's lives upended by climate change and disaster shocks. It is prudent, Madam Speaker, to spend this money today rather than spend more money tomorrow. And these expenditures, along with the improved planning oversight, stronger building codes, and better individual and government insurance, will form the basis of a more resilient St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, there is a third aspect to the supplementary appropriation that is smaller, but no less significant to the lives of the people that it touches. And that is a recurrent expenditure of $3 million to be spent by the Ministry of Tourism on housing for displaced persons. And what this money is for, Madam Speaker, is for all of the people who are still resident in apartments or guest houses paid for by the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines because they have been displaced by Hurricane Beryl. Madam Speaker, it's important to recall that in the berry program, what Prime Minister calls the sweet berry, we had allocated a total of $6 million for two purposes in that program: accommodation and transportation. And that was to pay for the free ferry travel to the Grenadines that took place in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, and to pay the landlords in the apartments and guest houses the rent for the people who have been displaced by the hurricane. And at the end of May, we had already spent 5 million EC dollars for that touristic accommodation rental. And we had another $6 million to be paid for the months of June to September. And when we looked at the universe of people who are still resident in apartments and guest houses, and the dwindling funds remaining in the allocation through Berry, we realized that we needed an additional $3 million to continue to pay the rent for displaced people until their houses are rebuilt or until they have time and opportunity to move back home. Madam Speaker, again, we hope that we will not have to spend the entirety of this $3 million. We hope that as houses get repaired, people move out and move back home into their repaired house. There have been instances where people's houses have been repaired and they have been reluctant to move back for various reasons. The most obvious one being economic. If you have your rent being paid and your light being paid and your water bill being paid, there's an economic imperative to maybe do something else with your house, maybe rent it out while you stay in touristic accommodations. And then, yes, absolutely. I'm dead serious because that's taken place. And let me finish now. Let me finish. So there is a process through the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Mobilization, which triangulates to ensure that the people who are still resident in guest houses still require guest house accommodation. And we hope that we're confident that as the houses are repaired, the population in the guest houses will decrease. However, this $3 million is allocated and appropriated out of an abundance of caution to make sure that we can cover the rent and cover the accommodation of people who have been displaced and are earnestly and honestly in need of housing for this period of time. The alternative, and some still in shelter, you're correct, Prime Minister. The alternative is to say money done, come out. And we can't do that. We can't do that. So there are 242 families, I believe that's the number, Prime Minister, in the touristic accommodations. 265, sorry. 265, we were just discussing it. 265 houses, 265 families, sorry, still resident in shelters and touristic accommodation. I apologize. And their homes had been partially or totally destroyed and are being repaired or reconstructed. Madam Speaker, the request for this supplementary appropriation comes within that context. It does. And I don't know if somebody will provide a full breakdown, but that is not,
Madam Speaker, the numbers are just over, in total, the persons, just over 1,000 in those families, but the 972 are clearly identified as being there all the time. Some come and go. Those are the numbers which are given to me by mobilization. The last occasion about 3 or so weeks ago. Those are the numbers. I remember them because I have to keep them in my head.
But in response to it didn't rise, but I heard your question. The honorable member was asking whether or not all of that the universe of people in guest houses was included mainland residents, and it does. That is a national number of people who are from the Southern Grenadines and people who are also displaced on the mainland from their homes because of the hurricane. Madam Speaker, let us contextualize how much we have done and to place this supplementary appropriation into that context. We have now provided, Madam Speaker, income support on 3 different critical occasions in recent years for tens of thousands of Vincentians. We provided income support in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic. We provided income support in the aftermath of the volcanic eruptions, and we provided income support in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Never before has income support been provided to Vincentians in the wake of disasters like this. Madam Speaker, we provided housing to displaced families in the wake of the La Soufre volcanic eruptions, and we provided housing to Vincentians and continue to do so in the wake of the Hurricane Beryl impact. Again, show me another time when this many people have been placed in accommodations on the government's dime in the aftermath of a natural disaster. Madam Speaker, we have paid for cleanups, first of ash and second of debris, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars in the aftermath of those 2 disasters. We have provided fridges and stoves and mattresses to displaced persons in the wake of both of those disasters. In fact, if you go back to Hurricane Thomas and the 2013 floods, we were doing it back then as well. And we have fed and clothed and housed displaced people, displaced not just in shelters, not just in touristic accommodations, but people who went to jam with their auntie or their uncle or their friend as well. Madam Speaker, we have provided free transportation to and from the Grenadines for people who are displaced or people who needed to have access between the Grenadines and the island of St. Vincent. You can't find an example anywhere of a response this comprehensive anywhere in the region and certainly anywhere in this country's history. The humanitarian and social supports have not been perfect and cannot be perfect, but they have been remarkable and they have been unprecedented, and they are being held up by various international agencies as an example of people-centered responsiveness in the wake of a natural disaster. Madam Speaker, in summary, and I know there'll be questions, and I hope to answer the questions in my wrap-up, or I hope that other members with specific ministerial responsibility do so. But in summary, Madam Speaker, this supplementary budget is seeking to continue our roads program, to complete our port, and to ensure the safety and security of people whose housing was impacted, affected by Hurricane Beryl, and to a lesser extent, the residual people impacted by the La Soufre volcanic eruptions. We're seeking $28.2 million for the roads from a loan that has already been approved by this Honorable House. We're seeking $25.6 million for the port using CDB funds to complete the construction of the port as it approaches its final months in construction. And we are seeking $41.8 million for housing, 30 million of which, I'm going to use my words carefully here, were approved in quantum, but not from this source. They were approved from the Saudi fund. And because of the delays, the slower than expected disbursement from the Saudi fund, and the increase in the size of the problem, we need money now to address the challenges. And finally, Madam Speaker, $3 million for the continued accommodation of displaced persons in apartments and guest houses. Madam Speaker, final point. this government is building more than ever before. We have refined and we continue to refine ways to optimize capital expenditure. Capital expenditure, which is the majority of this supplementary appropriation bill, $95.5 million of the total $98.5 million. Capital expenditure builds infrastructure, it builds resilience, it creates jobs, and it grows the economy. And there was a time, Madam Speaker, not so long ago, that spending $95 million in 5 months would be beyond the competence and capacity of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In the year 2000, Madam Speaker, the last full year of the NDP administration, they managed to spend a paltry $35 million of their entire capital budget. Even in today's dollars, if you factor inflation and you factor all the rest of it, that would be a number between $50 and $60 million that they managed to spend for the entire year. Last year, Madam Speaker, the final numbers are in. This government spent $578 million on its capital program. That's more than 10 times what they spent in the last year, even when you factor in for inflation. Madam Speaker, in our first 4 years, of this administration, 2021, 22, 23, and 24, this government has spent $1.5 billion in capital expenditure. There is no other 5-year period anywhere in St. Vincent and the Grenadines' budgeting history that even comes close to an expenditure of $1.5 billion in 4 years. And this year again, when we are done, I said the last 4 years, 21, 22, 23, 24. 1.5 billion. Would that be? And when this year is tallied, hoping that we don't have another event that throws us off, another disaster, because we've battled so many in such a short period of time. But all things being equal, put it that way, this government in this term of office, by the end of this year, will have spent over $2 billion in capital expenditure in one term in office. And that doesn't count the additional $1 billion plus, that has been spent by the private sector on capital projects. Madam Speaker, we are a building government. Some people, first they say nothing now go on, then they say, well, let us build things. They at least concede that. And we are getting better at being a building government. We're getting better at it every year. We build the roads, that's why we're in here. 49 of 52 roads promised will be delivered. We build, on that program alone, you come late, man. You come, yeah. 49 or 52. 49 or 52. You want me to read them again? I'll be happy to, 49 or 52. We build the roads, we build the ports, and we build the houses that make this country safer, stronger, and more resilient. And that, Madam Speaker, is why we have brought this supplementary appropriation bill today. I'm obliged.
For the debates, I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
This one, yeah? You just turn off the mic.
I recognize honorable members.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members.
I am really, I see what I see. I am overjoyed. Madam Speaker.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I am overjoyed this morning to stand to speak in this honorable house, knowing that I am working with and for the hardest working government that this country has ever seen. Madam Speaker, we have to roll back the curtains of memory now and then to see where this government, this Unity Labour Party administration has brought us from and where we could have been. I came to this parliament this morning expecting that on both sides of the house, persons will be rushing to their feet to say, thank Almighty God from whom all blessings continue to flow. That we have a government that can bring supplementary estimates to this house to help the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, we have to address these estimates within the context of climate change, within the context that the Unity Labour Party, that we have a people-centered government. I am hearing from the crosstalk coming from the opposition. And it brings me to 2010, October the 30th, when we were struck by Hurricane Thomas. In the context of burial, Thomas is a little baby in nappies, the context of burial. And I could recall it was 40 days before the general elections in this country. And some persons from the opposition were saying, well, wait until the election passes, and the elections pass, and then you could deal with issues to do repairs. What did the Unity Labour Party say? We have the skills, we have the support of the people, and we are going to repair through operations, recovery, and reconstruction in this country in the 40 days leading up to the general elections. And there are persons throughout the country who are listening, who could remember within 24 hours of Hurricane Thomas, you had galvanized, you had lumber, you had cement and steel reaching the homes of persons in this country who are affected. When people go to the polls, and they vote for the Unity Labour Party, they vote for a party that is hard-working, a party that will continue to work every single day until they go to the polls again. What the opposition is thinking, every time we make a step, and we make positive steps, they're seeing the opportunities that they had in their minds electorally dwindling, darkening, getting slimmer and slimmer,
because the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because of this hard work in government, they brought us into office in 2001, in 2005, in 2010, in 2015, in 2020, and we will return to office resoundingly, Madam Speaker, in 2025. Some people want us to roll over and play dead. So when you hear supplementary estimates come in, and it's an election year, man saying, boy, well, the government said they're going to do the people's work. They're doing the work of the people. And those who going around telling people all kind of thing to mama guide them, they are listening to the parliament today. And they are hearing that we are here to discuss, and we are here to vote on monies to address that mother in Chapman's and in Diamonds and in Greg's and in Lowman's, who since burial, the roof leaking, the roof was affected by Thomas, was blown off, but the ash from Soufre got under the groove and started to rust the galvanize. I am speaking today as the area representative of South Central Windward, who will continue to bring home that seat. Who will continue to bring home that seat overwhelmingly. I am speaking to that mother. That we are here in this parliament today to address your needs. I am here to speak to that family who, when they see the rain, as we say, rain make up a bayside, and you had to go behind your house to look for the bucket to put close to your bed, and you had to shift around the furniture in the room. When I listen to the Minister of Finance, he's bringing hope to that family. I am indeed grateful, and I must say, we have a hard-working Minister of Housing in this country. It's not an easy thing. And as I said earlier, I was the Minister of Housing when Thomas came. And I remember the leader of the opposition said then, I always say, it's one of the greatest in terms of a badge of honor placed on me. He said the Minister of Housing must have predicted that the hurricane was coming and had organized prior to the hurricane in order for that to take place. It's not organizing before, you know. It's your hard work, it's your vision, it's your mobilization, and your ability to express love for the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You know, when we reflect on years gone by, in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic, you have explosive volcanic eruptions. People having to leave their homes. It was in that period that we came up with the innovative idea of having love boxes delivered to the homes of people. You know what the opposition said when we were helping people by placing love boxes at their doors? That they want to bribe people with food. Not understanding what we were doing, we were easing the pain. We were ensuring that you had social distancing, and the lines that you were seeing in other countries around the supermarkets, you didn't have that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines because of the visionary leadership of the Unity Labour Party. This government, and I listened carefully, the presentation by the Honorable Minister of Finance when he spoke about roads. I continue to traverse the length and breadth of this country when it comes to the issue of feeder roads. The opposition will come to this parliament, and rightfully so. We are raising issues of roads, you're raising issues of roads. I want to sit here today in this parliament and hear whether or not this opposition will be supporting the roads that we intend to do through these estimates. Or you will choose to say, well, if the government gets through with these estimates and heavy equipment start to go on these roads and the roads start to get fixed, boy, we can't play politics with the roads. That is what the debate is going to be about, you know. And that is why someone went on radio and say they're not coming here to support this bill. Because the farmers of this country who, because you had areas where bluff came down, you had areas where a bank broke away, you had, because of erosion, the washing away of some feeder roads. When they see the hard work of this government, you can't go and try to mama guide them. And I am happy that the roads in my constituency, Marfat and Fiddlewood and Kimakabu and Lively and Lumber Heap, I want for the farmers and Cornwall, for the farmers who are listening, to be aware that we have the plans and the programs as we work to revitalize the agriculture sector, because we know we expended as a government $27 million in agriculture. It is, over such a short period of time, a significant input of $10 million. You don't hear these things coming from the opposition, you know. They tell you that, well, boy, agriculture this and agriculture that. They don't tell you that St. Vincent and the Grenadines were the largest exporter of livestock anywhere in the OECS. They don't say to you that we are the largest exporter of root crops into Trinidad and Tobago. They don't tell you that. And right now, we have a significant increase in production. And because of that, up to yesterday at the cabinet, we are working out how we can enhance extra regional marketing for agriculture produce. And I know that the farmers are going to continue to advance themselves because of the policies of the Unity Labour Party. I am indeed grateful for the hard work of the technical officers in the different ministries, and I want to say thank you to them. In the Ministry of Agriculture, you go through the budget and you have a certain plan. You have mobilized your staff as a chief agriculture officer. In the midst of all of that, major disaster. You have to shift things around. I could just imagine the sleepless nights for the permanent secretaries in some ministries, the staff at the Ministry of Housing having to go home midnight after midnight, up working. It is the duty of the policymakers to ensure that we provide the support to them so that they can continue to do their work. I am looking forward over the coming days, weeks, and months for the mobilization of contractors in this country, the likes you have never seen before. You hear? Man start to grunt because man start to realize, well, I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder what's going to happen. The last time I remember, when the people of South Central were not voting for me, it's for 5 years. We are days, we are weeks, and we have months to go. And I anticipate that anything we come to this parliament, any bill we come to this parliament with from now on, the opposition is going to oppose it, not on its merits, but for pure partisan political reasons. The record will reflect that close to $100 million that we were debating it in Parliament for the people who in shelters. You know what it is? To lose your house roof. You go by a family member the next day, and then this loving government, caring government, we ensure through NEMO that you are in accommodation. But the thing taking a little longer than we anticipated. So we are here to extend your accommodation. The opposition going to vote against that? The opposition is going to vote against the people of the Southern Grenadines. The people who are impacted throughout this country. From Bekwe. I want to hear if the honorable leader of the opposition is going to vote against this bill. Well, I am of the view that whosoever advising the opposition, they continue to do a terrible job. They continue to make mistakes. And that these mistakes will cause them not only another election, but another one. Politics is serious business for serious people, you know. You could always laugh. Your laugh would always come from the opposition. Can't even fool myself. They say, who laugh last, you know? Who laugh last? So you could go laugh now. You see, after the general elections, whenever the comrade press the red button, he has a red button, you know, don't make it press it.
It's a forced cattle. I love that is a cattle.
I am happy, indeed overjoyed.
Yeah. I know plenty thing.
And I was really grateful when the honorable member for East St. George in his presentation, he did not only mention what we'll be covering from the close to $100 million, but right now in the constituency of South Central, the largest road project ever in South Central Windward, the Freedom Road, all the way from Mount Grenan to Diamond Village, gap to gap, bridges. Remember the first one? It's from Lowman's Gap, go up. The second highway, they call it Sabi Highway. And I must thank the honorable member for North Windward for the work that he continues to do. Not only that, but the work that we are doing, leading you over Greg's Maroon Hill into Kingstown. The only thing I heard from the honorable senator in see that, like, I don't know, some pop-up lives to do, say that say that some kind of thing, there are persons who traverse that road. And because of the precipitous nature of that particular area of the Mariaqua Valley, we know the stories. People slipped and died. We are doing the work, millions of dollars. You had a landslide. So people had to go through another road. And all they could say, they ain't this and they ain't that. But the people understand and they're waiting patiently. They're waiting patiently. And I am happy that the contractor is doing an excellent job. And the people of Greg's, Larders, Lowmans, Chapmans, Newgrounds who use that road, that they understand that when you are in leadership and they're making decisions and you have plans, that Mother Nature sometimes may intervene and can cause some delays. But we are grateful people and we continue to be grateful. The Minister of Finance, when he mentioned all the roads, very soon we will be officially opening the bridge from Union going up into Chapman's. That bridge, if you had a car, the number of people who bruise off the car side in that bridge because of the angle, that is completed. And I want to thank Hutchinson for the work that he did there. And right next to it, you see, when you finish that bridge going up into Chapman's, and that bridge on the main road that is being done there, and we paint over the market, we have to bring an ATM machine there because South Central Windward continues to shine. Continues to shine. I am indeed happy. I am indeed happy that as a government, we continue to deliver. And you know, I am certain that the citizens of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, when they were in the balance, the negativity of the opposition, you know, up to today, I go on record that in all my listening of the opposition, I've never heard them come out and say that they support the education revolution. Yeah, man say if they go build a road pan that. Yeah. Man say, you hear what Senator Bruce said? We're talking about fixing. We're talking about advancing our people. You say if you go build road pan that. He say can't build road pan. I will remind the people of South Central Windward. My mother told me to go to school and learn well, or later on in life I can get hell. Senator Bruce say, I build road for education. Well, you just gave me a new tagline to attach to you. You're going to build road for education. They're going to be road march. They're going to be road march in South Central Windward. Senator Bruce say, you're going to build road for education. You notice, you know, Madam Speaker, I said, I have never heard from the opposition their support for the education revolution. And all I could hear, I made sure I repeat it, you know, so that the Hansard would reflect it. It's one of the dumbest statements I've ever heard in this parliament from anybody. You can't. can't build road for education. Madam Speaker, when we were constructing the Argyle International Airport, I could remember coming to this parliament. Sometimes we go all up to midnight, where I had to stand in defense of the Argyle International Airport, and the opposition at every turn opposed the Argyle International Airport. I am not surprised that they are opposing the repairing of the roads in this bill. I am not surprised that they are opposing the repairing of the houses for persons who are affected by Hurricane Beryl. Road education. You can't build road by education. Boy, the people were the judge of that in 2020, and they will be the judge of that in 2025. Leave it to the people. That is why you over there and I over here. Always been over here. I won in 2010. You were not there in 2010. You couldn't make the team in 2010. You were refused in 2010. I won in 2015. When you were out there fighting up, people reject you. People reject you before you even run. And 2020, I beat you, and I will beat you again in 2025. You know, let me tell you something. But we're going to leave that for out there. Let us discuss the bill. Discuss the bill here now. Bill Road in education.
Honorable members.
Bill Road. Afraid me? When they watch me, I look like somebody for afraid. I look like somebody for love. I look like somebody for afraid. You can't build road for education.
Honorable members.
My brother, I don't even know what my gratuity is. I don't even know what my gratuity is. I don't even know what my gratuity is. You know why? Because I'm here to serve the people. I don't know what my gratuity is. I come from a humble family per hill, born in a small house, and we continue to work, and I continue to educate myself, because to you, what you say again? I'm trying to forget it. You can't build a road for education. Well, I build a road and education, and I want other people to continue to build a highway on education so that we can advance ourselves in this country. Madam Speaker, I having fun, you know. I having fun. And I know the mothers in South Central will not who sharing out their food. South Central have what? You know, coming back to the context of vision, when we started the discussion about the development of the quarry in North Leeward, when we started the discussion on the development of the quarry in North Leeward, the opposition opposed the quarry. Silence. The opposition in St. Vincent and the Grenadines opposed an industry that can lay the platform for the massive repair of roads in this country. We couldn't come here today and say for sure that we are bringing a budget to repair roads knowing that it will be done if we don't have the aggregate, you know. If the opposition had won that argument in opposition of the quarry, where would we get the aggregate? You know, some countries bring in, right here in the Caribbean, in OECS, aggregate from Canada. Well, if it was to build the port, to oppose it because of the port. So if it's to build road, they oppose it to build road. But the thing about it is this. The thing about it is this. I am happy that at every turn where we seek to do good for the people of this country, we do not allow the dismissiveness. We do not allow the negativity. We do not allow the doubting Thomases of the opposition to derail us. You could imagine.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you have 15 minutes remaining.
When I finish, I will continue on radio. When I finish, I'll continue on radio. Because I'm always in this country. And remember, I ain't packed my suitcase and gone over to go walk, you know. I stay with the people of South Central with what? They seen me. When you in opposition and you miss it in action, you hear gruntle. Man a gruntle. That is when they get caught off guard, you know. You want to get into office and the people are saying you are missing in action. That's how they define you. Missing in action. You could raise your voice all you want over there. I had the mic. You could talk all you want, talk over there. People saying that you're missing in action. That's why you're trying to defend yourself. You're missing in action. You're missing in action. You know why you're going to oppose this bill here? You're going to oppose this bill because you're missing in action. You don't know what's going on in this country. Well, at least you accept that you're missing in action. He accepted it. Madam Speaker, throughout the region, afraid to watch you? It's difficult, but I'm not afraid. Madam Speaker, I'm obliged.
Further debate? Any further debate? I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Is for thing to my honest side too, because I gave way to him to speak because I thought he had something useful to add to the debate. But honestly, after listening to him there, I realized that there was an opportunity wasted. Because, Madam Speaker, it was a campaign speech and nothing to do with the bill, and nothing to do with the estimates, recollecting things past, and anyway, hopes for the future. But the Honorable Member said, Madam Speaker, that he was happy. I suppose happy that he takes a position with respect to what the members of the opposition will do. But truthfully, you know, he didn't look happy. He looked worried. And he has good reason to be worried. Because I know that Bruce will take care of him. Madam Speaker, before I get to the substantive contributions that were made by the Honorable Minister of Finance with respect to the supplementary estimates, the Minister of Agriculture did make some comments about agriculture. I guess it's part of his campaign speech. That they're doing great things for farmers. That they're exporting more root crops to Trinidad than anybody else. that I mean, he actually bragging about this, that they're sending more live animals abroad rather than slaughtering them here and using the meat. Somebody tell me the other day, well, let me alone tell. He said he can't believe we have a market. We don't have a market for planting. You have a bumper crop of planting this year. You can't sell them abroad. You're buying them back and selling them. He said, could you believe that they're actually giving away planting in Mariquo? That is incomprehensible. And the Minister of Agriculture had the gall to come and talk here about his accomplishments in agriculture. Yesterday, just to add to your worries, we were in Lauders. We were there with the Honorable Senator Bruce and his team. And a gentleman who had come from the States, he was in a car and he stopped me, he said, Friday, yeah, I don't know him. He said, all you really have to get rid of this government, you know. He said, the roads in this place are terrible. And that's the first thing he had to say to me. That's the recollection he had. That's the message he wanted to leave me with, that the roads in this country are terrible. And that's what we're talking about here today. And the minister didn't talk about that. But Madam Speaker, the supplementary estimates. The members on the government side, they think they know us. They think they know what we're about. They're begging and pleading with the people in the same way they're seeking to beg and plead with the opposition. But we do our business, our job, Madam Speaker, based on what we see as the best interest of the people of this country. I don't care what other people may think on the government side as to how we do our job. What matters to me most is what I hear from the people when I go out all over this country and meet them. And the reassurance I get from them that they want to see a new Democratic Party with members who look out for the interests of the people of this country. And that is a promise that I've given to them, that all of our members, but it's what we're doing. And that's what we are doing, Madam Speaker, with respect to the supplementary estimates. The government is coming to Parliament now to ask for an additional $98 million to spend between now and the end of the year. We had the estimates earlier, and they brag about it, the biggest budget ever, as usual. And this is the best government for planning. They can execute all kinds of wonderful schemes. But they're coming now in August and saying, well, we don't spend all the money that you give us for these particular areas, and we need some more. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance, he spoke about the ports, the money that they're asking in addition for the port. They're asking for an additional $25.6 million to be spent between now and when the Parliament is dissolved, or until the completion of the project. If you read the report or the statements made by the Honorable Minister of Finance in his budget presentation, you would see all the wonderful words and promises and projections with respect to this project. You hear him speak here today, Madam Speaker, it's almost like he didn't want to address the subject. Because we have seen a project that started out with a certain amount of money when it was under conception. It has grown. And we have come to a point now where over $700 million will be spent on this project. And let me say, before you start talking about the opposition opposed this and the opposition always opposing and opposing. We supported the loan request in this House to build a port. Even though we had concerns, Madam Speaker, with respect to how the project was being presented, the lack of transparency, and concerns that have grown over time with respect to the implementation. We have a right to do that. We understand, Madam Speaker, that notwithstanding the concerns we may have about the overall cost of this project, it's massive. But yes, you got $100 million from the UK government. You get soft loans from other multilateral agencies and from Taiwan. But that, Madam Speaker, doesn't mean that we mustn't be concerned about how that money is spent, about the mounting bill that is required to complete it, and about the transparency and accountability that the people of this country need with respect to such a large project. You know, we had the airport that was built. We don't even know what the final cost of the airport is because it didn't come through this parliament. This port, however, is coming through the parliament because you're asking us to approve the money for it. In the budget presentation in January, we were told, with all the usual hyperbole and superlatives, that this project would be done by May. In March, I asked the question of the minister responsible about the status of the project, about the funding, whether there were sufficient funds to complete the project. This was in March. And she indicated that they had sufficient funds to finance the project. But of course, costs vary and there are changes and so on that happens during construction. Understand that. The point of the matter is, Madam Speaker, we have to know what those, specifically, what those costs are. Let us not hide from the fact. The elephant in the room here, Madam Speaker, is what is happening with the port. It's $700 million and we look at it and we see that there are problems with the construction of it. And we come to the parliament and all we get is from the minister and the various persons who speak about it publicly is that this is normal. How the hell that could be normal? If you build a house and somebody tell you put on the roof and Friday your foundation is cracking, you're going to come and tell me that's normal? That this is to be expected in a project of this magnitude? That we are using industry standards to fix it? I don't care what these industry standards are. What I want to know is whether people in this country are going to get value for their money. And that is what this is about. $700 million for a poor country like ours. You know? 600 million of that is borrowed money. You have to pay it back. And you come telling me, we want another $25.6 million. If you check the estimates, Madam Speaker, check the estimates from this year. It says, I'm looking for the page 774. This is where the money that was going to be needed to complete the project was outlined in the estimates. We have now a supplementary saying that you need more money. Let me see what was there originally. It says on page 774 that there was $3 million for port development project, which is to be raised from local loans. In 2026, there's a projected $11.5 million. So next year, that money is to be spent on the port. And the money is supposed to be done this year. Then if you flip the page, 776, it says at the bottom, there's $72.1 million to be spent. Also, on the port, that comes from money from Taiwan. In 2026, there is no money from that source, so the money is finished with respect to that because the project is supposed to be done. Then you have, below that, from the CDB, $17.3 million to be spent this year. And you look to 2026, there is no projection for any money to be spent from the CDB, so the money from the CDB is done. So in this year, in these estimates, we have allocated all the funding from those two sources to be spent on the project to complete it. Yes, that's been spent. Now you're telling me the project number is 601702. Now you're telling me, the minister said, that we're going to be getting $16 million of the money that they want will come from the CDB. Where does that 16 million come from, Madam Speaker? If the money is already allocated, all of it is already allocated in the original estimates from January this year. Where does that $16 million come from? Are we getting additional money from the CDB? Because according to what you have on page 76, it says $17.3 million to be spent this year, no money next year. The assumption is that money is done. The money we got from the UK, that one was spent even earlier, 2023 probably, 2024. So that is a question that hopefully the minister will address. But that is not, Madam Speaker, the key concern that I have with respect to this project. We have, Madam Speaker, we have seen that the project continues to have delays. It's a major project. That happens, we understand that. But we need transparency, Madam Speaker. You're hearing talk, and some of it confirmed here in this House, that the project is supposed to be completed by the end of August. That's what the minister said to me when I asked the question back in March, that it would be completed by the end of August. That's this month. The minister said so himself too, the Minister of Finance, earlier this morning when he was presenting, that there is still a projected completion date for the end of August. Does that mean?
That's not what I said.
You said?
That's not what I said. That is not what I said.
You said something with respect to August.
Something with respect to August, yes.
Yes.
That's not what I said.
Well, what did you say with respect to August? I'll sit down.
Would you like it to?
Sure.
The honorable member is correct that the honorable member is correct that I said something with respect to August, but I did not say that the project would be completed in August. I said that there have been two delays. The first delay was to August, consequent upon Hurricane Beryl. And then I said there was a second delay consequent upon the repair of the quay wall, and that the project would be done at the end of October. I said that multiple times. I don't know if you weren't listening, but that's what I said.
Now, I was listening. I listened to you intently, but you said something else. I'll find it. It's okay. The point is, Madam Speaker, the minister did say that it would be completed by this month. The the additional time that it's going to take now to complete it. Obviously, Madam Speaker, everybody can see this has something to do with the declutching problem that we're experiencing at the port. The Minister of Finance said, and he was trying, says, not to be technical, but at the same time, not sounding very comfortable with respect to what is exactly going on. People talk about the piles that are declutching. He's speaking about the key wall that is declutching. What I would like to know, Madam Speaker, is that the extent of the repairs that are required, who is determining, Madam Speaker, what needs to be done? Who is paying for it? Because the minister is coming here and asking for an additional amount of money, which is not within the estimates for the completion of the project. So this is money in addition to what he had projected in the estimates. And even more, twice as much as what they have said they would spend next year from local loans, because that was 11.5 million. He's asking for 25.6 million. I would like to know, and I think the people of this country are entitled to know, what is the cost of the repair that is being undertaken now? How much is it costing to fix the declutching problem that we're having, whether it's the key wall or the piles or however you describe it? The contractor is paying, yes, that's a different question. I still need to know what is the cost of it. You say that the contractor is paying for that work. So let's know exactly how much is at stake here. And Madam Speaker, we have to have our own eyes on the project to ensure that we are getting what we're paying for. I know the contractors are very highly reputable. You hear this all the time and so forth. But while you trust, Madam Speaker, you have to verify, because we have our own interests at stake. Somebody who has to pay the cost of the repair, who has to bear the time that is requiring to do that and so forth, has a different interest than for me, who is saying, I give you a job to do, I want to make sure it is done properly. So that when you pack up your tools and your fellas and you're gone, I don't have a problem 2-3 years down the road. That is what the people of this country want, that assurance. And I will tell you, Madam Speaker, the more that I hear about the port, the more that I hear from, whether it's the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance or whoever from the government, the less convinced I am that this problem is being managed effectively and that we are being given the full story as to what exactly is happening. That makes me very uneasy, Madam Speaker. So the thing is this, Madam Speaker, we have now to take the minister's word for it, that he needs $25.6 million to complete the project, which now is down, put off to completion date is in October. You know? We have to take his word for it. Well, Madam Speaker, the way in which they have proceeded with this project, as if our role in the opposition is just simply to approve the loan and then to applaud them at the scale of the project and the rate at which they are proceeding, you know, fastest thing ever. That is our role, that we have to stand up and applaud. My job is to hold you accountable. The people of this country expect me and the members on the opposition side to do that. But you're not making it easy for us. So, Madam Speaker, I will say this. I will not approve any money additional for the port. And the reason for this, Madam Speaker, is that we are being kept in the dark. They have a saying, they say, you're treating us, I'll leave that alone. As though, Madam Speaker, we're not entitled to that information. I would like for us in the opposition to have the ability to make a judgment based on what is told to us by people who are experts and who can demonstrate to us that this is what is happening and this is how we are fixing it. This requires, Madam Speaker, for us as an opposition to be able to visit the project and to be given the opportunity as responsible members of parliament to be able to form our own conclusion based on what people are telling us with respect to the project, not what you come in the parliament here and try to tell us. Yeah? Yeah, you have it again in the Kingstown constituencies of the members of parliament here, and they have never been given the courtesy of an invitation to say, let's go and have a tour of the project. So until that happens, Madam Speaker, I cannot, in all good conscience, give money to this government to say, go and spend it how you like, and then come back and tell us what's happening. We need to see for ourselves what is going on. And we can arrange that tomorrow. Arrange a visit. I have tried to do it through third sources. It ain't happening. So arrange a visit for the opposition to visit the port and to speak to the people who are responsible for the work that's going on. We can do that tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I may want to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance as well, is to tell us, I've heard, Madam Speaker, we had an engineer who was in charge of the project from our side of things, meaning from the government, Mr. Lenski Douglas. Is he still on the project? He is still on the project, because I'd heard that he was not. And if he's not, then who has replaced him? Because we need to have our own eyes and ears there. And if he's not there, why would he not be there at this critical time when we're dealing with it? Yeah? Oh. All right, because I've heard otherwise. Thank you. Okay. All right. All right. All right, colleague. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, now, let me be clear. I know what it takes to, for a country of our size, our scale, a poor country, to invest so much money in a single project. I want to see it succeed. I want to see it succeed. An NDP government will complete the project and we'll do it properly. In the same way, I say, Madam Speaker, you build the airport, I will make the airport work. So, yes, well, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is this. Everybody, except the people in government you speak to outside, are concerned about this project. Even people who I know, who are involved in the industry, who have knowledge of ports and port development, they're concerned about it. And so the government needs to reassure, if that is possible. And no, I don't think, to be honest, that it is, because there's been so much obfuscation. There's been so much lack of clarity and lack of transparency that nobody is going to believe you on this anymore. And rubbishing people who raise concerns, whether those of us here in the parliament or persons in the general public who raise concerns about it, it ain't going to change that. It only makes people more concerned because you're not dealing with the message, you're choosing to deal with the messenger. So, Madam Speaker, with respect to your roads, Madam Speaker, the government, they are asking for, trying to find the, yeah, for an additional $28.2 million to complete what they call priority roads. That means what they're seeking to do is to spend money that they had projected to spend in 2026. And I don't mean some of the money, all of it. $28.2 million was projected to spend on these road projects in 2026. They have now said that they're in a position that they have spent all the money that was allocated for the roads projects in 2025. That is over $41 million. And they need to spend more between now and whenever elections are called. $28.2 million. So, Madam Speaker, all right, by the end of the year. So what this means, Madam Speaker, since there is no allocation, the sources have been determined, unless they're going to raise additional funds. The sources are from Taiwan, some of it local, but they have not made any provision for the following year. So I have to assume, Madam Speaker, that all the projects that they have in mind and that they were contemplating may have to be done in 2026 will be completed this year. So that is what the minister is promising to do. But here's the thing. He outlined with such theatrics all the roads that they're fixing. And they have completed 92% of whatever they've targeted. Madam Speaker, after 20 years of neglecting the roads in this country, 20 years, they are now coming last minute, desperation, saying, oh, we are going to fix all of these roads for you.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
You look all over the country. The same thing the young man said to me yesterday in Lornas. The first thing he noticed, what?
You have 15 minutes remaining.
I have 15 minutes remaining.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The same thing that the young man said to me yesterday. That's the thing he noticed, that the roads in the country have gone to the dogs. There are some roads, Madam Speaker, in the country you can't even see the original, not the original, the whatever was the surface. It's now gone back to dirt. So, you know, it's typical of this present government. What they do, they set the house on fire, then they bring the hose. And they put it out and they say, well, applaud to me. Look at how much we have accomplished. Nonsense. You have to have scheduled and regular maintenance. You look at every constituency and you could point to one and two that you fix here and there, but there are 10 and 12 that are still in a state of terrible disrepair. In my own constituency, not to talk about our own problems first, but it's one that I'm most familiar with. The entire road from Friendship right down to Paget Farm is an obstacle course. It's not a road. And it's not even on the horizon. You tell me, since 3 years ago, when the minister here, I asked him about it, a road, they call it Broad Road in Paget Farm. It's almost impossible now by vehicular traffic. You tell me they're going to fix it. They have been told that somebody bid on it and then they stop it and so forth, and it hasn't been done. There were examples like that all over the country. And I expect that my colleagues may give you some of the greatest hits. So that is where we are. So by all means, fix the roads. But, pardon me if I don't stand up and applaud. Because, Madam Speaker, what we see is that the evidence speaks for itself. All over the country, the roads are still in a state of utter disrepair. So even if I fix 15 or 20, the perception is that the roads are worse now than they've ever been in this country. So that's where we are. Madam Speaker, I want to also address the matter of housing. The minister spoke about that subject matter most. In the supplementary estimates, they're asking for $41.7 million. I know my colleagues will address this as well, so I'll deal with the parts that my limited time permit me to do with. The source in the current estimates, the source now is from local loans of $15 million and from Republic of China on Taiwan, $10 million. Rounding off. And so we have some additional borrowing. In the original estimates, there was $10 million from RC, $30 million from the Saudi Fund, $6 billion from another source. So now, Madam Speaker, I have to ask the question whether the money that was allocated in 2025 has been spent. We in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, we supported the supplementary estimates when they came in July last year, following the terrible devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl. And we acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that additional funding may be needed because the scope of the devastation was so great. But, Madam Speaker, the problem is that it's not the amount of money that's allocated, it's also how it is spent. And you're hearing far too many complaints, Madam Speaker, and you're seeing too many instances or evidence of people not getting the assistance that they need. That homes that are not being repaired, people having to do it in my own constituency, take their savings or beg from friends and relatives to be able to get back into their homes. When the government, we have allocated over $136.4 million, not all for housing, granted, in the estimates, the supplementary estimates in July, to be able to meet the needs of the persons who are affected by Beryl. So the people are asking, this is all my constituents ask me this, and people I meet. So what happened to the money that was allocated? Why is it that so many people are still not being assisted? Huh? How are you going to assist the persons, for example, in the Southern Grenadines, where, they have been terribly affected, and still the tarpaulin don't rip off of some of the roof. And some people are here in temporary accommodations, and they want to go back to the homes. Those should be priority. But they have not been given that priority. We've had tremendous assistance from private donors, and thank them, thank God for that, because without that, the situation would have been a lot more desperate for the people in the Southern Grenadines. So the question is, Madam Speaker, how are those people going to be assisted, given the fact that we have had over the course of time, the whole year that has passed, that the government has not met the needs of some of the most urgently affected persons, or persons who are in the most urgent need. And you could pretend and talk about whole transparency and you're fixing on the basis of need. I know for a fact that persons are being prioritized based on their political affiliation. Don't go down that road. I know that. Don't go down that road. You're talking, don't go down that road. Listen, my friend, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. If you are not playing politics with this, why you move the chief radiographer from the Ministry of Health and sent her to the housing department to be in charge of the distribution of windows and doors and lumber and galvanized in Kanawan, Union and Mairo? If that is not politics, what is it? What is it? No, I'm asking you. There is nothing more nakedly political than that, because the only qualification that she has to do that is that she is a candidate for the ULP in the upcoming general election. That is the only reason. Well, you explain to me then, what expertise does the chief radiographer have? Now answer that question when you get to, well, I expect you to answer it. Tell me about her experience in, tell me her experience in disaster management and all of that stuff. Yeah.
You said you 2 names and I gave you a list of 100. And listen, what are your priorities?
Madam Speaker, I know for a fact that the people who have been affected by Hurricane Beryl, they desperately needed assistance. But I have no confidence that the money that we are going to, that you are going to pass in this parliament is going to assist those persons who are most in need. Take, for example, there was talk about prefab housing. The minister mentioned it in passing. When are those prefab housing going to come? Why weren't they here early so that the persons who are displaced from the Southern Grenadines could have had them to use, go back into their communities, rebuild their lives? You know? Have you found any land for those persons to put those on? I'm sure my colleague here will deal with that. So I have no confidence in you, in this administration, to say that the funds that we allocate now will be used for the purpose intended, and that those persons who have been long suffering for the past year, 1 week, 1 month, and 1 week, that's how long since burial. And those people are still with tarpaulin on the roof. The most urgent cases, people in my own constituency that had to do the thing for themselves, or they're still living in the downstairs because the rest of the house is in disrepair. And you telling me that you want to be giving more money to go. My concern, Madam Speaker, is not that the people don't need it. My concern is those funds, I have no confidence they're going to be used for the purpose intended. And there is great risk that those funds are going to be wasted between now and the end of the year in terms of how they are allocated. I don't want, Madam Speaker, to have those funds used in a way that is inefficient, wasteful, inappropriate, when in fact there are real needs for people to be met with these hard-earned funds. And that is a problem that I have, Madam Speaker, with what the minister is saying that we are to do with respect to this bill. There's a lot to be done, Madam Speaker. The supplementary estimates, as they are presented here, have a fundamental problem. In addition to all that I've mentioned in the specific areas, I do not trust this government. in these last 9 months of this regime to use these funds in a way that is going to be beneficial and useful to the people who are intended. That is the main problem I have. And they can say, however, how much they want. The evidence over the past year with respect to Beryl,
You
and the
have 3
evidence
minutes
over the
remaining.
past many years of this present administration supports my position. And so, Madam Speaker, the call for the opposition to support this is one that I cannot answer in the affirmative. You wait and see. You wait and see. And Madam Speaker, they're talking about, in grand predictions and, plans about their own future in politics and so forth. I leave that up to the people. I go, Madam Speaker, I do my job. I do it earnestly. And when I meet people, they tell me they appreciate what we're doing. And they want us to be able to do more. And we will continue to strive to serve them better. What we are doing in this Honorable House today as opposition is in furtherance of that cause. The present bill or the motion before us does not meet the test for us to lend its support in this Honorable House. I expected that this government would have delivered on the promises that they made before. They keep breaking promises all the way, moving, rolling deadlines and so forth. And they have not done so. I don't expect that they're going to suddenly find the will or the means to do so over the course of the next 4 months. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this bill.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I am very pleased from a political standpoint to hear that despite the meanderings hither and thither of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, that he cannot support this supplementary appropriation bill, the supplementary estimates, because fundamentally it came to the end of it. He has no confidence in the government and no trust. Madam Speaker, this government is elected to serve for a period of 5 years. And under the Constitution of this country, we can go. The elections were held last time on November the 5th. The Parliament was first summoned after the last elections on November the 30th. And 90 days thereafter, the 30th of November, you can have an election. According to the thesis of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, nothing can happen and nothing ought to happen when you have an election year or you approach it an election. Well, that thesis is so flawed that even a kindergarten child would be able to reply without much difficulty. Madam Speaker, I want to look at the estimates for 2025 and to set a backdrop so that the informed public, the bulk of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines can appreciate. I'm not really talking so much to the opposition here, because we understand that they intend to play politics with this matter. That's not my business. I'm concerned about the business of the people. To build the roads, to finish the port, and to build the houses. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to pay any attention to what they say now, because I'm not talking really to them today. I'm talking to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Madam Speaker, in the year 2024, the approved estimates, that is before burial, total, recurrent and capital, amounted to $1.6 billion. However, it became necessary and desirable, consequent upon burial within 2 weeks, to come back to this House for a supplementary set of estimates and a supplementary appropriation bill amounting to close to $150 million. And later in the year, it became necessary to bring a supplementary estimate here, not for new money, but for money which had already been contracted at the port, to bring that money to be spent. And as a consequence, the revised estimates, as a result of burial and accelerated work on the port, we came and there was $378 million more with the revised estimates of $1.99 billion. In the year 2025, for which indeed, parenthetically, we were commended by the International Monetary Fund for the prudence and enterprise implicit and explicit in these 2025 estimates. And it was $1.849 billion, much less than the approved estimates for last year. In some areas, Madam Speaker, of these estimates for 2025, the government, the agencies of the government have performed better than anticipated, for example, on the roads. And it is necessary and desirable not to have new monies from the roads, for the roads, but to have
Traffic is backed up on major highways.
Oh, I need gas. Good thing there's a Sol nearby.
Oh, good, because I really need a drink.
We know your time is precious and you have enough detours. Our convenient locations are there to serve you on your way. Enjoy the journey. Choose Sol.
CK Grace and Company is the number one supermarket, 100% concession. attention supermarket. We've got more of what you're looking for in multiple locations to serve you more and more. In business now for over 50 years, and you will always say by shopping right here. Oh yes, we're number one. CK Graves and Company, and we are Vincent John, a supermarket for you and me.
Flow's prepaid customers can now unlock big bonus rewards like bonus data, prizes, and more every time you activate a 3-day prepaid plan or launcher. Activate a plan, then scratch to reveal your bonus data. Plus, get points for extra prizes. The more you activate, the more bonus data and prizes you can win. Get in on the big bonus rewards when you activate a prepaid plan. Dial *129# or visit topupflow.com to activate a plan today.
The application to this parliament, the request of this parliament by the government for the monies to pay for the persons in the touristic accommodation and those in shelters, and to build, finish houses, which we have started, and to build more. Not all of them would be completed, as I repeated over and over. And we need the money for this. That is why the only instrument which is before us for money is not from Taiwan on the revenue side, which is before us here, is not from the CDB, but from local loans in a bill which is on the order paper, to increase the borrowing limit by $50 million for local loans. We can't use this bill to borrow money from the CDB. We can't use this to borrow money from Taiwan. If we are borrowing additional monies from Taiwan, as we have done, we bring a separate bill. We bring the agreement, in fact. In the case of the CDB, we negotiate it and sign it, as I've indicated before, Madam Speaker, because with the Caribbean Development Bank, as it is with the World Bank and the Alba Bank, institutions of which we are a member in good standing, there will be no requirement to bring that for approval by any specific bill. Those are done through the instrumentality of the estimates and the appropriation bill. That is the story there in a nutshell. So, insofar as the port is concerned, and insofar as the roads are concerned, there are not any new monies which is sought to be appropriated today. Because the only monies, new monies, are monies in relation to the houses. We have also said that the necessity and desirability for this is because of the funds from the Saudi fund, which have not yet come forth. And the Minister of Finance has outlined that, what are the challenges and what are the prospects. And that not all of these resources which are requested to be borrowed, not all of it may well be borrowed. But out of an abundance of caution, we get the limits set. This is how you do things and this is how you budget. This is not something by uninitiated persons who have no idea as to how to run a government, that they think that this is a flight of fancy. Not at all. Let us come to the issue of houses. Madam Speaker, I shall address from not so much what we have achieved thus far, I will come back to that. What is in the offing for us as we go forth? I have here, Madam Speaker, from the Ministry of Housing, that for the remainder of the year, for August to December 2025, they will require in the region of $28 million. And HLDC has sent a document upon which we had lots of discussions, amounting to just over $12 million, giving you a total of the $41 million, which we are asking for. But some of this money, particularly in relation to the money which will go to the Housing and Land Development Corporation, if the Saudi money arrives, or any portion of that, in relation to the building of houses, some of those monies will go to the HLDC. Because what we have done, Madam Speaker, is to divide the work roughly between repairs with HLDC, with the Ministry of Housing, and the new houses. The new houses are with HLDC. That is the rough division. Though, of course, housing also does buildings from afresh. Now, how do you judge whether you can trust a government? And I'm dealing now with housing, because as far as I'm concerned, the issues concerning the roads and the port is a straightforward issue. The question, Madam Speaker, as to whether the opposition wants to visit the port, that's a matter which is neither here nor there in relation to this matter, which is before us. I don't know if they formally made a request. I don't know if they formally made a request to the minister. Certainly they haven't made any to me. I remember when the airport was being built, they were offered to come and visit the airport. They don't really want to visit the port. Now that the port is nearly finished, they're doing a song and dance that they want to visit, but they don't really want to visit the port. You know, they don't really want to do it. This is all by going there and visiting the port. You're not going to be able to make a touristic visit, to make any determination as to whether the things are going well or not well, and so on and so forth. So I am not going to spend much time on those things. I'm going to talk largely about housing. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance said that he will use the 2012 census numbers, 38,000 houses. If you look at 2001 census, I think it's a number just below 30,000. So between 2001 and 2012, those two census periods, you have in excess of 10,000 houses. more houses, which is remarkable, given the base which you have of just under 30,000. And that number of about 38,000 thereabouts approximated, Madam Speaker, to the number of electrical connections that you had for domestic use, domestic consumption in the year 2012. Today, for households with electrical connections, it's a number in excess of 47,000 electrical connections. So you can safely say that you have those numbers of houses in the country, a number in excess of 47,000. Because there are very few persons who are without electricity connection, maybe 2%, for one reason or another. No, Madam Speaker, I want you to reflect on this, and I want the country to reflect on this. Between 2001 and now, 24 years, we have added to the housing stock in this country some 19,000 houses. I'm not using percentages. I'm using actual houses. And from what you can see, they are bigger and better constructed than any time hitherto. You go from Kingston to Fancy, from Kingston to Fitzhughes, from Kingston to Campbell in Union Island, and it is absolutely remarkable, the quality of houses and the size of houses. And that has been as a result of the policies of the government in conjunction with the people. And Vincentian people are very proud of their houses. No. I'm dealing with the question, Madam Speaker, because the leader of the opposition, and I'm speaking to the country, raised some little point here, a little point here, angels dancing on the head of a pin, sought to be choreographed by him. But he says the gravamen of this thing is that he can't trust the government with any of the monies which are to be spent in this appropriation below the estimates. Well, the way you can trust, Madam Speaker, is to see what you have done in the past, what you're doing now, and what you say you're going to do in the future. How else are you going to do it? That's how life and living goes. That's how they go. So, we began, Madam Speaker, very early by saying that we have to provide low income, no income, in some cases low income and middle income housing. And we had to provide lands. We had government lands, and some cases we had to buy private lands to put housing settlements. And houses in between too, away from the settlements. Because, and I want the people to hear me, the leader of the opposition, with a clever sleight of hand, says that the Minister of Housing, the Minister of Finance recounted a number of things which you have done. But that's not what he wants to hear. But if you're building trust, one of the things when you trust somebody about is how they have behaved hitherto. What they have done hitherto. Fundamental. I will just list a few places, starting from North Windward. Fancy, Sandy Bay, Noel, Orange Hill, Langley Park, Caratal, Chester Cottage, Byra, Connery, Three Rivers, Park Hill, Sanssouci, Diamond, Brighton, Green Hill, Otley Hall, Retreat, Peters, Hope, Cumberland, Peterborough and Chateaubelair. We started to give people land, 10 cents land. People who had been in Fitzhughes, for instance, and I hope the people in Fitzhughes hearing me, since the turn of the 20th century, they went on lands. They moved, Madam Speaker, from Trash House to Boat House to Wall House, and never had an opportunity to own the land. We gave them the land at 10 cents a square foot in Fitzhughes. Madam Speaker, we also said you don't have to go to a lawyer to get your deed. We did the pro forma deed from the Attorney General's office. All that it required to register was $35. We didn't say any transfer tax, none at all, just the administrative cost at the registry. That's a fact. Go to all of them now, and they will tell you that Ralph gave them deed. Yes. They personalized it. They know it's the government, but you know how it says. Nowadays, they say it's the world boss, soon to be 6-star general. Madam Speaker, let's look at what we have done. We have distributed lands, more than 7,000, and provided titles to over 7,000 plots of land. So successful have we been in doing this, that between Bookament and Stubbs, there's hardly any government land remaining. We have to buy land in order to set about to see how we can settle persons. For instance, we bought some lands from the Murray family up above Murray Village area. I love touching that. Madam Speaker, because I've answered that, but I'm not really engaged in the opposition, you know. I want the public to know that if they interject, I will throw that because it helps them in following closely what I am saying. Madam Speaker, we proceeded to rehabilitate HLDC. HLDC under the previous government, the NDP government, had become a debt collecting agency for debts which had been accumulated during the period of Milton Cato's Labour Party government. And they made it plain, the NDP made it plain, that they're not building houses, that's a matter for the private sector. They made that absolutely clear. And then what they did, they got involved with a gentleman, Mangal Singh. I don't know if he's a relative of Boise Singh. That Mangal Singh hoodwinked them out of a thing called colonial homes, hoodwinked the government, the NDP government. And it failed. I am dealing with trust, Madam Speaker, who you can trust to handle your business of housing. Then, Madam Speaker, we introduced a policy of no down payment for public servants, for 100% mortgages at the state-owned National Commercial Bank, which we built up immensely. In fact, Madam Speaker, there are persons, maybe in this very parliament, who are teachers or public servants, have built their houses from this policy of the Unity Labour Party. And there are several thousands of houses which have been so built. Then we introduced a law called the Possessory Titles Act. Madam Speaker, you're a lawyer, Madam Speaker, and you know that when somebody doesn't leave a will, or they may even leave a will and they may will something which they don't really own. And they will really want anything if you don't own it, if you can't prove your root of title for the property you're passing on. And to do letters of administration, it's a hell of a problem. Because we are a migrant people, we're all about, and many, many years pass, donkey years pass, you can't get the birth certificate, the death certificates to show the chain. So what did we do? We decided that in turning dead property into live property, we brought in this possessory titles bill. You know how that was drafted, Madam Speaker? By the following persons. No, persons who are deceased: Andrew Cummins, Parnell Campbell, Hans Matadiel, Ralph Gonzalez, and we brought in the Attorney General at the time, Judith Jones-Morgan. And we drafted what you may call a lawyer's bill to cut through a lot of the problems which are insoluble. I understand that there are one or two judges subsequently trying to tighten it. We may have to make correctives here legislatively. And down to yesterday, I've been talking to the Attorney General about that, and with an experienced lawyer. I asked him, who deals with these matters. He says that he knows that there are thousands of parcels of land and properties, real estate, real property, have been brought into the commercial system and proper title because of the possessory titles bill. You see them advertised every single week in the newspapers. Then there's the Lives to Live program. We have instituted that to help take care of the very poor, to take care of persons who are disabled, put on toilets for them. Madam Speaker, you know, when we came to office, the NDP had a pit toilet digging program, you know. That was in the estimates. Money put aside to dig pit toilet. I had to say, but why are we digging pit toilet? Why we don't do the connection, water connection? And I discussed that with someone who is in this house, who was at the time having a senior position in the Central Water and Sewage Authority. And he agreed with me. And we worked together on that. And we did some good work together on that in a number of different areas. Madam Speaker, we went on a material distribution program. In the old days of the NDP, they gave a maximum of $750 for building materials. Well, they used to build houses. They used to build, they build houses. Okay. Well, let me begin. Madam Speaker, a query is being raised by someone, and I want the public to know, where did Labour build houses? Let me begin by affirming first. Let me begin first of all, Madam Speaker. let me begin first of all, that the only government since universal adult suffrage in 1951 which never built a house is the NDP government. I want to say this, Madam Speaker. Even the colonial government, they built houses up by what? Madam Speaker, up at Stony Ground. That is a Central Housing and Land Development Corporation from the colonial days. That's what it was called. Madam Speaker, Peruvian Vale is a housing estate by the Cato administration. The one at Camden Park. There are others I could talk about. So I am not. Right here in Fair Hall, they started a program, and the NDP government, the houses which were started, they said those are the only ones they're going to build. They did not build any, Madam Speaker. When the Labour government fell, there was a loan from Taiwan where they were building houses. And those houses which Labour had started, which were not yet finished, that's all they finished. I have to speak the truth about everything, but they have never built one single house. No, Madam Speaker. Then we have put in village roads. Put in village roads. You take, for instance, right at the moment, Madam Speaker, we have been dividing lands and we build houses, for instance, in Connery. We have just finished. We're handing out some more lots. We have just built 6. We have just put in roads of $6.5 million. All over, we have been putting in roads in the villages. Madam Speaker, then you go to the back of Georgetown, there's another $8.5 million worth there. You go to the Orange Hill project, the roads which we have put into them. All over, we have done that. And very importantly, Madam Speaker, while at the time when we came to office, you had 70% or so of the homes connected to water and electricity. 70% of under 30,000. Now you have 98% of 47,000 plus. So anybody who is listening, what do they say? Clearly, you may criticize the government about this or that, but you can't criticize them of not having the most comprehensive and coherent public policy on housing ever. And Madam Speaker, we then come to where this is connected with housing after disasters. The first such disaster was 2002 Hurricane Lily. Madam Speaker, there's persons in the NDP say that the disaster in 2001 is when they elected the Unity Labour Party government and re-elected it in 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020. In other words, the people are the ones who made their choice and made the right choices for them for houses. They're calling it disaster. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I don't have to call names, you know. Madam Speaker, I want to say this. I want to say this to the general public. There are some members of the opposition in this country. They can't even make a decision on a simple matter like giving the legends citizenship. And by the way, I have letters where they have all said they would love to have it. And they sent a beautiful letter thanking. I just said that parenthetically. The leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, said that decision was the most difficult that he has ever had to face in politics. When I heard him, when I sat here, I say, I can picture his agony. Can't sleep at night. Those who are close to him have to sap him with alcolado and limacol and call the doctor to give him sleeping tablets. I wasn't speaking. I was speaking to the public anyway. Okay.
Want to quote me accurately. Okay? Thank you. And you should take them back. I said nothing about can't sleep and limacol and alcolado. Yeah. He said that. Why you don't be quiet? I'm not talking to you. Okay? Yeah. So let him take it back, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I sat here, and when the leader of the opposition spoke at the time and spoke that it was his most anguished, there's never been a political decision. I sat here and felt a little sorry for him. I said those who are close to him were sapping him with alcolado and limacol and sending for sleeping tablets. I was only drawing my conclusion from his agony and anguish. That's all I was doing. Madam Speaker, something which I have been very, very concerned about. And if I may say this before I come back, Madam Speaker, to the issue of the disasters and the houses. In all the houses which we have been giving out and which we have put the policies like the no down payment 100% mortgages, I've always been concerned about young persons whom we have sent to university, help them to become professionals. I'm so proud of them. For them, when they come out, to be able to afford a house. And we have helped thousands of them. And Madam Speaker, because of the difficulty with the lands, in February, I called a meeting with relevant partners headed by the Bank of St. Vincent to do high-rise apartments, 2 and 3 bedrooms, and we have some lands, and the first one is for the middle income housing for young graduates, and we are considering a series of incentives. And you'll hear more about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know that there's some person, at least one person, when we are moving individuals from the Rose Place area at the beach, when they were saying they would want to put up high-rise buildings, I said, we have land to give them separate houses, as we did at Lomans. They had land, they had property worth in the aggregate under $300,000. We put a settlement for them and spent over $5 million and say, here is your key. Here is your key, that's your house. All over. I mean, so there is no question about what we have been doing. The first time, Madam Speaker, is Tropical Storm Lily in September 2002. I remember it as if it were yesterday because I was in the United Kingdom attending a Commonwealth Finance Ministers meeting. And the opening evening, the news had arrived in the UK. And I was a little surprised when Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth came to me and said, Prime Minister, how are we taking care of the persons who have lost their homes and who have suffered in Tropical Storm Lily? I say, Your Majesty, don't worry about that. We have a program where we deal with such things. And the first place we did these houses were at Rose Hall, and we haven't looked back. No, after Sufre, there are others which we have done along the way. Then after Sufre, that Sufre was the biggest up to that point, the volcanic eruptions. And then now, with Beryl, and because they came so close upon one another, there's a residue of houses to be fixed from the volcanic eruptions of April 2021, and these with Beryl. And the numbers kept moving, as the Minister of Finance pointed out, from the post-disaster needs assessment, which was done by the United Nations and by CDEMA and so on and so forth, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, that the number has risen to over 6,000. And what has taken place is this, and I want to explain this. Houses which were damaged by the volcano, where you didn't see that they required particular kind of damage. And the Honorable Member for North Windward, Parliamentary Representative, and Senator John, and those of us who have lived in the volcano-ravaged areas, we know this. You will change a few sheets of galvanized in the immediate aftermath of the volcanic eruptions, and you think you're fine. And people clean the roof and so on for you, the skilled workers. But within a few months, where they overlap, you find there's a problem and it starts to leak. I had experience in Goss with my house. So that there are houses which seemed okay when you sorted them out after Sufre and not now all right. Now think of this. With a full total number coming to 6,000 and more, our internal valuation is that you would require a number in the region of $485 million. EC. Madam Speaker, we don't have that kind of money. We don't have the workforce to do all of those one time. And materials, availability of materials is also a challenge. And we began, Madam Speaker, with this idea that we're going to do this. There are persons who said to me, well-meaning, ordinary people, said, Ralph, you're setting up yourself for a fall. You're not going to be able to repair or build all of those houses, because nobody has ever done that before in any disaster, here or anywhere else. Not even the great United States of America did that with Katrina. Katrina 20 years ago, people are still living, in fact, just came out of living out of their cars and their vans. The American government says you're on your own. Madam Speaker, Beryl struck us worse than it struck Jamaica. But it struck Jamaica particularly in a place called St. Elizabeth and another place, another area. What did the Jamaican government do? The government which the NDP applauds as an excellent government, as an exemplar to follow. The Jamaica Labour Party government. Madam Speaker, you know what they offered? Cash for them. The equivalent between $800 US, $800 US and 3,000 US. That is what was offered. Madam Speaker, when we build a house, a 3-bedroom house is $150,000. So I am showing you, Madam Speaker, I am showing how our perspective differs. And that is why the people can trust us to do this. In fact, I want to make bold to say this. I want to say this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I tell the people of this country, as I told them before the elections in 2010, before the elections in 2020, also in 2015, I said, if you need your house to be fixed, and it's not fixed yet, campaign for the comrade. Because he's the only man who will fix your house. And that is why I'm saying with honesty to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, not all the houses which have been damaged or destroyed are going to be fixed. But one thing for sure, what remains to be fixed, the only party who can do it is the Unity Labour Party, led by the world boss, the soon-to-be six-star general.
Honorable Prime Minister, you have 10 minutes remaining.
I'm obliged, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have been talking about the bill. I've been talking about the bill. You see, Madam Speaker, as the public will know, the Honorable Member for Central Kingston, who is my friend. He's my friend. He's my friend. And my neighbor in the way in which the book of Luke describes it. He is clever enough to understand that the matter on the port and the matter on the roads are sophistry, because we don't need any new money for that. That's existing money. But the housing, and that is what the people are concerned. That's what I'm concentrating on in this discussion. So he understands how telling this particular presentation is, and that is why he wants to take me off track. But he can't take me off track, but I just want to tell them that that is what he's trying to do. Just like how he had to come and mack me when I went up to Bonesy Corner Shop about 4 weeks ago up in Sharps. I just want... No. Madam Speaker, there's a fellow Marvin. There's a fellow Marvin who was in Basodi. I'm not looking for any response, but in as much he has sought to interrupt me. Now, Madam Speaker, what has happened is this. Let us look at the houses which have been assessed by Ministry of Housing. 5,898. But they're more than that. They have more assessment to do. And people are coming all the time. Yesterday morning, before I went on the radio, in dealing with my overnight file, early 4 the morning, for Tuesday, I sent the names of 10 persons. I sent several others. All that came in to my office. 10 persons from Central Kingston who want materials. I don't know whether those persons have been assessed by housing. So I sent them to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Housing, as I always do, with a note. I don't know whether they are NDP, ULP, or no P at all, because as I've repeatedly told persons, what I have gone through in politics, and this is my life work, before the good Lord, before I was born, he knew me before I was in my mother's womb. He made me. He made me. He blessed me. He sanctified me. He set me apart. And he made a proclamation in relation to me towards the nation. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Now, the city houses, let's take, and the bulk of each of these categories which have been assessed. They have either ongoing, completed, or self-help. Let's take, naturally, the area which was most assessed is the Southern Grenadines, 1,200. 39 of those have roofs going on. 650 have been completed and 368 self-help. Big number. In addition to that, the work which I have done with, and we have done with Mr. Wace of Gumbo Limbo, there are 305 of them which have been addressed. But what happens when Mr. Wace's organization addresses these? He will spend up to a particular limit. Put on the roof if there are other things to be done. And we have to do windows and all the rest of things we have to go and complete. I can go through let's take a constituency represented by the New Democratic Party. South Leeward. 50 roofs, that's ongoing. 125 completed, 262 self-help. In Central Kingston, 193 had been assessed. 32, the roofs are ongoing. 53 got completed roofs. 119 self-help. In West Kingston, 356 were assessed, 36 were ongoing, 62 roofs completed, 100 self-help, and so on and so forth. But anybody, one of the vilest accusations which could be made of me is that I will treat with the poor and the marginalized and the disadvantaged on the basis of political affiliation. Never could that accusatory finger be put at me or my government. I will never permit it. I don't do things like that. That's not the way I am made. Say all what you want about me. Even, as God would say, you could say what you want, say what you like it. This a meat hard for God. Madam Speaker, in the Southern Grenadines, I have a report for Canada and Union Island from our organization as to what has been done and what is there to be done. I have one from the Gumbo Limbo group. I don't have to go through them. I think I've given the broad details. Trust. You can trust us. You can trust us. I want to say this, Madam Speaker. If the opposition wishes to visit the port, they can write the Minister of the Port. They can write to me, and in accordance with a schedule with the Project Management Implementation Unit, the oversight body, headed by Laura Anthony Brown on one side and the Linsky Douglas, several other persons involved in that, including an overseas consultant. We can go and make an arrangement. But I want to say this, and Madam Speaker, permit me, as I'm winding up, to say this. I take my views on the port from those which are involved in the oversight of the project. Qualified people I don't take the views of a bartender with a drone. I don't take the views of a water engineer who tells me that it will be washed away by the end of August. I don't take the views of a structural engineer who hasn't addressed the matter, who had told me and told the whole nation that a plane can't land at Argyle. I don't take those views into account. I take serious people, not those tinged by either ignorance or partisan politics. This is a serious business. I also want to say, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful. And permit me to say one final thing by parenthesis, in parenthesis. There are persons who just like to talk and run off their mouth and don't get the facts. It relates also recently to someone who resigned from the office of the DPP. I told the lawyer who was carrying on about this, I said to him, you do not know the facts. That's all I will say. You do not know the facts. And I urge everyone, no, everybody who's talking about these things, don't ask the person who will know, That is me as Minister of Legal Affairs. In the same way, ask intelligent questions. We have brought everything here in every project. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, continues with the canard, the outrageous untruth that you don't know how much the airport is cost. It is there at SIPO, the final closing accounts. We brought all the monies which we borrowed here to the Parliament. He continues that particular untruth. He must stop it. Why, if somebody is always so negative about everything which is progressive, tells a mountain of untruths, distorts facts, he goes about stylizing facts in search of a theory of explanation, involving in a range of minutiae without any real substance. And Madam Speaker, can you trust such a person? And the answer is no. You can trust the Unity Labour Party and Ralph to deal with your house. If we don't get the money here, the approval for this $41 million for the houses, and if we don't get the approval for the $3 million for the people in the touristic accommodation and the shelters, all things crash. That's what they want. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker. I know what the people want. Madam Speaker, it's almost 2 o'clock. I think this perhaps is an appropriate time for us to take the suspension for the luncheon period. We return at 3:30, an hour and 35 minutes. An hour and 35 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 3:30 p.m. All that are in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those of a contrary opinion? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. House stands suspended.
General Hardware still has the best prices on steel, lumber, and plywood. So go on, compare prices. And
if by chance you find a better price, no stress. Just talk to the General and they will beat that price plus give you special priority delivery. Yes, General Hardware offers free island-wide delivery on most purchases, so you never have to worry about getting your goods on site on time. Plus, shopping at General Hardware is a pleasant experience with friendly, knowledgeable staff always ready to serve. What more could you wish for, huh? So come to General Hardware for proper service, lowest prices, free delivery, and see why nobody beats the General. Nobody. General Hardware still has the best prices on steel, lumber, and plywood. So go on, compare prices. And if by chance you find a better price, no stress. Just talk to the General and they will beat that price plus give you special priority delivery. Yes, General Hardware offers free island-wide delivery on most purchases, so you never have to worry about getting your goods on site on time. Plus, shopping at General Hardware is a pleasant experience with friendly, knowledgeable staff always ready to serve. What more could you wish for, huh? So come to General Hardware for proper service, lowest prices, free delivery, and see why nobody beats the General. Nobody.
Bonady Supermarket in Kingstown, serving the nation with quality service and excellent prices. At Bonady Supermarket number 2, located at Upper Middle Street, we are proud to serve you. We are second to none. Call us at 457-1616. We at Bonady Supermarket number 2 will always be here for you. Bonady Supermarket, serving the nation with quality service and excellent prices.
At Sol, we know our customers need fuel economy and good mileage. The additives in Sol Go Further fuels enhance your vehicle's performance with superior deposit control, friction reduction, and outstanding corrosion protection. And that means you'll get the most out of every mile you drive. Fuels designed for life's journeys. Choose Sol Go Further fuels.
Flo's prepaid customers can now unlock big bonus rewards like bonus data, prizes, and more every time you activate a 3-day prepaid plan or launcher. Activate a plan, then scratch to reveal your bonus data. Plus, get points for extra prizes. The more you activate, the more bonus data and prizes you can win. Get in on the big bonus rewards when you activate a prepaid plan. Dial *129# or visit topupflow.com to activate a plan today.
There are many cleaning companies, but there is only one company that cleans, and that is VinceClean. So you don't have to wait for a season. Cleanliness is enough of a reason. Just finish building your dream home and wish to move in? Then VinceClean is for you. Do you have oil mark where that car is parked? New tiles just laid and want to remove tile grout, cement, or paint? VinceClean is for you. Shampooing of chair sets, mattress, carpet, house cleaning. VinceClean is for you. So whatever cleaning you need and for the best prices and quality on the market, telephone 431-1360, 457-1649. VinceClean, 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 the best in service.
Get dinner and candles alight, popcorn for your movie night. One stop and get it right. It's that good. We've got what you're looking for. All the brands you love and more. Get everything at Massey Stores. Massey Stores is where you wanna be. We take care of you like family. We do all that we could to treat you like we should. It's that good, it's that good, that good. When you shop at Massey Stores, that good.
Massey Stores, our family serving your family.
Lewis Pharmacy. We specialize in friendly service with a personal, professional touch. Hence, we take pride in offering patient counseling on all prescription and over-the-counter products. We welcome inquiries on prescription drugs, vitamins, herbal preparation, fitness nutritional products, cough, cold, allergy, and all other health care products. For the convenience of our patients and surrounding community, we are situated uptown opposite the bus stop at Juicy Building. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Lewis Pharmacy.
Get value for your money. Shop at Richardson Motors. Shop at Richardson Motors Limited and enjoy 3 services in one. Pop into our convenience store for a wide array of snacks, drinks, and toiletries. Visit our mechanic shop for specialized treatment for your brakes, exhaust systems, and wheel alignment at our garage. But there's more. When you shop at Richardson Motors, get a free oil change service, clean, high-quality fuel, or shop from a wide range of automotive parts and accessories. We are conveniently located along the Arnesville Main Road. Drive on up. Reliability, convenience, and variety. Richardson Motors is your #1 stop.
CK Graves and Company is the number one supermarket, 100% intention. The Intention Supermarket. We've got more of what you're looking for in multiple locations to serve you more and more. In business now for over 50 years, and you will always say by shopping right here. Oh yes, we're #1. CK Graves and Company, and we are Vincent Johns, a supermarket for you and me.
Air filters, oil filters, fuel filters, disc pads and brake shoes, clutch discs, pressure plates, rotor plates, engine parts, fan belts, timing belts, oil seals, spark plugs, radiators, radiator hoses, water pumps, universal joints, suspension parts, KYB Japanese shocks for Toyota, Nissan, and Suzuki, tie rods, rack ends, ball joints. You can also get accessories, cleaning supplies, polishes, titanium tint, black tint, Valvoline motor oils, Toyota and Honda motor oils, transmission fluids, Michelin wiper blades, headlights, corner lights, HID kits, HID bulbs and ballast, LED bulbs, and much, much more can be had at Automax Auto Parts. Automax goes the extra mile and spend the extra $1 to ensure that you get first quality Japanese auto parts. Come see the difference at our showroom opposite the basketball court in Camden Park. Call us at 458-2000 or 529-2070. Visit us on Facebook, Automax Auto Parts. Drive the extra mile to get the best first quality auto parts.
Please note that we open on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
I passed by a brethren the other day. If you see he plays rat and cockroach racing, mosquito fighting one another for come knee in your ears, and the amount of woodlights I see, I had to wonder if them been in the wood with no attack and build the ark. I said, bye, call Flick.
For the eradication of pests, Flick is your answer. Before and after construction of your domestic and commercial buildings, Flick uses environmentally safe chemicals and keep washrooms fresh with the Aroma Odor Control and the FemCare Sanitary Disposal Systems. Call Flick Pest Control today at 457-1857 or click www.flickpestcontrol.com.
Memorial Funeral Home is the first in SVG to offer on-site cremation service. The new and modern crematorium provides a safe way to memorialize your loved ones. Memorial Funeral Home offers a variety of urns in which you can preserve your loved one in a personal way. Cremation can ease the financial burden as it reduces the cost of a standard funeral service by 50%. Caskets can also be rented. Cremation is a necessary option to the overcrowded burial grounds across the country. Their friendly and courteous staff will continue to take care of all your funeral needs, whether you choose to bury or cremate. If your loved ones die abroad, there's no need to worry. Memorial Funeral Home can assist in the transportation of bodies to SVG and from SVG to any part of the world. Memorial Funeral Home services can be accessed at their 2 locations. In Kingstown in the Russells Building at telephone number 453-2697 and in Mesopotamia at 458-8888. The Memorial Funeral Home, leading the way in modern and affordable services. Call us. We care.
Randy's Supermarket is perfect for all your grocery needs. We have a range of liquor, liqueur, and wines, fresh and quality bread, and our weekly specials will simply amaze you. Conveniently opened 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Mondays to Thursdays, and Fridays and Saturdays 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. We have competitive prices and friendly staff. Randy Supermarket, located at Lower Bay Street and Terrell Street. Call us at 456-2994. Randy Supermarket, where shopping is fun.
Flo's prepaid customers can now unlock big bonus rewards like bonus data, prizes, and more every time you activate a 3-day prepaid plan or launcher. Activate a plan, then scratch to reveal your bonus data. Plus, get points for extra prizes. The more you activate, the more bonus data and prizes you can win. Get in on the big bonus rewards when you activate a prepaid plan. Dial *129# or visit topupflow.com to activate a plan today.
Nice Radio's birthday celebration package is brought to you with the compliments of the following.
Get dinner and candles alight, popcorn for your movie night. One stop and get it right. It's that good. We've got what you're looking for. All the brands you love and more. Get everything at Massy Stores. Massy Stores is where you wanna be. We take care of you like family. We do all that we could to treat you like we should. It's that good, it's that good, that good. When you shop at Massy Stores, that good.
Massy Stores, our family serving your family.
Welcome to Subway, where you can always have it your way. My name is Stacy. What can I make for you?
Hey, Stacy. I'll have a chicken teriyaki salad. All veggies, please. And for my daughter, Naomi, a pizza. Naomi, what would you like to have on your pizza?
Pepperoni bacon.
They've got tomatoes as well.
Pepperoni bacon.
What about some fresh onions, corn, pineapple?
Pepperoni bacon.
Naomi, you can also have olives, jalapeno, extra meat.
Nope. Pepperoni bacon.
Stacy, can I have one chicken teriyaki salad, all veggies, please, and a pizza with pepperoni and bacon?
You can have it your way.
Come into our uptown or downtown location today or order on your favorite delivery app. Subway, have it your way.
The birthday winner of the week will receive a $20 gift voucher from Massy Stores and a $20 meal voucher from Subway.
Oh, yes, it's the first time around for the afternoon. If you know anybody celebrating a birthday today, whether it be a relative, a friend, or that special someone in your life and you want to celebrate with us, give us a call, 456-5967. Celebrate with us while we celebrate with you. And with that, I'm going to go to my birthday bag and shout happy birthday to Alan, Uncle Louis Lewis in Beckway, who's celebrating today. Happy birthday to you, Uncle Louis. Enjoy your big day today. Automax Car Park of Condon Park. They're celebrating their anniversary today. Happy anniversary to you, the entire staff at Automax Car Parts. Happy anniversary. Imna Thompson, that's Imna Taxi Thomas in Kingstown, celebrating today. Happy birthday to Judy Dabrio in Kingston. Happy birthday to you, Judy. Celebrate with us while we celebrate with you. Let's go to the phone lines. Celebration package. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? Where are you calling me from?
I'm calling from the beautiful village of Korea, and I would just like to send out birthday. Korea coming from his mommy. And
all right. Sorry, you break up just now. So if you could just repeat what you just said.
Coming from his mommy, Angela, and Everett Thomas.
Sorry, who is celebrating?
Everett Thomas.
Everett Thomas of Korea.
Yeah.
All right. And all these greetings are coming from whom?
His mommy, Angela.
Angela.
Yes.
What you have in store for Everett today?
Well, I wish him the best of luck in life.
You wish him happy birthday already for the day?
Yes, please.
What did he say?
Well, he did that.
He what?
I said he appreciated it.
Okay, all right. He was smiling too?
And Sunday will be better.
Sunday will be greater.
Yeah.
All right. All the best to Everett and ensure that he enjoys his day today, okay?
Yes, I
You
will.
can cook for him and you prepare the dinner as well. All
Yes,
right?
I am.
All the best, Angela. Thanks for celebrating with us. All the best to Everard. Take care. Gonna go back to my birthday bag. This time I'm shouting happy birthday to Malcolm Roach, Shelly and Webb and Rockies, Marcy Glasgow. Happy birthday, Marcy. Conroy Harry in the USA celebrating today. Happy birthday to Julie Grant. Julie, it's your big day today. Happy birthday to you, girl. Gonna go back to my phone lines. Let's see who's there. Good afternoon. Celebration package.
The Spice of Life, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Percy. How are you today on this beautiful day?
Yes, that's good. Well, I want to say belated happy birthday to a wonderful lady. I just want to let her know that I'm seeing her some photography on Instagram. I see that she enjoyed her day yesterday and that she did all the good things.
Sound like some paparazzi around, however they call it.
Well, I
some
surely set
paparazzi
up
around.
some paparazzis and they've got all the photography going. So, yes.
And you're part of that. My goodness.
Well, I hope that you had a fantastic day yesterday and you did enjoy.
Yes.
Want to say happy birthday to Justina Roberts. She's down there in Bali celebrating her birthday today. Want to wish Just a happy birthday. All the family and friends want to wish her a great birthday and enjoy. As well as Dean John over there in Canada. He's celebrating his birthday today as well. All his other siblings want to wish he happy birthday and hope that he enjoy. That's it, the spice of life. So maybe we head up to Bend Your Head and finish it off.
Mm-hmm. Have a 3 for 10. 3 for 10.
That's wonderful.
But Julian, Avis usually celebrate on the 6th as well. You remember her, Avis? What's her last name?
Avis Prince.
Avis Prince, you forgot her?
No, she's in Chimoka. She celebrates.
Yesterday was supposed to be her birthday, innit?
Yes, I did send greetings
to
her
did?
yesterday. Yes, I did.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All the best to Avis. Belated birthday to you. And thanks for calling, Julian.
It's just that I'm hearing the one that celebrated yesterday. I did send for her yesterday, but that photography, those photographs are all around. I have to say so again.
Really? So. All right. I hear you, Julian.
Have a wonderful
All
one.
right, you too. Enjoy the rest of your day. Celebrate with us while we celebrate with you. Mm-hmm. And you should have fun when your birthday comes. Gonna go back to my birthday bag and shout happy birthday to Shelly and Webb, Marcy Glasgow, Conroy Harry in the USA. Julie Grant is celebrating. Selma Finley of Chateaubriand is celebrating. Happy birthday to you. Let's go back to the phone lines. Celebration package. Good afternoon.
Happy birthday to you, beautiful lady.
Thank you, Percy.
I learned that you're wearing a bandage around your neck. Not even a plaster, bandage.
Who told you that, Julian?
I don't know.
He's a paparazzi man, so have to be he tell you something like that.
This is some vampire attack. I just love those bites.
Some good news.
Those love bites as well very quickly.
Mm.
And nice, you know.
I have to put that on my news list.
Okay then. I hope you had a wonderful and a blessed day yesterday.
I did, Percy.
I want to wish you God continuous blessing, the very best of health and happiness. And I also want to say happy belated birthday to Not a Word.
Give me that name again.
Not a Word.
That's the name of.
Have it.
That's okay. Not a word. I never heard that one.
Okay then. She celebrated her birthday yesterday.
All right.
Prince. Happy birthday to Avis also. Well, I know the cocoa tree Jay, a long time ago.
I thought it was under the almond tree.
No, it was under the cocoa tree.
Oh, under the cocoa tree.
But I don't know which tree they under now.
Where I got almond from?
I'm not sure.
I sure there was under the almond tree, girls.
Okay.
Dougie might know.
I want to wish a happy birthday. God continue His blessing and all the good things that this life will have to offer. So, Spice, have a blessed and a wonderful one.
You too, Percy. Enjoy. Well, that's all the names coming from my birthday bag. The birthday winner for the week is Sharon France of Clear Valley. Congratulations to you, Sharon. You are the birthday winner of the week. And remind you when you're part of Nice Radio's birthday celebrations, you can be qualified to become the birthday winner of the week. So that's it for the celebration segment. Join us at 10 minutes to 3 when the lines will be open for you once again. The number to call to celebrate with us is 456-5967.
Never stopped when my mama asked me, will I change? Tell her, yeah, but it's clear I'll always be the same until the end of time. These broken wings, I need your hands to come and heal me once again. Until the end of time. Till the end of time. Please don't forgive me for my life of sin. My heart stares seem to scare all my sister's kids. So you know I don't hang around the house much. This all night money making got me out of touch. Shit, ain't flashed a smile in a long way.
It's now time for Nice Radio's business news package.
De Freitas and Associates is a full-service professional firm offering accounting, taxation, audit, management consulting and business advisory services to meet the needs of today's entrepreneurs, business enterprises of any size, not-for-profit entities and government agencies in an ever-changing and dynamic global business environment. Our firm's office network includes locations in Canada, Belize, Honduras, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines that are always ready and able to be of service to you. Please contact us today by looking in your local yellow pages or visit our website at www.defreitas-consulting.com. De Freitas and Associates, let us exceed your expectations.
Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better. Our services include human resource management and development advisory services, assessment tools, search and selection, strategic planning and business development. Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Campbell with Nice Radio's business news for Thursday, August the 7th, 2025. A single ticket for sea travel between Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados with stops to other Caribbean islands could soon cost less than $100. This comes as the Caribbean community intensifies efforts to revolutionize regional transportation and deepen economic integration across member states. Barbados Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Carrie Simmons, announced the initiative during a recent press conference following the recent CARICOM Heads of Government meeting in Jamaica.
The plan, he said, is not only to move goods more efficiently, but also to allow affordable and practical movement of people throughout the region. While a vessel has already been identified for cargo transport between Guyana and Barbados, the initiative has grown to include the development of a passenger ferry system with possible stops in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, and other CARICOM states. Antigua and Barbuda-based Liat Air is marking its first anniversary after launching in the wake of Liat 1974 Limited's collapse during the COVID-19 pandemic. Relaunched as Liat 20 and later rebranded, the airline began operations without support from several former shareholder governments, including Barbados, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who opted not to reinvest. Now operating under the name Liat Air, the airline services 13 Caribbean destinations, stretching from Jamaica to Guyana. Meanwhile, Liat Air is expanding beyond the Caribbean with plans to launch flights to Miami and mainland Africa next year. The Antigua-based airline also signed a memorandum of understanding with a local company backed by Colombian investors to begin weekly charter flights to Colombia starting in September. The new routes are part of Liat's air strategy to grow its global presence and meet rising demand, particularly in health and wellness tourism. Inflation has increased in the United States, and Barbados Central Bank Governor Dr. Kevin Greenidge believes that based on Barbados' fixed exchange rate and its reliance on the U.S. market, this could negatively impact prices in the coming months. In the central bank's half-year economic review released last Friday, Greenidge said inflation declined to 0.5% as international price pressures eased. Last week, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that inflation increased to 2.7% as American consumers faced higher prices linked to the tariffs Donald Trump administration has imposed on trading partners. In the review, Greenidge said prices moderated across several factors, including alcoholic beverages and tobacco, furnishings and household equipment, and housing and utilities. Transport costs also declined in line with lower international oil prices. The Bank of England cuts interest rates from 4.25% to 4%, and the bank's fifth cut since last August passed on a knife edge and takes the cost of borrowing to its lowest level for more than 2 years. Governor Andrew Bailey tells the BBC that he expects rates to continue moving downwards, but the course is a bit more uncertain. Chancellor Rachel Reeves said, the government is putting more money in people's pockets, but the Conservatives say rates should be falling faster. U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping new tariffs on more than 90 countries around the world have come into effect. Moments before his deadline passed for countries to negotiate U.S. trade deals, Trump posted on his Truth Social platform that billions of dollars were now flowing into his country as a result of his import taxes. Trump is using tariffs to encourage jobs and manufacturing industries to return to America, among other political goals. India has unexpectedly become a key target in Washington's latest push to pressure Russia over the Ukraine war. On Wednesday, Donald Trump doubled U.S. tariffs on India to 50%, up from 25%, penalizing Delhi for purchasing Russian oil, a move India called unfair and unjustified. The tariffs aim to cut Russia's oil revenues and force Putin into a ceasefire. The new rate will come into effect in 21 days, so on August the 27th. The U.S. is India's top export market, making up 18% of exports and 2.2% of GDP. And that's the end of Nice Radio's business news package for today, Thursday, August the 7th. I am Natalie Campbell. Do have yourselves a productive, safe afternoon.
De Freitas and Associates is a full-service professional firm offering accounting, taxation, audit, management consulting and business advisory services to meet the needs of today's entrepreneurs, business enterprises of any size, not-for-profit entities and government agencies in an ever-changing and dynamic global business environment. Our firm's office network includes locations in Canada, Belize, Honduras, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines that are always ready and able to be of service to you. Please contact us today by looking in your local yellow pages or visit our website at www.defreitas-consulting.com. De Freitas and Associates, let us exceed your expectations.
Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better. Our services include human resource management and development advisory services, assessment tools, search and selection, strategic planning and business development. Joachim and Associates, helping those who do a great job do it better.
Lewis Pharmacy. We specialize in friendly service with a personal, professional touch. Hence, we take pride in offering patient counseling on all prescription and over-the-counter products. We welcome inquiries on prescription drugs, vitamins, herbal preparation, fitness nutritional products, cough, cold, allergy, and all other health care products. For the convenience of our patients and surrounding community, we are situated uptown opposite the bus stop at Juicy Building. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Lewis Pharmacy.
It's now time for Nice Radio's Health and Gardening segment.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Campbell, and welcome to another Healthy Road segment. In recent times, there's been an increase in the number of women who complain of period pain, which raises the question, what are the reasons that have contributed to this increase? Let us look at the causes of period pains. Endometriosis, a condition caused by tissue which is similar to the lining of the uterus growing outside the uterus. Adenomyosis, when the tissue from the lining of the uterus grows into the wall of the uterus. Fibroids, benign tumors that develop in or on the uterus. Pelvic inflammatory disease, an infection of the reproductive system caused by sexually transmitted disease, and changes in lifestyle and diet. Certain lifestyle factors can worsen the pain experienced during menstruation, and some of these include lack of physical activity, stress, lack of sleep, smoking, and an unhealthy diet which includes high amounts of processed foods, unhealthy fats, refined sugars, caffeine, and alcohol. Menstrual cramps can cause debilitating pain and much discomfort, and while the root cause may be medically addressed, chamomile tea and ginger tea are two simple, time-tested kitchen remedies to ease those cramps. Additionally, some fruits and vegetables are known to provide pain relief. These include oranges, kale, broccoli, and dark chocolate. Remember, it is important to eat nutrient-rich foods throughout the month in order to support you when you have period pain or cramps.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
There were nights when the wind was so cold, my body froze in bed if I just listened to it right outside the window. There were days when the sun was so cruel, I used to dust and I just knew my enough forever. I finished crying in the instant that you left, and I can't remember where or when or how, and I banished every memory you and I had ever made. But when you touch me like this, and you hold me like that, I just have to admit that it's all coming back to me. When I touch you like this, and I hold you like that, it's so hard to believe, but it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back, it's all coming back to me now. There were moments of gold and there were flashes of light. There were things I'd never do again, but then they'd always seem right. There were nights of endless pleasure. It was more than any loss in love. Baby, baby, if I kiss you like this, and if you whisper like that, it was lost long ago, but it's all coming back to me. If you want me like this, and if you need me like that, it was that long ago, but it's all coming back to me. It's so hard to resist, and it's all coming back to me. I can barely recall, but it's all coming back to me now. But you were history with the slamming of the door, and I made myself so strong again somehow, and I never wasted any of my time on you since then. But if I touch you like this, and if you kiss me like that, it was so long ago, but it's all coming back to me. If you touch me like this, and if I kiss you like that, it was gone with the wind, but it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back, it's all coming back to me now. There were moments of gold and there were flashes of light. There were things we could never do again, but then they'd always seem right. There were nights of endless pleasure. It was more than all your loves in love. Baby, 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 when you touch me like this, and when you hold me like that, it was gone with the wind, but it's all coming back to me. When you see me like this, and when I see you like that, then we see what we want to see, all coming back to if I forgive you all that. We forgive and forget, and it's all coming back to you. It's all coming back to me now. When I touch you like that, it's all coming back to me now. And if you do it like that, it's all coming back to me now. And if we
take me as I am, put your hand in mine, now and forever. Darling, here I stand before you now. Deep inside I always knew it was you, you and me. Two hearts gone together, bound by destiny. It was you, and you for me. Every road leads to your door. Every step I take, forever. Just say you love me for the rest of your life. I got a lot of love and I don't wanna let go. Will you still love me for the rest of my life? 'Cause I can't go on. No, I can't go on. I can't go on if I'm on my own. Take me as I am, put your heart in mine, stay with me forever. 'Cause I am just a man, never understood. I never had a thing to prove. There was you and me, and it all came back so suddenly. I'm close to you that I wanna be. Just say you love me for the rest of your life. I got a lot of love and I don't wanna let go. Will you still love me for the rest of my life? 'Cause I can't go on. No, I can't go on. I can't go on if I'm on my own. Do you believe in love that runs so strong? Do you believe in love that passed you by? There was no special one for me. I was the lonely one, you see. But then my heart lost all control. Now you're all that I know. Just say you love me for the rest of your life. I've got a lot of love and I don't wanna let go. Will you still love me for the rest of my life? 'Cause I can't go on. No, I can't go on. I can't go on if I'm on my own.
Heart beats fast, colors and promises. How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? Watching you stand alone, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. Time stands still, beauty in all she is. I will be brave. I will not let anything take away. Standing in front of me, every breath, every hour has come to this. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. One step closer. One step closer. I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. And all along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more.
this room. Oh, and girl, I know where to start and what we're gonna do. I'll take my time, we'll be all night, girl. So get ready, babe. I got plans for me and you. Whoa. It ain't my first time, but baby girl, we can pretend that this moment right real tonight will never end. Let me take you down. I really wanna take you down and show you what I'm about. I take you down to party, oh, party up and down. So don't stop, don't get it, quit playing with it and play. Oh, take you down. I really wanna take you down, take you down. Pretty girl, let's take it off in this room. No time to waste, girl, you know what we came to do. We got all night to try to get it right, girl. I hope you're ready, hope you're ready, hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, babe, cause here we go. You know how we do. Oh, it ain't my first time, but baby girl, we can pretend like this moment right. Come on, tonight it never ends. I really wanna take you down and show you what I'm about. I take you down, yeah. Party up and down. So don't stop, don't get it, quit playing with it. I can't wait no more. Take it down. I really wanna take it down. You freaking know, baby, like the pro, baby, and I bet that you think you know, baby, like you're pro, baby. So what you wanna do? Take it down, baby, nice and slow. So bring it, let's go, baby. Come on, baby, come on, baby. Let me take you down. Let me show you, let me do a thing like I wanna do. Ooh, body up, body up. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't wait no more. Take it down. Take it down. I said I wanna take it down. Yeah. Let me take it down. Take it down. All the way down. Take it down.
I know I can't take one more step towards you, 'cause all that's waiting is regret. And don't you know I'm not your ghost anymore? You lost the love I loved the most. I learned to live half alive, and now you want me one more time. And who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts and tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? I hear you're asking all around if I am anywhere to be found. But scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? It took so long just to feel alright. Remember how to put back the light in my eyes. I wish I had missed the first time that we kissed. 'Cause you broke all your promises, and now you're back. You don't get to get me back. And who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts and tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. And who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart.
You ask me if I love you, and I choke on my reply. I'd rather hurt you honestly than mislead you with a lie. And who am I to judge you on what you say or do? I'm only just beginning to see the real you. And sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much, and I have to close my eyes and hide. I wanna hold you till I die, till we both break down and cry. I wanna hold you till the fear in me subsides. Romance and all its strategy leaves me battling with my pride. But through the insecurity, it's in the feeling in our weak side. It's in the meaning in our spark. It is the thing that sets us apart. Who we are, 'cause the rhythm of life keeps pumping. Together going strong, no matter what we keep this flowing. Before we will go all in, our hands up in the sky, celebrate and come let your rhythm flow.
Nice Radio's birthday celebration package is brought to you with the compliments of the following.
Get dinner and candles alight, popcorn for your movie night. One stop and get it right. It's that good. We've got what you're looking for. All the brands you love and more. Get everything at Nasty Stores. Nasty Stores is where you wanna be. We take care of you like family. We do all that we could to treat you like we should. It's that good, it's that good, that good. When you shop at Nasty Stores, that good.
Massy Stores. Our family serving your family.
Welcome to Subway, where you can always have it your way. My name is Stacy. What can I make for you?
Hey Stacy, I'll have a chicken teriyaki salad. All veggies, please. And for my daughter Naomi, a pizza. Naomi, what would you like to have on your pizza?
Pepperoni bacon.
They've got tomatoes as well.
Pepperoni bacon.
What about some fresh onions, corn, pineapple?
Pepperoni bacon.
Naomi, you can also have olives, jalapeno, extra meat.
Nope, pepperoni bacon.
Stacy, can I have one chicken teriyaki salad, all veggies, please, and a pizza with pepperoni and bacon?
You can have it your way.
Come into our uptown or downtown location today or order on your favorite delivery app. Subway, have it your way.
The birthday winner of the week will receive a $20 gift voucher from Massy Stores and a $20 meal voucher from Subway.
Oh, yes, it's that time again when we celebrate. 4565967. That's the number to call if you want to celebrate with us. So what I'm going to do right about now, I'm going to go to my phone lines. Let's see who is there. Good afternoon, celebration package.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon. How are you? Where are you calling me from?
I calling you from Sandy Bay.
Sandy Bay in the house. How is Sandy Bay this afternoon?
Very, very,
Wonderful. Who is celebrating for you?
I do celebrating. I the same guy who praying for you that you get a little stronger today and a good company will get up again. Give thanks and praising for that.
Sorry, could you repeat what he just said?
I say I the guy who pray for you to bring you a little back stronger.
Okay, this is not Gypsy, eh? This is Spicy.
Oh, Spicy, okay. All
yes,
right, Spicy.
Gypsy's on her little vacation.
All right, okay,
right?
Spicy.
But she worked for me yesterday. Yesterday was my birthday. We normally do a rotation, right?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Guys, I wish you a happy birthday, and I will like you to live to see many more and more again.
All right, thank you, my dear.
Okay, all right. Good,
you said that you were praying. You are a praying man.
Yes, I'm a Christian.
You're Christian, okay?
Yeah.
All right, my dear. Well,
right,
keep praying, keep the faith, okay?
Okay.
All right, my dear. Take care. Gonna go back to my birthday bag. This time I'm shouting happy birthday to Dean John in Canada. Happy birthday, Dean John. Belated birthday to Avis, not award Prince of Chumaka, who celebrated yesterday. Jacinta Roberts, happy birthday, Jacinta. Evra Thomas in Career. Evra, they're celebrating his big day today. And your daughter, she's going to ensure that you enjoy your big day today. Happy birthday to Isilma Findlin Shatibele, Julie Grant. Happy birthday to you. Happy belated to Patterson Home of Mesopotamia, living at Yambo. I know he celebrated his big day yesterday. Happy belated birthday to you, Pato. Julie Grant, happy birthday. Belated birthday also to Devony Cordes of Gome. She's my classmate. She celebrated her big day yesterday as well. Conroy Harry in the USA. Marcy Glasgow, it's your big day today. Shelly and Webb of Rockies, happy birthday to you. When you're part of Nice Radio's birthday celebrations, you can be qualified to become the birthday winner of the week. The birthday winner for this week is Sharon Francois of Clare Valley. Let's go back to my birthday bag. Alan, Uncle Louis Lewis in Beckway celebrating today. Happy birthday, Uncle Louis. Automax is celebrating their anniversary. That's Automax down there in Condon Park. Imna Taxi Thomas in Kingston. Happy birthday, Imna. Judy Dabber in Kingston. Malcolm Roach, Shelley and Webb, Marcy Glasgow, all celebrating their big day today. Belated birthday to Pet Harper in the USA and Gayleen and Winston Cupid in the USA celebrated their 37th wedding anniversary. Well, that's all the names coming from my birthday bag. Join us at 10 minutes to 4 if there's no parliament.
At that time, when we'll be opening the lines for you once again, that number to call if you want to celebrate with us is 456-5967. Stay tuned for the health news package coming up in a shorty short.
Happy birthday.
My heart belongs to you. So what can I do to make you feel I'm down with you? See me hanging around, but you don't know how you make me feel for you. And each and every day, I try to make some sense of it. What you mean to me?
It's now time for Nice Radio's Health News Package.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
Since 2012, we have provided reliable, professional dialysis services in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are now proud to offer you new solutions for your health problems. Each new solution is being delivered to you with the same high degree of care and professionalism. We also use the best technology in the delivery of our services. So, does your doctor need a precise view of what's happening inside your body? Let us perform an ultrasound for you. Ladies, if it's your breasts, then choose our mammography service. For all issues related to men and women's health at any stage in your life, our team can perform the necessary investigations to put your mind at ease and recommend solutions for your problems. If it's to see within your chest or check for broken bones and fractures, then use our state-of-the-art U-Arm X-ray service. For you aging men and women, we can now check your bone density, which will reduce any complications that may arise with overall bone health, osteoporosis, or arthritis. Health Solutions will provide answers and results in a timely, accurate manner in the most comfortable environment, while you are taken care of by well-trained and experienced staff. Please call us today at 451-2836 or 434-3170, or visit us online at healthsolutionsSVG.com. You can also follow us on Facebook or Instagram. Health Solutions, where we are providing solutions in SVG with care.
Lewis Pharmacy. We specialize in friendly service with a personal, professional touch. Hence, we take pride in offering patient counseling on all prescription and over-the-counter products. We welcome inquiries on prescription drugs, vitamins, herbal preparation, fitness nutritional products, cough, cold, allergy, and all other health care products. For the convenience of our patients and surrounding community, we are situated uptown opposite the bus stop at Juicy Building. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Saturdays, 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Lewis Pharmacy.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Campbell with Nice Radio's Health News for Thursday, August the 7th, 2025. Adding distance to your daily walk and picking up your pace can help reduce risk of heart problems associated with high blood pressure, a new study says. Compared to a minimum step count of 2,300 steps, every 1,000 additional steps are associated with a 17% lower risk of heart attack, heart failure, and stroke, researchers reported on August the 6th in the European Journal of Preventive Cardiology. Future recommendations on walking in people with high blood pressure could consider promoting higher stepping intensity, the researchers said. When it comes to diabetes risk, not all carbs or potatoes are created equal. A new study finds eating French fries can raise the odds of type 2 diabetes by 20%. Swapping those fries for whole grains like brown rice, whole grain bread, or pasta could protect you from the common blood sugar condition. The results showed eating just 3 servings of fries a week significantly increased type 2 diabetes risk. However, replacing them with healthy whole grains reduced the risk by up to 19%. Eating baked, boiled, or mashed potato had no real impact, though limiting total potato intake did offer some benefit. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has canceled nearly $500 million in grants and contracts meant to support mRNA vaccine development, the agency announced on Tuesday. The funding had been awarded to 22 research projects managed by the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, a group that helps prepare the nation for health emergencies, the New York Times said. Many health officials predict Kennedy's action could hurt the country's ability to respond quickly to the next pandemic. Tuesday's action is just the latest major cut in mRNA funding in recent months. In May, HHS also ended a $600 million contract with Moderna to develop a bird flu vaccine using mRNA technology. Researchers have debunked long-standing concerns that Tamiflu can cause neurological and psychiatric problems when given to influenza-stricken children. For decades, doctors have debated whether Tamiflu increases children's risk of seizures, mental problems, and hallucinations. Tamiflu actually cuts by half a child's risk of such problems compared to leaving influenza untreated, the researchers reported on August the 4th in JAMA Neurology. Tamiflu is the most commonly prescribed antiviral drug for flu in both children and adults, the researchers said in background notes. When used promptly, it can shorten a bout of the flu, ease symptoms, and prevent further spread of the virus. Children raised in unstable, unpredictable environments are more likely to exhibit mental and physical health problems as teenagers and young adults, a new study says. Children are more likely to develop behavior problems and mental health conditions after living in a chaotic household, researchers reported recently in the journal Child Development. On the other hand, homes with consistent parenting and routines increase the odds of a healthy and happy childhood. Results show that impulsive behaviors from parents, frequent changes in a parent's partners, and unreliable childcare all contributed to a higher risk of behavior problems among teenagers. Children were also more likely to report depression and anxiety and tended to have more excess weight, the researchers found. And that's the end of Nice Radio's Health News Package for today, Thursday, August the 7th. I am Natalie Campbell. Do have yourselves a wonderful, safe afternoon.
A new name in pharmaceuticals has come to SVG, and that name is Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy, where the Q stands for quality. Q-Care Pharmaceuticals, located uptown Kingstown on Halifax Street, right opposite the General Post Office. Q-Care opens Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays until 1:30. Q-Care fills your prescriptions promptly. We invite you to come in and experience the new standard in pharmaceuticals. Q-Care. Q-Care Pharmacy on Halifax Street. Call 456-2690. Fax 451-2776. Q-Care, where the Q always stands for quality.
My heart belongs
a bit. What you mean to me? I know it could be serious. Each and every night I dream about just holding you. Why do you like this? What is a girl supposed to do? I love you. I love you. I want you. I want you. You're the one that I live for, and I can't take it anymore. I love you. I love you. I need you. And I need you. What can I do to make you see you're the only one for me? First time I saw your face, my heart just erased all the guys I knew before you walked into my life. I was the type to never want for nothing. Each and every day I tried to make some sense of this. What you mean to me? I know it could be serious. Each and every night I dream about just holding you. Why do you like this? What is a girl supposed to do? I love you. I love you. You're the one that I live for, and I can't take it anymore. I love you. I need you. What can I do to make you see you're the only one for me? I love you. I want you. I need you in my life. Can't you see what you mean to me? Baby, come hold me tight. I miss you, wanna kiss you every time I see your face. Baby, I'm here waiting for you each and every day. I love you. Oh, I want you. You're the one that I live for, baby. You know that I love you. I love you. I need you. Baby, I love like now. To make this only one for me. Oh, yeah. Only one for me. Only one. And I know it's meant to be. And I know we're meant to be. My love will carry on to my heart. To my heart. And I will find a way my love will go. Lost between us both. Oh, babe, I love you so. I love you. I want you. And you know my heart is lost in you. And I can't take it anymore. Baby, I love you. Baby, I need you. What can I do to make you see you're the only one for me? I love you for me. I'm just meant to be. You're the one that I live for, and I can't take it anymore. I love you. I need you. What can I do to make you see you're the only one for me?
Never felt nothing in the world like this before. Now I'm missing you and I'm wishing you would come back through my door. Ooh, why did you have to go? You could have let me know. So now I'm all alone. Girl, you could have stayed, but you wouldn't give me a chance. With you not around, it's a little bit more than I can stand. Ooh. And all my tears, they keep running down my face. Why did you turn away? So why does your pride make you run and hide? Are you that afraid of me? But I know it's a lie, what you keep inside. This is not how you want it to be. So baby, I will wait for you, 'cause I don't know what else I can do. Don't tell me I ran out of
takes the rest of my life, baby, I will wait for you. If you think I'm fine, it just ain't true. I really need you in my life. No matter what I have to do, I'll wait for you. Been a long time since you called me, but you forget about me. You gotta be feeling crazy. Ooh, how can you walk away? Everything stays the same. I just can't do it, baby. What will it take to make you come back? Girl, I told you what it is, and it just ain't like that. No, why can't you look at me? You're still in love with me. Don't leave me crying, baby. Why can't we just start over again? Get it back to the way it was. If you give me a chance, I can love you right. But you're telling me it won't be enough. So baby, I will wait for you, 'cause I don't know what else I can do. Don't tell me I ran out of time. If it takes the rest of my life, baby, I will wait for you. If you think I'm fine, it just ain't true. I really need you in my life. No matter what I have to do, I'll wait for you. So why does your pride make you run and hide? Are you that afraid of me? But I know it's a lie, what you're keeping inside. That is not how you want it to be. Baby, I will wait for you. Ooh, baby, I will wait for you. If it's the last thing I do, baby, I will wait for you. 'Cause I don't know what else I can do. Don't tell me I ran out of time. If it takes the rest of my life, baby, I will wait for you. If you think I'm fine, it just ain't true. I really need you in my life. No matter what I have to do, I'll wait for you. I'll be waiting.
Today, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Tomorrow, the Caribbean. Nice Radio. 90.3, 101.3, 96.7 FM.
Nice Radio's Death Announcement comes to you every weekday at 9:20 a.m. and 3:20 p.m., Saturday 8:35 a.m., Sunday 2:45 p.m., and sponsored by Memorial Funeral Home. For more information, call 45-81013 or email bdsnice@gmail.com.
Memorial Funeral Home is the first in SVG to offer on-site cremation service. The new and modern crematorium provides a safe way to memorialize your loved ones. Memorial Funeral Home offers a variety of urns in which you can preserve your loved one in a personal way. Cremation can ease the financial burden as it reduces the cost of a standard funeral service by 50%. Caskets can also be rented. Cremation is a necessary option to the overcrowded burial grounds across the country. Their friendly and courteous staff will continue to take care of all your funeral needs, whether you choose to bury or cremate. If your loved ones die abroad, there's no need to worry. Memorial Funeral Home can assist in the transportation of bodies to SVG and from SVG to any part of the world. Memorial Funeral Home services can be accessed at their two locations In Kingstown, in the Russell's Building at telephone number 453-2697, and in Mesopotamia at 458-8888. The Memorial Funeral Home, leading the way in modern and affordable services. Call us. We care.
The death is announced of Mr. Edwin Abbott of Caratal, Georgetown, who passed away on Friday, August the 1st, 2025. He was 69 years old. He is survived by his son, Elwin Regisford, in Canada. 2 grandchildren, Keon and Elijah Regisford, in Canada. Close relative, Miss Curleen in Caratal, Georgetown. Caregivers, Charlotte George and Mr. Osdale Ferguson in Calder. Many friends too numerous to mention. The cremation of the late Mr. Edwin Abbott of Caratal, Georgetown, will take place on Monday, August 11th, 2025. May his soul rest in peace. The death is announced of Joan Silita Ashton, also known as Joan Garrick of Bayaboo, formerly of Richland Park, who passed away on Sunday, August 3rd, 2025. She was 72 years old. Funeral arrangements of the late Joan Silita Ashton will be heard in a subsequent announcement. It is with deep sorrow and abiding love we announce the passing of Barbara Stay, affectionately known as Gay, on Sunday, July the 27th, 2025, at the age of 79. A loving mother, grandmother, and cherished friend, Barbara will be fondly remembered for her boundless generosity, her love of cricket and netball, where she formed lifelong friendships, as well as her unwavering commitment to her Anglican faith and community. Born in Kingstown, St. Vincent, Barbara lived a life full of generosity, joy, and unwavering faith. She was a devoted member of the Kingstown Anglican Church, where she found great joy in supporting her congregation. Barbara is survived by her children, Mark and Catalina, 10 cherished grandchildren, 4 adored great-grandchildren, and countless friends and relatives whose lives she enriched. A celebration of life will be held at the Memorial Funeral Home Chapel in Mesopotamia on Thursday, August 14th, 2025 at 9 a.m. All who knew and loved Barbara are welcome to attend. May she rest in eternal peace, surrounded by love and light. The death is announced of Darrell Calvert Joseph, also known as Duby of Leyu, who passed away on Monday, July the 21st, 2025. He was 36 years old. He is survived by his mother, Celia Joseph, father, Newton Myers, also known as Lad, girlfriend, Kendra Lavier, daughter, Coco Joseph, stepdaughter, Kenya Lavier, brothers, Eddie and Huey Joseph and Sunil Lynch, sisters, Hyacinth Edwards, Sirita, Avon and Starla Joseph, Josine Miller Matthews, Lizzie and Siobhan Lynch, Maxine in Canada, nieces, Abeni Edwards, Kayasha Williams, Katisha Young, Kenisha, Kendra and Kenesia Joseph, Janaya George, Destiny, Sashi, Kylie, Carencia, Chioma, Valisha, Shaval, Jamisha, Anna, Jamaica, Phoebe and Chica, nephews Calvin Matthews, Najee Berkeley, Omar Charles, Kenija Joseph, Justin and Dakroy Lynch, and Savon George. Aunts Leela, Eloise, Rapsy, Junior Gurley, Denise Bracey in the USA, Jennifer John, Stephanie Tellisford, and Maxine Miller. Uncles Jeff, Joe, and Keith Joseph, Skella Cottle, Leroy, Maxine, and Rogers Kirby in Barley. In-law Monica Lavier in Sign Hill. Cousins Roel Raymond in the USA, Bertie Joseph, Dominic and John T. Tellisford, Deborah and Everard Jeffers, Ornette Lawrence, the Hendrickson family in the USA, the Kirby family in Barley, Kim Brown and family in the UK. Close relatives and friends, Devon, Breadbag, Kevin Grant, Dorian Hazelwood, Jovan Lynch, SIP, Len Roy, Des, the guys on the block in Pasha Leyu, Big One and Small One, the ladies in Burling Leyu, the Myers and Patterson families in Leyu. Other relatives and friends, Mr. Dublin in Sign Hill, the Davis family in Sign Hill, the staff at Aiken Construction.
The funeral service of the late Darrell Calvert Joseph, also known as Duby of Layu, will take place on Saturday, August the 9th, 2025 at the Layu Methodist Church. Open tributes and viewing begins at 1 p.m., service at 2 p.m., interment at the Layu Cemetery. The bus Traveler's Delight leaves Sign Hill from Coates Warehouse at 12:30 p.m. The death is announced of Jarvis Alexander James, also known as Juris James of Chapman's Village, who passed away on Wednesday, July the 16th, 2025. He was 78 years old. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Carmina James. Children, Ryan James, Wendy Dick, Wendy and Amanda James, Monica Batson, and Ethel Fraser. Stepchildren, Raquel, Sakian and Aisha Sam, Jasmine Rogers, Susan Belingi, and Sanik Roberts. Brothers, Alban Brown, Christopher Jessup, and Kenneth Richards. Sisters, Paul Whitley, Pamela Phillips, Maria Richards, Stella and Gretel Jessup. Grandchildren, Joshua James, Kellon and Dante Decent, Ria De Freitas, Alison Thomas, Maya Jessup, Maisha James, Emrisha and Emora Gales, Abigail and Mishka Maturin. Great-grandchildren, Omari John and Amelia Jacobs. Nieces, Ginola and Nolene Richards, Faith, Colan Calmer. Nephews, Osborne Jessup, Geron and Kenron Richards, Dr. Kishron and Dr. Ronif Richards, Ashkelon Richards, Petty Lewis, Wortley John, Hamilton Franz, and Herman Sam. Daughter-in-law, Angelica Sam. Sons-in-law, Ribatson, Alron Dick, Jermaine Roberts, Armand Belingi, Reverend Christopher Fraser, and Samuel Rogers. Sisters-in-law, Dr. Heinz St. Richards, Anis Mundy, Sharon Pompey, Yvette Brown, Lily Jessup, and Annie Marshall. Brothers-in-law, Samuel and Winston Pompey, Robert Phillips. Close relatives and friends, Val and Lovin Lavier, Carol Lewis, Addison Bash Thomas, the James family in Chapman's Village, Newgrounds, South Rivers, and Lomans Windward, Walter Matthews, Godson Franson family, the Quashi family in Spring Village, Georgetown, Darrell and Junior in Dixon Village, Mrs. Madeline Allen Daniel, the Jessup family in Chapman's Village, Dr. Raul Brown, Nurse Hirona Black, Enda Haywood, Farrell Sampson, Amos Durant, Ida and Lyda Thomas. Other relatives and friends, the pastors and members of the Grace and Truth Church, the New Testament Church, St. Michael's Spiritual Baptist Church in Chapman's Village, Lomans Windward Seventh-day Adventist Church, and the Streams of Power Church in Sanssouci. Doctors and nurses at the Milton Cato Memorial Hospital, the Diamonds Health Center, and the Georgetown Medical Hospital. The community of Chapman's Village, the Gittins family in Newgrounds. The funeral service of the late Jarvis Alexander James, also known as Juris James of Chapman's Village, will take place on Saturday, August the 16th, 2025 at the Streams of Power Church in Sanssouci. The body will lie at the church from 12 noon. Service begins at 1 p.m. Interment at the Sanssouci Cemetery. Transportation will be provided by the Van Sheppy at 11:30 a.m. The death is announced of Elvis Gibson of Dorsetshire Hill, who passed away on Friday, July the 25th, 2025. He was 64 years old. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Maxine Gibson, children Danny, Chad, and Chadisha Gibson, brothers Alec Gibson and Richard Thomas, sisters Francilia Maskell and Sonia Hamilton, grandchildren Vonrick Doroshe, Kishon Batiste, and Emma Gibson, many nieces and nephews, in-laws Simeon Hamilton, Joseph and Hudson Vincent, Valine, Venice, and Cecilia Gibson, Gwendolyn, Janice, Vivian, and Eva Vincent, many cousins, close relatives and friends, the Gibson family in Dorsetshire Hill, the Thomas family in Acres, Freeland, Bonham, and Calder. Other relatives and friends, Muriel Gunsam and family, Judy and Sam Vera, Monty Marlin family, Sylvia Vera, Blue, Trevor and the boys at the shop,
Jean Woodruff, Jean Gill, Jeff Graves, Wendy Maskell, Yellowman, Ephraim, Shaka, the management and staff at Floanisville, Pastor John King and family, members of the Apostolic Faith Mission Church, Dorsetshire Hill. The funeral service of the late Elvis Gibson of Dorsetshire Hill will take place on Saturday, August the 9th, 2025 at the Apostolic Faith Mission, Dorsetshire Hill. Viewing and tributes begins at 1 p.m., service at 2 p.m., interment at the Dorsetshire Hill Cemetery. The death is announced of Renroy Lee Brown, also known as Ricey of Rose Hall, who passed away on Wednesday, July the 16th, 2025. He was 63 years old. He is survived by his mother, Pearl Brown, father, Samuel Brown, children, Joseph Benjamin and Jacinta Williams, brothers, Lawrence Brown and Conroy Jack, sisters, Beaker Brown Williams, Daphne Brown and Anicia Brown Samuel, grandchildren, Jaleesa, Jaden and Melody, many nieces and nephews, including Ashaki and Nikisha Brown and Veronica Samuel, aunts, Olive Ferdinand, Violet and Kamina Stapleton, in-laws, Violeta Brown, Sinette Jack and Chandler Brown, cousins, the Stapleton family, other relatives and friends. The funeral service of the late Renroy Lee Brown, also known as Ricey of Rose Hall, will take place on Saturday, August the 9th, 2025 at the New Testament Church of God. The body will lie at the church from 12 noon. Service begins at 1 p.m. Interment at the Rose Hall Cemetery. The death is announced of Ruth Franklin of Carroll, Georgetown, who passed away on Tuesday, July the 1st, 2025. She was 75 years old. She is survived by her children, Gabriel De Castro, Cartwright, Leot, and Orlando Franklin, brother Riz Mez, grandchildren, Olani Mackenzie, Matthew De Castro, Amy Franklin, Demar and Zamal Walker, nieces, Bernice Roberts, Sherry Woods, Shanicia Mez, and Nicole Johnny, in-laws, Cyprian and Marsha Franklin, Stanley De Castro, and Marcia Mez, close relatives, Ruth and Naomi Rogers, Sandra, Suzanne, Kenlyn, Paula, Dinah, Lillian, and the rest of the Smith family, Princess, Gordon, Veronica Hector, Connie, the rest of the Franklin family in Dixon, Chateaubriand, and Camden Park, Mamsie, Vincent, and the rest of the Morris family. Friends, the Honorable Annie Eustace and Jennifer Eustace, the Honorable Chevron John, Debbie, Vin, Jean, Keith, Anita, and Monica Abbott, Scorpion, Sonia Samuel, Velma Otley, Vincent Lavier, Percy, Claudette, Joy Brown, Rapsy, Iris, Jeanette Forbes, Jody Silva, Mina, Lloyd Edwards, Maxia Holder, Ruth John, Monica Scott, Cass, the Knights family, Henry Games, Miss Mercury, Miss Benna, Kathleen, Morrow, Douglas De Freitas, Carmen Martindale, Elwin Burke and family, Mrs. Ogaro, Suzanne Woodley, Valme, Naimaki, Pastor Calvert and Curel Williams, Alice Bohr, Teresa Munzie, Denise Clark, Kenny, Julian and Kathleen, and the rest of the Knight Rider family. Many other relatives and friends, too numerous to mention. The funeral service of the late Ruth Franklin of Carroll, Georgetown, will take place on Saturday, August the 16th, 2025 at the Bethel Gospel Assembly. The body will lie at the church from 12:30 p.m. Service begins at 1:30 p.m. Interment at the Chile Cemetery, Georgetown. The death is announced of Amelia McDowell, also known as Ivy McDowell of Layu, who passed away on Thursday, July the 24th, 2025. She was 99 years old. She is survived by her children, Annette, Pamela, Drina, and Barbara in the USA, Marcus, also known as Maki, and Deborah, also known as Debbie in St. Vincent, Dory in England, brothers, Owen Dells in St. Vincent, Dan Dells in England, sister Drina Ned in Trinidad, 16 grandchildren including Stokely, Roy, Ray, and Savvy in the USA,
Claire, Osric, and Maxon in St. Vincent. 17 great-grandchildren. Many nieces and nephews, including Joseph Dowes in St. Vincent and Michelle Victory in Canada. Caretaker Sandra Lewis. Many friends, including Elka Coombs and Mona Ash, the members of the St. James Leyu and the St. Mary's Bookament Anglican churches. Other relatives and friends too numerous to mention. The funeral service of the late Amelia McDowell, also known as Ivy McDowell of Leyu, will take place on Saturday, August the 16th, 2025, at the St. James Anglican Church in Leyu. The body will lie at the church from 12 noon. Service begin at 1 p.m. Interment in the churchyard. The death is announced of Wayne Irvin Marshall of St. Vincent and the BVI, who passed away on Saturday, July the 5th, 2025. He was 63 years old. He is survived by his daughter, Lauren Welsh. Brothers Liam and Dexter Harley, Sil Doyle, Trevor Grant, Gregory Jeffers, and George Hoyt. Sisters Bridget Marshall, Farron and Yvette Harley, Linda Grant, Kathleen Jeffers, and Mavella Thornhill. Nieces Stacey Fleming, Stina Batiste, Nandi Flax, Talia Muhead, Serenity, Chail and Shimaral George, Aliyah and Kiona Harley, Redine Benjamin, and Amilan Reimer. Nephews Shamar George, Liam Fleming, Cleam Harley, Leo Anderson and Leanne Flax, Zé Batiste, Azani and Amari Reimer. Aunts Carmina Marshall Oliver, Valinda Marshall, and Joycelyn Frederick. Cousins Terrason Marshall, Atin Oliver, Roseanne De Silva, Pat Reed, Kellyanne and Debbie Frederick, Janelle Nichols, Jennifer, Glenn Roy, Liam Barber, Lucia, and Rhonda Johnny. Close relatives and friends, Terry Ann Morris, Kalisha Murray, Nicholas and Mandy Marshall, Sinette John, and Dela Grant. Other relatives and friends, the Glasgow, Roberts, Marshall, and Mars families, the boys under Monkey Shed, Butland Glass. The funeral service of the late Wayne Irvin Marshall of St. Vincent and the BVI will take place on Saturday, August the 9th, 2025, at the North Sound Virgin Gorda Methodist Church. The body will lie at the church from 10 a.m. Service begins at 11 a.m. Interment at the public cemetery. The death is announced of Dennis Bertram Joyett, also known as Boss, and Mr. J of Morris Village and Glen, who passed away on Sunday, July the 3rd, 2025. He was 86 years old. He is survived by his children, Bertram in St. Vincent, Denzil and Jennifer in Canada, Donna and Michael in the USA, and Adrian in the UK. Brothers Sonny, Horton, David, Ken and Gordon in Canada. Sisters Joy and Gloria, also known as Cynthia in Canada, Viola in St. Vincent. Grandchildren Michaela and Beverly in St. Vincent, Natasha, Matthew, and Shane in Canada, Justin, Belle, Danica, Demetrius, Michael Jr., and Elijah in the USA. Great-grandchildren Kaya and Rylan in Canada. Close relatives and friends, members of the Indian Bay Beach Club. Other relatives and friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and abroad. The funeral service of the late Dennis Bertram Joyett, also known as Boss, and Mr. J of Morris Village and Glen, will take place on Friday, August the 15th, 2025, at the St. Paul's Anglican Church in Caliacqua. The body will lie at the church from 11 a.m. Service begins at 12 noon.
The death is announced of Sinclair Elson Joshua, better known as Bong of Villa. He is survived by his son Peter Joshua, granddaughter Nakia Tanis, siblings Vilma Merle Steele, June Joshua, Marcel Lohid, and Samuel Christopher Joshua. Many nieces, nephews, great-nieces, and great-nephews. The Steele, Lohid, Francis, Davis, Phyllis Stevens, Archibald, Boye, and Joshua families, caregivers Roxanne and William Bratcher, many close relatives and friends, The funeral is scheduled for August 11, 2025, 10 a.m. at the St. Paul's Anglican Church in Kaliakwa. Burial will be in the churchyard.
Nice Radio extend our deepest condolences to the bereaved.
Memorial Funeral Home is dedicated to meeting the needs of our customers. We go above and beyond to ensure satisfaction and convenience. That is why we are extending our services to the diaspora. Working with Caribbean Funeral Home in New York, burial packages can now be completed in New York to cover burials in St. Vincent, and likewise, packages can be made in St. Vincent to cover burials in New York. Caribbean Funeral Home is located on 1922 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Call their office at 718-444-1818 or WhatsApp at 347-925-9557 or 347-231-5410. For more information, call our local office at 458-8888. Memorial Funeral Home. Quality, convenience, and affordability.
Never felt nothing in the world like this before. Now I'm missing you and I'm wishing you would come back through my door. Ooh, why did you have to go? You could have let me know. So now I'm all alone. Girl, you could have stayed, but you wouldn't give me a chance. With you not around, it's a little bit more than I can stand. Ooh. And all my tears, they keep running down my face. Why did you turn away? So why does your pride make you run and hide? Are you that afraid of me? But I know it's a lie, what you keep inside. This is not how you want it to be. So baby, I will wait for you, 'cause I don't know what else I can do. Don't tell me I ran out of time. If it takes the rest of my life, baby, I will wait for you. If you think I'm fine, it's just
We're about to take you back to the House of Parliament
my life. No matter what
for the supplementary debate.
I'll wait for you. Been a long time since you called me, but you forget about me. You gotta be feeling crazy. Ooh, how can you walk away? Everything stays the same. I just can't do it, baby. What will it take to make you come back? Girl, I told you what it is, and it just ain't like that. No. Why can't you look at me? You're still in love with me. Don't leave me crying, baby. Why can't we just start over again? Get it back to the way it was. If you give me a chance, I can love you right. But you're telling me it won't be enough. So baby, I will wait for you, 'cause I don't know what else I can do. Don't tell me I ran out of time. If it takes the rest of my life, baby, I will wait for you. If you think I'm fine, it just ain't true. I really need you in my life. No matter what I have to do, I'll wait for you. So why does your pride make you run and hide? Are you that afraid of me? But I know it's a lie, what you're keeping inside. That is not how you want it to be. I will wait for
Once again, we take you back to the House of Parliament for the supplementary debate. Continuation.
Of the village where Cathy Williams lives, just below the Romans and High Lomans, so she can get transportation to go and get medical attention. Again, in this parliament, I raised the question. The Honorable Minister of Works came back to this house and reported that he had sent a mission, he sent a team to look at the road and so forth and so on. 5 years later, 6 years later, what the Calypso does say? Nothing to show. After 5 in a row, the people of Bottom Lomans have. Well, you actually.
A picture for you, if that is all you wanted you to do.
You're actually acting out of character today. That's not you. Leave him, my friend. That is when you're in the classroom for a certain amount of time and you teach a particular child for an entire school year, you know when that child is acting out of character. So let's not have that distraction. Madam Speaker, I've been clear. I asked the question. I said the Honourable Minister sent a team. He came back to the Parliament, he reported what has been done. I gave him the credit for what he has done. My point remains that the people of Bottom Lomans still have to, at today's date, have to deal with that indignity. Bottom Lomans Road is in no way reflected in this project. How I know? Where I know? I know the DNA of your operation. That's what I know. So the people of Bottom Lomans, whilst we're saying that there are roads in this place that needs to be fixed, people of Bottom Lomans are a classic example. I was happy earlier this morning when I heard the Minister of Agriculture mention the names of some feeder roads to farms, because for one moment I thought he totally forget that those roads were existing. It reminds me of a song that the spiritual Baptists would sing when they give you the toe dip in that river. Up from the grave he arose. All of a sudden, alas, the moments of political dawn is upon them. They now remember the roads in South Central, especially the farming roads that are to be fixed. Earlier this year, Madam Speaker, we had a chance to look at Budget 2025. At that time, if my memory serves me right, the parliamentary representative for South Central Windward was the Minister of Agriculture. And all those roads that you heard mentioned today were in bad state when we presented this budget. There was no mention of them. The mentioning now is a most convenient mentioning. But I say to the farmers of Marfat, I say to the farmers of Ocean Wood, I say to the farmers of Breadnut, I say to the farmers of Tibiru, I say to the farmers in Kimakabru, I say to the farmers around Caneland and around all of South Central Windward, that it has not for one moment evaded my consciousness that they are in need of help. I feel the pains of the farmers, not only of South Central Windward, but of this country. Because I know that access to and from their farms are critical to their production. I know that farmers are facing increased production costs because you have to pay people to head planting materials to your lands. Because in some cases, even the pickup trucks, owners will not take the chance. So when I come to this parliament, not as an elected member, but as a nominated member, and I speak to those issues affecting the farmers of the constituency of South Central Windward, I don't do it on convenience. I do it out of love and understanding of the pain and the suffering that the farmers of our constituency are facing, and this country. So I cannot say that I cannot appreciate the importance of fixing, rehabilitating, mending, or even building new roads to allow our farmers to and from their farms. And not just feeder roads, Madam Speaker, roads to benefit the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in particular South Central Windward. You know, I was saddened when I learned of the passing of one of our better comedians in this country, Salush. So I thought when he left that he did leave with his jokes. But alas, it seems as if there's some reincarnation of Salush in some of the members of this house. Madam Speaker, if you go and you check Facebook, you would see a production, a video production, showing that road from Mungrenan leading into Diamonds in the constituency of South Central Windward. Some don't have any shame whatsoever. Now they're talking about Caesar Highway number 2. Sly Mongoose, dog eat your shame? Had I not gone and put it out there for the world to see what is the state of that road, the people of Mungrenan and Diamonds would have not seen it. It is there. People can do the comparative analysis by way of date. The date when the video was done, where you actually seeing the dot base of what was supposed to be the road, Madam Speaker. I'm not asking you what somebody told me about, you know. I actually did the narration for the video and pointed it out to persons what was the state of that road. I remember, Madam Speaker, that Pepper Village Road. You know what we had to do? Get a young Democrat to sit on a bucket with a piece of bamboo or nylon and a hook to the end. And he threw it down in one of the massive craters in that road coming from Diane Mackenzie and Chapman's heading over to High Lowmans. And that was so embarrassing a moment that within a week or two, attention went to the Pepper Village Road. Madam Speaker, that is on YouTube, you know. So I am not talking something that I thought about. I am telling you of what we had to do in opposition to draw attention to the state of dilapidation of roads in South Central Windward. I'm not asking, I am telling. So I am not standing here today and suggesting for any reason that roads in this country, and in particular in South Central Windward, that they don't need attention. I'm not saying that. You see what you do? It must come over. You must first of all do it, and it would be received, and it would be reflected that it is being done genuinely. So that the people can see, they can hear, and that they can feel Now, what is being done is done out of love and care for the people. It must not be done on the altar of political parties and expediency. That is a concern that I have. Madam Speaker, I don't want to profess that I know all about what has happened in the area of housing development for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I don't pretend to know what I don't know. What I do know is that we have seen governments from time to time and on different scales embarked on housing development. And the facts speak for themselves. We must reconcile, though, that facts operate within context. But they operate within context. So the fact, for example, that we heard this morning is the most houses have been repaired after a disaster. Remember that? Good. I love that, eh? What disaster did we have before Beryl that created destruction of the tile? Here. Yeah, the extent of the destruction to the housing stock. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You see the point I'm making? The point I'm making is this: that if you have a category 1 hurricane, and then 10 years later you have a category 2, and 15 years later you have a category 5, it is almost certain that a category 5 hurricane is going to deliver more destructive blows than a category 1. It only stands to reason. And if it destroys more, it means by simple logic, not by rocket science, by simple logic, we would have to spend more to help to meet the needs of those whose property have been destroyed. So when you jump to some point, this is the most that has been spent. If it is the most houses that have been destroyed by a hurricane, it ain't just simply stand to reason that in this situation would have more houses to repair. Now, I heard this morning, this is what was said. I can't remember. It may have been the honorable member for South Central Windward. Was referring to Hurricane Thomas, said, that's all right. That's the difference.
Yes, that's what grandma spelled. That's what grandma spelled. That is rubbish.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I have absolutely no difficulty when these errors are made if there are corrections. So if it is Thomas, I am prepared to say Thomas. It doesn't go any deeper, any further. But that's not the point. I'm not distracted by the Honorable Minister of Finance. The Honorable Minister. No. I am saying I am not distracted by it. So yes. No. Yes. Don't misread me. That's not the point I was going to make. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, and I'm sure I'm correct that it was him who said this, that following Hurricane Thomas, in fact, he referred to having been given a badge of honor by the then leader of the opposition. that within 24 hours of that hurricane, 24 hours, they had...
Senator Bruce, you have 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They got cement, they got steel, and they got galvanized within 24 hours. Remember, this is the same government, that told us that they needed time to do proper assessment following Beryl. And you know the hurricane has just passed and you have to give us sufficient time to the assessment. Madam Speaker, when they tell us that they were able, after Hurricane Thomas, to put cement, steel, galvanize, hear what? You know what it tells us? You know what it tells us? It tells us one simple thing. That they did not plan. Right. Let me come to my being overseas. You see I waited on you. I waited for you to join because I know you can't resist the temptation to join in. But let me tell you this. And I want the whole country to hear this. I was born in the community of Lauders, a poor village, rich in farming. I was there yesterday. I grew up in a one-bedroom house with my mother and father and siblings. Went to school barefooted. Oftentimes came home and had to get banana and breadfruit, boiling coconut juice solo, that it tasted well because there was no chicken, no catfish, no nothing to go with it. I went to the Adelphi Secondary School. And from there, I went on to the Teachers College and I pulled myself up by my bootstraps, not having gone to the doors of any university to earn myself a law degree, and then carry on from there to do the bar, to become what I am today. So let me tell you this. No, Comrade Ralph guided me well. Hear what I can tell you. Hear what I can tell you. My father couldn't come to high school and pick me up from my class and say, let me go and take her to watch test cricket. We didn't have that luxury. Very well. Very well. So hear what? When I set up my law business in St. Vincent, and I went to Tortola. I want to deal with this, because I hear all the talking, all the rope, all your garbage. But hear this. And in half the school, the programs delivered was such that you could have still made it to grammar school. Under your government, in whole the school, all the children dropping out of school. Talk about that. Yeah, be mindful of your half the school now. Madam Speaker, I want to make this point.
Please continue, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I want to make this point. When I first went to Tortola, I went to work through a company called McTodman & Co. The current Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, when he first went to Tortola to work as a lawyer, he went to work with a company called McTodman & Co. You don't have no difficulty? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking about you now. Hear the problem. I go and I work honestly for my living. Honestly, I work. I don't have ministerial responsibility and I'm not siphoning off taxpayers' money so I could be rich. You hear? That is a big difference. Amen.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order.
Yeah? You could say what you want to say.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The honourable member is imputing the most dastardly and improper motives. He said, I've been listening to the honourable member carefully, and I respect his passion or whatever, but he said that the honourable gentleman had taking government money and siphoning government.
I never said that.
You said that.
I never said that.
I heard
you. You can't shut more than me. I never said that.
Heard you.
I'm not giving with you foolishness.
He's imputing improper motives to a member of this parliament in violation of the standing orders of this honorable house. And I would respectfully request that the honorable member retract the statement because it is improper. You said it. You said it is.
Take your seat now. Take your seat now. Madam Speaker.
Honorable.
Madam Speaker. With all due respect, I listen to you now. Madam Speaker, I will repeat what I said because I was abundantly clear. Don't tell me don't repeat. I am proud of what I said. Don't tell me don't repeat. You're not going to squeeze me into the corner here. Not you. Madam Speaker, I said, oh, when others are shouting, you good with that? Well, you careful do what you're doing. Madam Speaker, I did not say that any minister siphons off taxpayers' money. I said, I repeat, I work honestly and hard for my dollar. I said I am not in a position, mark my words. I said I'm not in a ministerial position. All right,
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
That was for you?
I continue.
That was for you?
I continue on the point of order, Madam Speaker.
Oh,
I continue, Madam Speaker. I rise again on the same point of order. I don't know if the honorable member, the honorable senator, doesn't know what the word impute means. I don't know if the word impute is beyond him, but the word impute means to imply, and he has imputed improper motive. Oh, come on, man. Oh, come on. And I would once again respectfully request that the honorable member retract his imputation of impropriety. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the Speaker of the House. I'm talking.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senator Bruce, would you agree with me that the inference that somebody is siphoning off taxpayers' money?
Who somebody I refer to? Who somebody I refer to, Madam Speaker?
You said collecting a ministerial.
You said minister, so you're referring to minister. I said so, yes. Yes, I said so. I said I am not in a ministerial position to do such. Don't tell me. No. Madam Speaker, I'm responding to you because you were asking me a question, so I'm going to shut out the rest of the noise. Madam Speaker, I did not at any point in my presentation make any reference to any member on any side of this house. I did not.
Honorable Senator Bruce.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I shall listen to you again.
Your words were very specific. You said ministerial.
Ministerial, yes.
Yes. So that is a very niche category of persons to which that statement could have possibly applied to in this parliament. Is that correct?
In this parliament? I said I was referring to ministers in this parliament? Did I? I did not. I am not speaking nor listening to you. I am not speaking nor am I listening to you.
No.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to your speakership, I spoke very guarded and careful. I made it my business not to direct my reference to any member on any side of this house, particularly to that side of the house. That was my calculated, careful move because I know if I do so, I will be violating your standing order.
So you are in agreement that had it been directed to a minister, it would have been imputing improper motives. Are you
If I had directed that to the Honorable Minister of Finance, it would have been properly improper. If I had directed it to the Minister of Works, it would have been proper. If I had directed it to the Minister of Agriculture, it would have been improper. If I had directed it to the Minister of transport or works or housing or urban development or to education, it would have been improper. But I directed it to none. None.
Senator Bruce, respectfully, I'm not entirely certain that I'm in agreement with your analysis, and I'm going to encourage you to withdraw the statement.
Madam Speaker, let me tell you. You want to come and finish my time?
I am going to pause your time so that you do not lose.
I please pause my time because I want to be very clear on this. Your Madam Speaker, you had the responsibility to manage affairs of the...
And that is correct, and I've asked you to withdraw the statement, Honorable
I am
Senator.
saying that you've asked me to withdraw the statement on the basis that you have concluded that I directed my statement to a minister on the other side. I did not.
That is not the basis for the decision. The basis for the decision is that it was imputed to a minister.
To a minister in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Madam Speaker,
Senator Bruce.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a second point of order. I rise on a point of order. My understanding of the standing orders, Madam Speaker, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that your decision is not to be questioned and that you're to be heard in silence. I heard you make a decision and to instruct the Honorable Senator Bruce to retract his statement. And he is now trying to engage you in an argument about your decision, which is a second violation of the standing orders of this Honorable House.
You and she exchange position? Yeah.
Honorable Senator Bruce, once again.
Next one. You don't want to start with me today. Don't start with me today. Let me keep the friendship good. Don't start.
You would agree that the inference that somebody was using their ministerial portfolio or duties
no, I don't agree.
To siphon off taxpayers' money would be improper. I have made that ruling and I'm encouraging you and I'm inviting you to withdraw that statement.
Madam Speaker, I am on the basis that my statement was not directed to any minister of this House. But because Your Honor has formed a conclusion that I am bound to be guided by, even if I do not agree with it, I shall withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Senator.
Let me, therefore, Madam Speaker, use the last 3 minutes I believe you have on your clock for me.
You have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. So that I am clear, my principal point was and remains that I work at home and abroad like other members who are currently on the other side, worked at home and abroad for their honest living. I don't have a dishonest means to do so, and I will continue to do so with the honest means that I have. You want me to do that too? I have learned in my days of growing up that you stand for what you believe in. Stand for what you believe in. No matter what. And I want it to be understood by all and sundry that I, Israel Randolph Bruce, I appreciate that the people of this country are struggling, they are suffering, they have suffered, many of them have suffered for years. And for those who don't know, as I traverse the constituency of South Central Windward, Madam Speaker, I have met scores of people who talk about the situation of our roads. I know you know. When a certain member of this house was a senator, promised the people of Mount Grenon, he stood up and pointed out portions of land, said this would be divided into housing lots so you could get it. You people of this area. Zion, leave me alone. Many years later, those lands remain as they were. Not a lot parceled out, not a foundation put down, not a house built, not a shack. So you can fool some of the people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So I say to this honorable house that we look out for the people who are in deserve of having their roads fixed. We look out for people who are in deserve of housing assistance. But I know people right now in the constituency of South Central Windward. And again, Madam Speaker, I won't call names, but I can call names. I have names written in this book here, but I won't call the names. Hurricane pass, hurricane come, and they have not had assistance. And some of them have not had the assistance because of perception. Just as how some of them who are entitled to social welfare assistance and don't get it because of perception, some of them have had their houses in that or those conditions, but will not get any assistance. Or the assistance is miles.
Honorable Senator, you have 1 minute remaining.
So, Madam Speaker, I want for those persons who are listening to know that I will continue to champion the cause of the poor, the underprivileged, and the downtrodden people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in general, and the people of South Central Windward in specific. I'm obliged.
It's on. Thank you very much.
Pardon? I recognize the honorable member for West Kingstown. I recognize the honorable member for West Kingstown. I recognize the honorable member for West Kingstown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution in this debate on the supplementary estimates. I propose, Madam Speaker, to deal on the port matter, the matter of roads and the housing. Madam Speaker, I want to couch my presentation in a reflection of the modus operandi of the ULP administration. We have had a whole series of devastating impacts on the lives of our people. The 2013 floods, Thomas, Soufriere, Beryl, and so forth. The record will show, Madam Speaker, that to date, we still have work to be done from the 2013 floods. We still have homes damaged by Thomas, not repaired. We still have hundreds of persons damaged by Soufriere who have not received an iota of assistance. And of course, come burial, so many persons whose needs are particularly urgent are still unserved. Madam Speaker, I heard members on the other side talk about trust. And I want to use a very simple example to show why we cannot trust this Unity Labour Party government. The Honourable Minister of Finance in this Parliament boasted that every registered farmer is entitled to receive a certain payment. I repeatedly raised it here as a registered farmer in this country, and I was again promised, and to date, and I asked the question, if in my circumstances they treat me so, what are they doing to poor farmers whom they perceive to be NDP farmers? How can you trust a government whose word has no merit? How can you? Let me deal with the port, Madam Speaker. You know, we in the New Democratic Party are on record of raising the question of the improper design of the new port in Kingston. And we've based that on the best technical advice and experience. Case in point, the existing port in Kingston. We repeatedly pointed out the importance of having a port that is taken away from the main structure so that the wave effect of the vessels coming up against the port will be dissipated in the water between the outer seaport and the main shore solid structure. Madam Speaker, for the record in this honorable house, if, as has happened, on the simple act of dredging the sand in front of the sheet pile, the forces at bay cause those sheet piles to collapse and the sand to go out to sea, I ask again, when the boat is finished and the vessels, the big vessels, come up alongside the port with the wave action, Madam Speaker, for those listening, I really find it difficult to explain. But some people think that the pressure of water is something you play with. Water pressure can disrupt the strongest pipeline and send water hundreds of feet in the air and destroy structures. When a big vessel comes along that port project, Madam Speaker, the force will be much more than what the excavation of the sand in front of it caused. And I have not heard from any member on the other side what the repair work they're doing, how are they going to address that fatal flaw in the design? Madam Speaker, I say it again. This matter pains me, not only as an engineer, but as a Vincentian, because we are investing considerable sum in a project that is to last a long time. I am not fear-mongering. I am warning again that the design is fatally flawed and corrective measures are needed to secure those sheet piles if the port is to function. I rest my case. Madam Speaker, I turn now, therefore, to the request for additional sums for, and I notice the Minister of Finance has chosen to leave, the additional sums for this project. If we turn to page 776, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition did, Madam Speaker, of the estimates, at the bottom of the page, you will see that this government proposed to spend all of the money allocated for the port construction in...
Honorable member, what page did you say?
776, Madam Speaker. From the Republic of China and from the Caribbean Development Bank. In other words, for the actual construction work. The other component is for the administration, which is different. But when you look, Madam Speaker, not a cent was projected to be spent in 2026 or 2027. The project was to be completed in 2025. So when they try to tell me that this money is not to pay for the repair of the port, when they try to tell me things that they themselves felt very uncomfortable telling me, I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, how could a government come here and tell me that the contractor is going to pay for the repair? You don't give any inclination of what it's going to cost. You give no details of how they're going to repair it. Madam Speaker, listen. In a project of this nature, you have what is called a contingency sum set aside for things you cannot plan for. And these things happen when you have price overrun or some unforeseen things, like happened with burial and so forth. But on this project, Madam Speaker, there is no significant time delay. A few months in the life of this project is not going to throw the project off budget. The Minister of Finance presented not a single iota of evidence to show what the additional funds are for. And he wants us to accept that we must borrow money additionally. And I'm wondering, who do you think they're talking to? Why are they doing this? Why are they not presenting any evidence? They didn't say that the money is because you need to do this or that has shifted and that the contingency fund doesn't have enough to deal with it. Madam Speaker, tell them real and come again. Tell them real and come again. Tell the people of this country what is truly happening with the port project. Tell us. We are not begging you to tell us. You have a responsibility to explain. We do not believe anything you say. Everything is a joke for you. Everything is a joke for you because your whole life has been made easy in every respect. The money you are spending is not yours or your father's. We and our children yet unborn have to pay for it. Your responsibility is to account for it, and we will hold you to account, and that is what is burning you. Just like how you say that the project manager is not going to leave until the end of the project when he's already resigned, and it's due to go to another job at the end of this month. That you know, but you come here and lie. Tell the untruth, Madam Speaker. How can we trust you? Huh? How can we trust you? Madam Speaker, I turn to roads. Just as we cannot trust the other side, Madam Speaker, on the port. They play with figures. And they think that they're the only ones who understand the Madam Speaker, when you come to Parliament, and you boast about 98% of the roads you're walking on are completed or nearly completed, or something to that effect. Madam Speaker, 98% of 10% of the roads are being fixed. All the roads in this country in direction, all over, the ones you pick out are a handful. Ask the real people in this country who have to go to the garage every Monday morning like me to change parts. Madam Speaker, what is even more frightening? I live in Sharps. The van drivers there went on strike for a full week for them to fix some of the roads. Madam Speaker, they went through in the rain and pour some bituminous material in some of the holes. Within a few days, water washing it back out and getting the same jerky. Madam Speaker, they just fixed a road in Prospect, well, a piece of bridge next to the new hotel, private hotel there, what's called Maya. Madam Speaker, just before that in a corner, on the Windward Highway, there are some gullies. You know, I was driving there in the night and my light is not so good. When my wheel went down in that hole on the highway, I felt every part of my body shake. How on earth could you be talking about road repairs? And on the main highway, you have so many gullies. On the road in my own constituency in Gibson Corner, in front, just above the church, a hole that could bury a cow. On the highway. And look, these people should never talk about roads. They don't understand. Madam Speaker, in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, sometimes people ask me, why do I do it? Why do I give free technical advice? I do it because I love my country and I genuinely want the folks to listen and learn. Throughout this country, we have a problem of drainage on the road, below the surface of the road. There are so many roads that if you simply go and dig out a hole and try to fill it in, you're wasting money. If you don't do something about the drainage so that when it rains, the water could run out freely, it will well up and the bitumen will come out again. We see it over and over again. What will it take for this government to understand that it's our taxpayers' money which rain down the drain? And those repairs are not what the salt. Oh, good heavens, it doesn't take much imagination to come up with a proper road repair design that would give us benefit. Again, Madam Speaker, I draw as a simple example the Windward Highway executed by this administration and the Leeward Highway designed and implemented by the New Democratic Party government. Drive on that road that is so old and compare that with what is on the Windward Highway. Potholes we have, since we spend millions of dollars, we've been repairing every month and we can't get a proper road because the design and the supervision of construction is lacking in the extreme. Even on the North Leeward Highway, one big piece by the yellow material there, by the red material there, they spend so much money to fix it and already it's gone. Lack of supervision. It's not your money, man. You should think properly. Madam Speaker, I don't even want to talk about the roads or lack thereof in my own constituency because the time is soon coming when I would have the responsibility to assist my constituents in roadworks and other areas. So I am not even bothering to talk about that. And the people will see for themselves what a New Democratic Party government is about and how we can use our resources to good effect for all of the people of this country. Housing, Madam Speaker. When you hear some of these people talk, one gets the impression that housing started in 2001. Madam Speaker, let me awaken those who don't know what St. Vincent was before that time. And with due respect to them, they never were part of the country. They were part of another place. And so it's easy to understand why they don't know. It is the land reform program of the late Sir James Mitchell that made lands available to people all across this country. Madam Speaker, in West Kingston, in Otley Hall, in Lowman's Bay, in Diamonds, in other areas, the NDP government allowed Vincentians to go on the lands. Go on the lands, occupy the lands. Put down a proper foundation. Within 1 weekend, get the assistance of their family and friends. Cast the floor, live on the downstairs. The NDP government offered them assistance in material. And if you see the beautiful homes they built without ever having going to a bank. Without going to a bank. No need, Madam Speaker, because it was all self-help. But there's something that this government doesn't understand. Why so many people were able to build proper homes. It is simply this. During a 15-year period, the New Democratic Party government kept cement price down at $10 continuously. They never put VAT on aggregates. Never did. And so people were able to build proper houses throughout the length and breadth of this country. St. Vincent is proud of building homes that don't conform to these boxes because everybody has such a level of pride. No matter how small a house they build, it is a unique style. That is something unique to Vincentians as a people. As regional people come to St. Vincent, they're always amazed. Always amazed. We have pride in housing. We don't want to be cloaked up. Imagine, Madam Speaker, I thought I was going to fall off my seat this earlier today when I heard somebody on the other side, who would remain nameless, talking about high-rise buildings in this country. Madam Speaker, way back when, as a senator, I proposed to this government that St. Vincent and the Grenadines has a severe and acute shortage of lands. So much of our land is not suited for much use because of the mountainous nature. And I lamented the loss of so much agricultural lands and other prime lands to the spread out housing where people put down one here and one there and so forth. And I encourage the government to look at a model where you look at high rises. And I'm not talking about 10, 15 stories, 3, 4, maximum 5 stories. Where on the ground level you have, in fact, I presented this at my first public political meeting in Kingston, Madam Speaker, where on the ground level you have an area where you can have shops for artisans and so forth, restaurants that work, and a couple of layers up, you have quality housing. I pointed them, for example, to what has been taking place in Singapore for a long time. Some of the best housing, quality housing, not boxes, fantastic designs. Our people will love that. And when you give people, Madam Speaker, when you take people out of a situation like they were in Rose Place, ideally, you want to lift them to another level. But you also want to make sure that you give them an opportunity to survive. The people who are moved out from Rose Place are grateful for much better housing in Lowman's Bay, albeit improper use of the land. You could have done a lot better with those lands. But Madam Speaker, what they're not listening to, what I've been asking them about. In Rose Place, many of those people got a livelihood right there in fishing, in artistry, in selling food. Where they are in Lowman's Bay, Madam Speaker, there's absolutely nothing. They have not even helped them with the fisheries facility at Lowman's Bay. They promised them a washroom since Noah was a boy. And they know they ain't getting it until Daniel Cummings become a minister of government. They don't care about the people of West Kingston. The people don't have a job. The vans don't go in there. They're doing nothing to encourage a livelihood. They just sit around all day looking at one another. You know, there's a social study done, and I pointed them to that. I was the first to commend on the improvement in the houses, but I remember telling them, You need to go beyond that. You have to think about these people. They don't care. Madam Speaker, the people of the Southern Grenadines, they come from a part of the country that contributes so significantly to our tourism products. But they value us more than that. One would imagine, Madam Speaker, that when a government, through grants, through borrowed money, when we come in Parliament and approve huge sums of money, one naturally expects that because of the special circumstances of the people of the Southern Grenadines, some consideration would be given to prioritizing the needs of these people, not just in housing, but consider the little shops and all that went with it. Because their whole lives were uprooted. And if instead of bringing them on the mainland and forcing them to stay here in the hope that they can vote here, that they pay attention to prioritizing the needs of those Vincentians. $5, $3, $6 million spent to say you're putting up people in accommodation, which if you do like me and go and visit them, you'll see how uncomfortable they are. They're so removed from reality. I've said it before, for whatever reason, those in authority treating the people in those residences as though they're aliens. They're being very rude and unkind to them. Why not? Can't we prioritize, fix the community, fix back the people's homes, instead of wasting money and keeping them in a place that they don't want to be? Oh God, for heaven's sake, be humane. The people of the Southern Grenadines are a part of this blessed land. Never mind they don't, and they will never vote for you. That is for good reason. You have never treated them kindly. Neither you nor any of the previous Labour administration. We all know, Madam Speaker, my first visit in 1975 to that place. When we were about to put electricity down there, I could not believe my eyes, the conditions in which people on Union Island live. That's indelibly implanted in my hippocampus. Indelibly. It was so appalling. The mosquitoes at 6 o'clock in the evening in a pitch dark place. Surviving on less than a liter of water a day. Thank God for the sea where you can take a bath. It is Sir James Mitchell and the New Democratic Party that caused the Grenadine Islands to be where they are today. And the people of that part of the country will never forget whence they came. And what you have done is just added more salt into the wound. When you politicize the repairs by taking a medical practitioner at a technician level to determine who should get galvanized and cement and lumber, what is more political than that? What is more political than that? Shame on you all. Even in the face of disaster, everything has got to be party politics. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. See, Madam Speaker, when the Honourable Minister of Finance talks about what his government is doing for housing and so forth, you know, they make it sound as though it's the government that's fixing all these houses. They don't mention, Madam Speaker, so many people who pay insurance. There's so many people who have to go and take out a loan to fix their place. Madam Speaker, one of the things any government that cares about its people will deal with is an education program on the pros and cons of insurance. I can tell you firsthand of people whose houses are damaged, who got an estimate in excess of $100,000 and feeling good about the insurance. Bona fide estimate. Go to the insurance and told, we can give you $6,000. 6 out of over 100. That is a matter. If you care about people, you will deal with it in a special way. Our people need to understand that the time to value your property and to adjust your insurance is not after a disaster. This should have been done ahead of the hurricane season. That's what a caring government does. It's part of your responsibility. Don't tell me otherwise. If you really understand the society we live in. Because, Madam Speaker, you see, many a time, people not interested in insurance, but because they borrow a loan. The financial institution only require you to take out insurance on the loan part. And they don't tell you that if something happened to the whole house, this is inadequate. These are things we need to address in society. These are real. This is tough. This is painful. People need to be educated. And government has a role to play in this. I'm hoping today, even at this stage of the hurricane season, our people will listen and go in to the authorities and inquire how protected you are in the event of a natural disaster in terms of insurance. I've seen too many instances of tears, and people have to go in all of this distress and find huge sums of money on their own to repair their homes. Madam Speaker, this thing about Saudi fund and thanks, my bro. That's one of my points. I'm always guided by my own representative, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, very seriously, this supplementary estimate before us, in my humble opinion, reflects a bunch of people in politics for too long, preoccupied with their own survival, completely lost all grips on reality, facing the imminent removal from what they like to call power, using their office to come to this parliament to ask us to support them in increasing the debt burden. I ask the people of this country a very simple question, Madam Speaker. If in 25 years a government can't fix potholes, if in 25 years a government can't repair the port in Kingston and left it to the point where they refuse to even consider repairs. If in 25 years they're spending over 700 million with a flawed design for a port, Madam Speaker, we have in this country a number of persons who have worked on ports here and in the region. They're tempted to give advice to the government early on the design.
Honourable Member for West Kingston, you have 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. They attempted to give this government sound advice on what they should do to get value for money. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, once you are labeled as not red, you're dead. Simple fact. And they made it clear. They made it clear a long time ago. We must suffer and die. The truth is one thing that they can't stand. NDP people have to suffer and die. I might get one tomorrow. Not my words. Not my words. You see, Madam Speaker?
But this is a good time for you to apologize. Because you know you regret it.
No, like father, like son, they never wrong. Like father, like son.
You never said that?
Like father and son, they can never, they're faultless. Add on politically. They said it. You see, Madam Speaker?
I just get away out, you know.
We heard. I want our people to pay close attention. One of my friends on the other side, Madam Speaker, who is no longer here, the Honorable Senator Julian Francis, is one of the few people on the other side I consider a friend.
Okay. You said so before.
The Honorable Minister Prince is not here. He's one of them too.
Yeah.
I have respect for him.
Okay.
But Madam Speaker, this business of roads, the ULP told us that after the finish of Argyle, we will see in this country the repair of roads like we've never seen it before. And they were banking on some equipment, Madam Speaker, that came in second and third hand.
But they're telling the truth.
And they were not good enough. Well, you have a point. Were not good enough to even be scrap iron. Because they do not listen to people who could advise them on the implementation of projects. Roads are not something that you must play political football with. You cannot neglect the roads in 90% of your term and expect you can make up for all of that work in 10% of the time. You're wasting our resources. When you see how these contracts have been done, I drive into the Honorable Minister of Health's constituency to a place I have in Majorca. And over the years, I've watched them dug out the trenches, put down steel, cast the base of the drains, and then they become full of sand, and the steel is rotted out. And years later, they come up again. They're now running like headless chickens, trying to fix that road in Carrere. Madam Speaker, 2017 to now, 3 or 4 different contractors. I've watched them dump huge loads of crushed aggregates to fill the roads, and the water has already washed away 10% of it. It's been sitting there so long. That's our money. They just don't care. There never seem to be any planning. There never seem to be any proper supervision. Because I submit to the people of this country, the objective of the ULP has nothing to do with the people of this country. They are driven by their desire to go back in power. And they feel that if they run up and down for the last couple of weeks before an election, people can vote for them. I have news for you. I have news for you. The fact that you keep putting it off and putting it off tells you what I know. Because like me and my colleagues, we relate to the people of this country in their homes regularly. We know what they're feeling. They know you. They read you. The young people of this country tell me that they're ashamed of you bunch, that you think you're fooling them. But come next time, you're going to find out who you're fooling. So I hear all kind of foolish talk, as if they know the people of this country. Madam Speaker, you know, the Honorable Minister of Finance comes here and tells us about the difficulties of getting money from the Saudi fund. Oh, good heavens. Anybody involved in project management knows that certain institutions keep changing the goalposts. I could tell you, at one time I said to my board in the CWSA, I am not going to the Caribbean Development Bank for any money, because at that time they were not there to support, they were there to frustrate. I'd say that has changed for the good over the last several years. So you have to know what you're dealing with. And when you have the track record that this government has with reputable institutions like the World Bank, no wonder you have to go to questionable sources. Eh? When in constructing the new hospital with funds from the World Bank at favorable terms, you abandon that because it didn't meet your political agenda and go on to another source. It's far more expensive. And you want, as if it's your money. As if it's your money. The move away from the World Bank had everything to do with you having to follow the stringent requirement for procurement and other things. But you run away from that. So don't come and tell me about Saudi fund as if you're not aware of that. Nobody trusts in you right now. People who made contribution to this country for burial chose to make their money to civil organizations instead of going to the government because they can't trust you that the people who want it will get it. You think they don't know what's going on? Madam Speaker, in my own constituency, we've had a lot of damage to burial. There are some people there who can't stop a mobby cat. With what the expression? You wait all this time after burial. What you do? You ain't send people to help them repair the house. You send and you dump off some cement, some sand, some steel, some lumber. You ain't ask the people if they could hire. These people have no means of income. What's happening, Madam Speaker? It's either those cement turn rock or they try and sell them off. Same thing with the steel. How is that helping anybody? And there are people, many people who go in and say, listen, if you supply me with some material, I can get it done myself. But them people ain't full the eye, so they can't get nothing. But when for political reasons, partisan political reasons, they feel they could influence people, they run and dump material with no kind of support. Madam Speaker, that is not what it is about. You must stop playing games with people's lives. You know, people have no livelihood. They have no income stream. How on earth they gonna hire people to use the material you're dumping in the place? 9 times out of 10, they have to sell it to buy bread. How is that helping? I've seen it, and it's not now. I have seen in some yards in my constituency, galvanized.
For housekeeping, I don't mean to interrupt you, sir, but the standing order related to hours of sitting needs to be invoked at this point, or the meeting will be abbreviated unnaturally. So I would like to move the. Sorry? No, but I noticed the time.
I have no problem with
I noticed the time.
No, but I'm supporting you.
I noticed the time. I was just trying to help all you talk, you know. I'm trying to help all you talk. I'm trying to help you talk. Please second the motion.
Deputy acting, which one?
Thanks to the polling. Yeah, say by the bell, say by the bell.
Honorable members, the question is that today's proceedings be exempted from the standing orders, hours of sitting pursuant to Rule 12.5. All those that are in favor say aye. Aye. Those that are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I wish now to invite the honorable member for West Kingston. Don't worry. I have stopped your time, so please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to make a comment, and I really sympathize with you in having thrown yourself into the race and not being treated kindly, Madam Speaker, I leave it.
please proceed.
I'll just wrap it up.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, in the debate on the other side, sometimes you get the impression the other side wants to give the impression that the New Democratic Party never built a housing scheme. Never. Madam Speaker, I was in charge of the Water Authority when we put down the water storage tank to a fair hall housing scheme under the New Democratic Party government. Under an NDP administration, the fair hall housing scheme with the Honorable as Minister. I know, Madam Speaker, because you see, you all are so distant from the truth. The Honorable Parnell Campbell was a Minister of Government at the time. And I remember a relative of mine trying to get one of those homes. You know, sometimes I wonder, why is it that after 25 years of pressuring the people of this country, a so-called government would come to this house with a fake estimate and going back, to what happened before 2001. When they know in their budget they made no provision for any expenditure on the port project in 2026. Not a cent. And they're trying to tell us that they're bringing it forward. Not a cent. Check 776. The project was designed to be completed in 2025. Tell us what the additional money is for. That's what you want to do. You see, Madam Speaker, when you practice to tell untruths, it becomes very difficult to distinguish lies, untruths from facts. Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have 3 minutes remaining.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sure my colleagues are interested, and I thank you very much. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. God.
Further debate? I recognize the Honourable Member for the Southern Grenadines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution on the debate of the supplementary estimates. Madam Speaker, it was early July 2024, after the ravages of Hurricane Beryl, that we debated in this House supplementary estimates 2024 to the tune of $136.4 million that made allocations to help persons who were displaced by Hurricane Beryl in several areas, including housing and other social issues. Today, we are here debating another supplementary estimates 2025, where under the Ministry of Housing, you have over $41 million, and under the Ministry of Tourism, $3 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if it's one thing I know the people of the Southern Grenadines are proud of, is their homes. Whether big or whether small, They make it as comfortable as they can, and they do what's best they can to make them and themselves and their families comfortable. If it's one thing visitors to the Grenadines talk about when they are there, is the homes of the people of these islands and their hospitality and how they take care of what they have. Madam Speaker, 1 year after Hurricane Beryl, some persons in the southern Grenadines, they are no better off than the war just after the hurricane hit. Some persons are unsure of the future. As a matter of fact, some of them said to me they went to several consultations, and still, after checking in regards to the housing, they were told that their names are not on the list, or any list, in order to get the housing repaired. We must also understand it's not only repair, but some houses were completely destroyed. Some people were renting. The rentals were where they were, have not been restored, in want of a better word. Other people, what remained there is just a shell. When we look at the figures in the temporary estimate, over $29 million are allocated to provide funds for the reconstructions, to reconstruct homes affected by Hurricane Beryl and undertake infrastructure works, purchase building materials, trucking services, etc. Madam Speaker, we know that after Hurricane Beryl, persons were provided with accommodation, temporary accommodation on the mainland in hotels, guest houses. At the end of the period, because some said to me that they were given notice that at the end of July, that the government would be no longer responsible for their accommodation. Some told me, some persons in private houses said that they have been given an extra week or two in order to find suitable accommodation. Madam Speaker, the fact is, if while these persons, these families were at temporary accommodation, if proper assessment was done, then we would have known even today, while notices have been given that the time has run out over after a year, that we would have known what the situation is and be better able to provide for the needs of such people in the temporary, who were afforded temporary accommodation. Having visited some of these guest houses, spoken to people who are in private homes, Madam Speaker, and you listen to the cries, you see the tears, and they are there wondering what is their future in terms of accommodation or returning back to the islands, whether Canawan, yes, and Myro, and you might question that, yes, there's still one or two persons in temporary houses on the mainland, and but majority are from Union Island. They're wondering what will be their outcome, because to them, no proper assessment was made and given in terms of what they should do or where they should return to. Now we're asking them to return to the islands, Canawan, Myro, Union, mostly Union Island. But where are they to go? What accommodation is being provided for them? Over the last couple of days, I heard several rumors. I want to call it rumors. And I really don't like to deal with rumors as much. but it was being said that, well, there was an idea of housing them in one of the primary schools and then putting the primary school in. I'm just saying the rumors. I'm just saying the rumors and the discussion that was being held. Remember, I said it's a rumor. Okay, what I heard, and I would hope, Madam Speaker, that would be a new fruit, because I know in the situations, different families under such accommodation, that it wouldn't work. I am saying, and not me, but others are saying, if we know that we were providing temporary, that's the word, temporary accommodations. I heard that it was being said that we have 265 families still in temporary accommodation. Well, over a year, what was being done in order to help these people to return to a decent way of life? And that is what is required, Madam Speaker. I know that in the estimates, supplementary estimates for 2024, $2.5 million was allocated in order to purchase lands for those who were displaced by burial. Some time ago in this house this year, the Minister of Finance said that those monies were not spent. I know the Minister for Housing some time ago was also asking me if I know of lands for sale in Union Island, to point it out to him so that they can make the recommendations in order to provide lands. But one thing that he said, make sure it is not mountainous lands, it must be flat lands. And I said to him, yes, suitable for housing. One thing I said to him, you may have to go up a mountain, but when you reach the mountain, it's flat on top. So maybe consideration can be made for that. I know in an answer to a question, it was said that somewhere around Bajan Corner, that allocation were made, Bajan, not Bajan, Bajan Corner, not Bajan, Bajan Corner, that accommodation were made for 7 houses, I think, in that area. But if you look at that area presently, it's an area that is being used to store debris, galvanized from houses and other sort of debris from the hurricane. But if you also look at that area, you will see that it suffered from the ravages of storm surge. Most of the trees along the shore were rooted up. And you have 2 main drains from the mountains that comes through there. So you know that the area is not suitable for building of houses, especially prefab housing. It won't be suitable at all. But Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, I want to say to you that there are indeed lands in Union Island that are for sale and can be used to for such houses, and there are people who are willing to sell lands to accommodate the people from Union Island who are here in temporary accommodation. But once the correct assessments and you do whatever is necessary, that those lands can become available. It beats me, because having visited some of these people in the temporary shelter, and they are told that, some of them are saying they were told that they can't build houses for everybody. But I think people who are in such situation, that is the wrong thing to say to them. We cannot build houses for everybody. Because you are in that situation, not knowing where you're going, and having to face that statement even put you in a worse situation than you were before. Some of the women are talking about the mothers for this and mothers for that. Some of the women, they were in tears. They were in tears because they don't know exactly what is coming for them or what is happening for them. I spoke to some of the guest houses people, and they told me that they have received notification that at the end of July, they are no longer responsible for these people. So I am glad to see that in respect to Ministry of Tourism, which just said, what it was, 3 million to provide funds to cover the cost of accommodation and utility expenses for hotels, guest houses, for meals and such. Because I know persons will be glad to hear this, so I want to get a guarantee today. Is it that the period will be extended for the stay at private houses and guest houses? Because some people told me that they were told they were given a week or 2 after. But having a week or 2 after the ending of July certainly would not solve the problems for many people who have no place to stay. As I said, some people's houses were completely destroyed. When you walk Union Island, you get out on my porch and you take a good view around the area. You're still seeing tarpaulin. You're still seeing houses without any form of roof. You wonder what is happening. In some cases, yes, you have private persons who assisted, like Mr. Waits and Gumbo Limbo. You have the Musty Company, Seventh-day Adventist Church, who came from different islands, who have assisted in helping to put on some of this roof. But Madam Speaker, all you have in some cases is just a roof. Some houses just have roof. They have no doors. They have no windows. They cannot live, they cannot live there. So you have those who have no house at all because completely destroyed. Those who were renting, those rentals were destroyed. They cannot go back there. And those whose houses were fixed. Well, should I say the roof were fixed, but all you have is a roof. You have no doors, you have no windows, so they cannot live in those houses. And as my honorable friend, my member for West Kingston was saying, some of these people are poor. They're not working anywhere. They have no income, and it is hard. If they were in the Southern Grenadines, then they will find alternative means of employment. But having to be on the mainland, it is hard for them to find the needs and the means in order to find that employment that they live. And we must understand that people need to get back to a decent way of life. And in order for them to get back to a decent way of life, some people must get the help that they need. Without that help, they wouldn't be able to move forward or to get anywhere. For example, Madam Speaker, take a place like Miro. Miro is a small community. And I expect that in Miro, by now, a year after burial, every house in Miro would have already been fixed. But it's not so. And in some cases, the work is held up because contractors are not paid for months. Yes. Yep. Some of them have to take money from their pockets in order to pay the workers until the funds dry out. When that is out, then they hold up the work because they don't want to have people working and they cannot pay them. Because these people who are working also have families and dependent on the little fund themselves from the work in order to help repair their homes. So that is the reality. Apart from that, the contractors not being paid, you find you have a problem with materials. Materials not reaching in time. And you don't have the amount of materials that is needed in order to for the construction process to go on. I remember seeing some houses in Union Island 3-4 weeks without galvanized. The whole frame and everything is up, but you don't have galvanized there in order to cover the houses. When you enter some of these houses, even though there's roof on, it's a complete destruction inside. No kitchen. The floor is already rooted up and all this, so they have to repave the floor, put in the necessary infrastructure inside the house. So it's not only a roof that is needed. You have other essentials that are needed for the people to live in their houses comfortably. So when you hear the people cry, and when you hear they say, we are not treated fairly, they are not treated fairly, then you know the cries of the people. You know the pain that they are feeling. Okay? Some of them, they said to me, they have consultation in union, they want to go, but they don't have the money to pay the boat to go down and to come back up. And that is reality for many people. Some people said they had cards, they gave them cards, but some people did receive cards. I'm only telling you what they said. They said they received cards, but up to now, for some of them, they haven't received a cent on the card. I'm only telling you what they said. Okay? Some of them said that. It is very hard for these people. I remember somebody, we wonder if I should use it here. They said to me, Mr. Oliver, the Labour Party government had said something to the people of these islands years ago. They said the people in these islands would eat grass. And it seems to them that they are in a situation where things are so hard. You see, reality, I'm only saying what I was reminded of, and reality on the lives of these people. They know what they are feeling, and it isn't easy when you visit these temporary accommodations on the mainland, and you go to people, and when you carry that little food and the little things to them, and that they are so glad to receive that, because they have also said that the food packages, it's stop come. They don't get that anymore, so that they are on their own. I know the food kitchens in Union Island is still working. They may not provide for the quantity that they used to do before, but it's still there. At least some people, the elderly and others, still get the lunch and so. But on the mainland, the packages have stopped for people who are not employed, and they are temporarily housed, and they're not given that assistance in order to give a little sustenance when the day come. They are on their own. How will they make it? Some of them have children. I know in some of these guest houses, one of them said to me, they try to sell little things, and whatever funds they collected, that is what they give to the children there every day to go to school for a little something for break. It is very hard for these people, and people do want to go home, but go home to where? Go home to where? Where should they go home? What should they go home to? You know? So we keep talking about, yeah, we have all the funds and the supplementary estimates and the when you check it up in both tourism and housing, over $44 million to be spent, and we have an allocation of over $136.4 million. And I am to ask, where was the money used? Have all the money been used in place that it was allocated for? Because no, you have to ask. We keep on talking about free transportation, and I heard, yes, there were free transportation for people, and I know there are people who have said to me, they've spoken to a couple of ministers when they were in union and said, yes, you have free accommodation for us people, But those of us who are trying to help ourselves, and when we carried those building materials to the boat, and they said to us, no, this is government day, so it has to go back. So it's coming on a day when they have to pay. When they have to pay, and you thought that the occasions would have been used to help these people who are suffering to get the materials to Union Island as quickly as possible and free in order to help them. Because if we are helping people, we are helping people. Overall, in the estimates 2024, $22.5 million. This was allocated to purchase building materials to repair homes affected by Hurricane Beryl. $22.5 million to purchase materials to help people, to help repair homes affected by Hurricane Beryl. When you go through the islands, you have to ask yourself, where is the $22.5 million? There are people, when you see them, they make all kind of requests. Please, help us get this. When we go, we are told that your name is not on the list. How your name is not on the list? But Mr. Oliver, I give my name here, and I give my name there, and I give my name in about 3 places. But I am told, but my name is not on the list. These are people whose houses have been completely destroyed. We were told that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. And the rebuilding of phase 4 houses would have started, it should have started over 2-3 months ago. But for some people, that is not reality. They haven't been touched at all. Why is it? Who did the assessment? Where are what is the requirement? What's the assessment? What is stopping the building of the houses of so many people? Why we still have so many families, as I said, 265 families still in temporary accommodations on the mainland. Over a year after Hurricane Beryl, these people are waiting to go home. They want to go home. And all they're asking for is the assistance needed. If we get this, if we get a little bit of this, we'll be able to start something to help ourselves. People want to help themselves once they get what is needed. They need the land. Where's the money for the land? Why isn't the land being purchased? I know somewhere up on the mainland some years ago when the disaster struck, they purchased lands, the houses were built, and the keys were given out. What happened to Union Island? I know you understand. You said that you don't want to get in any big blocks, big buildings, big building apartments and so. But there are people, when you visit them and you see what they're going through, then you understand that even after burial, somebody living in a tent, a little 2 by something knock up with plywood and a little something over the roof to sustain themselves in any weather, sooner or later they won't be able to make it. And these are people crying for help. These are people who need the assistance from a caring government. And if we care, as we should, then people would be in a much better situation than we are today. some of these people on the temporary shelter, I took Mother's Day's lunch and a little present for the women. Everybody got lunch, but the presents were for the women. And they were so happy. They were so glad, knowing that people care for them, and they express themselves. They express the joy of knowing that they are not a forgotten people. They are not a forgotten people, that even though you can't go every day or every week, there are times when you will go and say to them, keep hope alive. Keep hope. The day will come when you will be able to return home and return to accommodation that is suitable for you and your family to live. Now, what are we going to do? What is the solution? Time is up. We have funding here, 3 million. How long is the extension? How long will they be able to stay in these guest houses or private homes? Some people told me, as I said, they were given a week or two. They start to send down little things where they can, or by who they can send it by. But the homes are not completed. All right? When will the prefabricated houses be here? How many will be allocated to each island? Where is the land located? In Kanawha and Myro Union? Because even though in Kanawha you still need houses, there's still people in temporary accommodation in Kanawha. Still people in Myro who want the houses to be built. And as I said, Myro is the smallest of them all. And I thought Myro would have been in better situation than everybody else, because it's a small island community. And no contractor pay or holding up of materials should ever hold back such a small community from being fixed and being fixed early. To provide funds for the cost of accommodation, utility expenses, hotel, guest houses, and so on. Meals for persons displaced by Hurricane Beryl. As I said, in Union Island, the kitchens, 2 kitchens, one Ashton, one in Clifton, they're still open, providing these meals, but not in the quantity as they used to before. But it is still being provided. Okay? On the mainland, in terms of the houses, the private homes, the people who have registered, and also the people in the guest houses, they have told me that they have stopped receiving anything from NEMO in terms of houses and in terms of food, and where they should. Is this $3 million? Are we going to start back? Are we going to restart or whatever? Would the people be provided with food on a temporary or regular basis? Would they be given something to sustain themselves even while they wait on the houses, the homes in Union Island? This is essential for quite a number of people. The persons who only have roof, no doors, no windows. Where are these coming from, and how soon can they get the necessaries in order for them to return to the livelihood?
Honorable member, you have 15 minutes remaining.
The lives that they had before burial. You know, it is very hard for some people. I know people who had just finished construction, who had just finished repairing the houses, and bash. Here comes Hurricane Beryl, and everything was gone within a couple hours. I mean, I couldn't believe. It's something that no one would ever want to live through. And having gone through that, I have heard of situations where people, in the few houses that remain with roof, people remain on a sitting chair like this, sleeping. Some people stand up, try to get asleep. The night after the passage of the hurricane, so we sometimes jokingly and take it for joke, but it was a harsh reality for quite a number of people. And then having been on the mainland for so long and not knowing when the end is near is a hard thing that people have to face. So, my wish is that funding will come soon. Funding will come soon. It's too long. It's over a year. It's over a year. You know, sometimes I know people don't like to, when we talk about our neighbors, Keraku, how quickly they responded and they rebounded. And they did quickly. I mean, if I've been over there, I live right there. Okay? I say I live right there. Okay? So it's really a difficult situation. And I would expect that it be remedied soon. And what's it? When we look at the heartbreaking fire that happened today on the MV Jajan Son, the fast ferry, it makes the transportation system even more difficult. My heart goes out to Captain Elvis and the owners of Jadan Son and the crew. I have seen photos where, you know, it was really a devastating fire. Seems as if inside the whole building, the whole boat has been burnt out and so. And I really hope that they'll be able to rebound quickly, because it's a vital service that they provide for the people of the Grenadines. Not only the Southern Grenadines, but they do offer the service also to the people of the Northern Grenadines, Beckway in particular. So, Madam Speaker, the reality is that after Hurricane Beryl, and after the first supplementary estimates of $136.4 million, and today we are asking for another $98 million to look after the people, mainly the over $44 million to look after the people who were displaced by Hurricane Beryl. It's really, really a hard thing when you look at the suffering of so many people and seeing to them as if there is no end in sight. It's really a tough thing to undergo. And I know people say I could stand here and talk about the realities and what people are facing and what they're going through. But it is the truth. I know some people, when they heard that they were given the time as to the end of July, there were tears. Some people started to cry. What they want us to do? Where they want us to go? What is going to happen to us? And it is indeed hard for them. People who are not working. People have no form of employment. It is indeed hard. And from the beginning, I had said there are three types of people. One, the people who can help themselves. Two, the people, if given the materials, they will be able to do something for themselves. And three, you have the people who have a little insurance, a little money, will be able to help themselves. I'm mostly concerned about those people who have lost everything and have no means in order to regain what they have lost. And we must take those people into consideration. We must do that. And as my leader said, the harsh reality of this is that we were hoping that this situation would have already been under control. But it seems to me as if we have now started. For some people, the process has just started, and for some people, it didn't even start. Some people, it didn't start. And it left me today with a very sad heart. I wouldn't even start to talk about roads and all of that. Because if the house is not fixed, then who am I to talk about roads within the Southern Grenadines? I remember once we were told, just say your best, your worst roads in each island. Give us 3 roads in each island. And I have done that. And that is all 2 and 3 years, even under the Minister Julian. Give us those 3 roads and we'll have them fixed. And since then to now. So if the houses are not fixed, who am I to complain about road? Please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Central Kingstown.
Thank you kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2025 and to the motion 2025 supplementary estimates St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as presented earlier today by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I want to start by being as emphatic as I can, especially to the people of the Southern Grenadines, and inclusive of those homeowners on mainland St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And you would understand, to the people of Central Kingstown, who I still have the honor to represent, that we are with them. And they have waited 1 year, 1 month, and a week for relief, which in many cases is not forthcoming. But come the next general elections, which I understand is after November 6th this year, we will take care of them within the first 3 months of government of a new Democratic Party government.
Yes,
we are that confident. Hold on. Hope and help is coming. Madam Speaker, I want to be equally emphatic about the request for appropriation for some $3 million or thereabout, and it may perhaps be more. For those homeowners, tourism facilities, guest house facilities, other commercial houses, domestic houses, whatever it is, Madam Speaker. We don't want them to wait a day longer to get the relief that they're entitled to, and we will not stand in objection to they receiving their monies. So pay the people their money and pay them fast. That said, Madam Speaker, I want to say in this honorable House of ours, Madam Speaker, that the remainder of the request for approximately $100 million is at best opportunistic. That's the request. And it is loaded, Madam Speaker, with political possibilities. I get it, Madam Speaker, that the request, as explained, is for the purpose of road repairs, completion of the port, and housing post-burial destruction. 1, 2, 3. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance said that the request of this kind, and this type, and at this timing for $100 million in the life of a government is not unusual. I beg, Madam Speaker, to differ. I differ not on the point that it is reasonable for a responsible government to ask for more financial assistance to look after the citizens of a country. But I differ that such a government ought to be sensitive as to their own timetables, their lifespan, and in this situation of an election pending within 3 months or so, because they have never gone beyond the calendar 5 years, Madam Speaker, we would have to be I'll leave that word out, Madam Speaker. You simply can't go along with that, Madam Speaker. You know, the word I want to use, Madam Speaker, I wish I will not use. I will not use the provocation, Senator Bruce. But it's like urinating in the air and asking us to consider it as rain. That's what it really is. You know what this is locally, Madam Speaker. And your smile confirms that. We will not, Madam Speaker, subject ourselves to that kind of abuse, Madam Speaker. And I dare say, I don't think that any other Caribbean jurisdiction would tolerate that kind of request. No opposition party, in fact, I don't think any government would be so insulting to their parliament to come 3 months before an election and ask an opposition party to plait rope, give them monies to spend on road repairs, to promote themselves in an election campaign, that we have done this and we have done that, to build houses to the selected numbers of people, and to complete a project upon which, while we support it, we do not all have all the facts, Madam Speaker. The truth be told, no one has comprehensively come to this Parliament, Madam Speaker, with a proper and comprehensive explanation as to precisely what has happened at the new port. We have the stories presented here today and the whispers we have heard of clutching and declutching and explanations given. But we also have the benefit of experienced hands, local engineers, people who have been involved in ports, international, regional, and other engineers as to the nature of the problem at the existing port. I borrow people's language, the sinking port. I say I borrow people's language, Madam Speaker. Clearly, we are enjoined in saving the investments in the port that is now under construction. And this nation of ours can be assured that we'll draw on the experience and expertise that's available. Madam Speaker, people who know better than me, and some of them are not as lettered, like my colleague here, Honorable Daniel Cummins of West Kingstown, but are more practiced than him and others in physical port construction. I speak of people who have been involved in the Camden Park port, the cruise ship port, the existing port and other regional ports, and accept this as a non-engineer, as intelligence. If you're building a port, you have to have a natural backwater against where the sea waves will rush up, lose the energy source, and go back to sea. Rather than having dissipate, rather than having a man-made construction being battered morning, noon, and night, as we say in local language. Ultimately, something will give. And so, the engineering construction, I'm advised, Madam Speaker, has disregarded the practiced and experienced advice on port building. And some of these people have been generous to the government in more ways than one, but I would make them privy to this conversation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even with improved performance by our audit department, for whom I have the greatest of respect, Madam Speaker, even if I was to accept the word, and it may be well-meaning, Madam Speaker, with respect to how this $100 million request will be applied, the fact of the matter is, we will not know that until some 3-4 years hence. I don't think we'll go into 5 years because the department has brought us into reasonable strike. We're now into 2022 audit report, and perhaps later this year, as has been promised, early next year, we might be into 2023. But it will be some time before we know that what was said to us today in this parliament is in fact true. But what matters, Madam Speaker, between our discovery and the revelation of that report, there would have been an important event, an event called a general election, upon which those same set of facts will be represented, repackaged, and presented as a fait accompli, mission accomplished by a government in office. You're too smart for that, Madam Speaker. So I repeat as I started, we'll take care of the people of the Southern Grenadines and all those who have not been properly attended to. Madam Speaker, I want to borrow on the decency of the honorable member for East Kingstown and to ask the Sergeant of Arms to deliver to the Honorable Minister of Housing my Kingstown list. And I would not use up my time, Madam Speaker, in calling names of Miss McPhee and Melville and Hackshaw and Monica Joseph. Well, she lived by the other side and so I have given you my list of my members who are unattended, and it's not a complete list to say that several members in several Kingstown are still in discomfort a year plus after. That's on our side, Madam Speaker. You don't learn your lessons, and you want to tempt my... Madam Speaker, so I'm apprehensive that appropriate funds appropriated, Madam Speaker, as I said before, will be politically manipulated. And, Madam Speaker, I go beyond saying apprehensive to say that, in fact, there is precedent to show that disaster funds have often been used to the advantage of the governing party. There are people who say that they're in fact a disaster government, that they've profited out of disasters. You don't need down in a jiggling crowd, you know. That's what I'm saying. People have said. What I say? I think you've had the benefit of the doubt. And I judge it going back a few years, when then Honorable Adam Eustace, in the middle of a disaster, stopped his cars coming from North Leeward, where he had gone to visit. And the Honorable Prime Minister and himself had words. And his view was the opposition wanted to look prime ministerial. Those are facts. Even in this disaster, we were reminded that we could unite on certain conversations with respect to burial. But this is not a unity government. It's a unification, and getting along is a convenient instrument for you. I certainly will give way.
I appreciate. I'm just still honorable member, and I don't like to interrupt people when they're in full flight. But I'm having a little trouble with your word profiteer. And I'm asking where you stand on this. And my understanding of the definition of profiteer is to make or seek to make an excessive or unfair profit, especially illegally or in the black market. Now, you have said that the government has profited. And with that definition, I'm just asking if that is your position, that the government has profited from natural disasters. And I hope you could help me with that.
I certainly can help you, because you've been in Parliament long enough to know that the word profiteering has that interpretation which you have advanced, but it also has a local meaning, simply meaning that two trading parties, one benefits more than the other out of a particular event or no exercise. So I'm saying that in several situations and circumstances when we've had a natural disaster, you have seen an increase in capital flows, the ability of the government to do things that they could not do had the disaster not happened. You have seen even now, dealing with Major, in burial, when you were short of cash, it was to your advantage to have funds from the contingencies fund released to you and give you a new life. But I'm not saying that you're praying for that to happen. All I'm simply saying that, no, I better than that. If I didn't want to, let me go on, Madam Speaker. There are people who actually say that you pray for disasters, and I don't agree with them. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance, on the question of roads, said, we have spent all the monies. We have spent all the monies. I think the inference was, if he didn't actually say this, is what I interpreted. We have never had it so good before on road repairs in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But we have spent all the monies. And the further arguments, we have never had it so good before. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, not in my living history have I ever seen such a state of disrepair of roads in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it is across the length and breadth of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Every tributary into my constituency, whether it's the Lago Heights, the Old Montrose Sharps Gate branch off into Sharps Green Hill Road, the Murray Village Road, around Paul's Avenue, leave that to you. It's like that. There are roads in Sharpsdale in central Kingston that have gone back from whence they came. There's a veritable lawn on the road. You could push a lawnmower over it and keep it in conditions. You have the same thing in Stony Ground. I've seen places like that, Madam Speaker. You know, I speak it as I see it, you know. You have literally speaking got us accustomed now to accept when you get a 50 yards patch, to thank God for a patch portion of road. You fill it up and you patch it. Sometimes you fill it up and you don't have the bitumen or whatever it is to complete it. But that's what we've been accustomed to. In fact, I actually heard the audacity of a government representative on a local radio station say, what you all making noise for? What is it about giving up some bad roads to get a little bit more medication at the hospital? Conditioning us. That we're asking for too much. Reducing us to accept that we should be the third world, Madam Speaker. No, sir. That is not acceptable to us as a people. I'm not saying we'll pay every place in gold, because we have to cut and contrive and also live within our means. But we can better manage the resources at our disposal, Madam Speaker. And we have not done a good job in the road maintenance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But Madam Speaker, this raises an even more important question. That is, we have spent all the money. Because the Act 73, Section 73 quoted in the motion, Madam Speaker. Section 73. Let me get it for you. Let me take my time. Let me slow down a little bit. I'm trying to get in all of this and I have to balance my speed and my substance, Madam Speaker. Says that the government can come to monies if in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated by the appropriation law to any purpose is insufficient. So he has said that we have spent all the money. So I think he qualifies his argument that the money has been insufficient. So let's grant that, Madam Speaker, that the money has been insufficient. But if it has been insufficient, Madam Speaker, honorable members, we can also go back to the years 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 of projects for which the money have been insufficient. So this is not the first time that the money is in the vote, in the budget, has been insufficient to see us through. So what am I to say, Madam Speaker? That several of the things that we don't have in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are not completed because of insufficiency. Well, if not explained, Madam Speaker, why then that it didn't happen in 21, 2, 3, or 4, but in 2025, an insufficiency of funds is a good premise to come to the Parliament 3 months before an election to fulfill budgetary projections, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can listen of projects or services not delivered over 25 years in Central Kingstown. In Largo Heights, a ball like a cow to get them build bridges to go across the River Divine. I see a lot of them in Park Hill that I can't get in Central Kingstown. 25 years, not 1 year you could look upon those villagers in Largo and say, stop using a coconut trunk, stop using an old vinlet pole, stop using the pallets from a vinlet place, and stop the risk that you're taking to go across those rivers on all kind of rickety racks because there's no money. Is that why we don't have hard coats in Largo Heights? Is that why there's not a hard coat, Madam Speaker, in redemption shafts? Look at the police station, which still can't be repaired. Is it an insufficiency of funds? Couldn't we go to some of the fund sources so that they could have their own roof on the head? When I go and visit the band room, when there's registration day, they take 3 chairs to make one. It is that bad. There's some bathrooms you can't go to, Madam Speaker. You can't even paint over the sign at the old Montrose police station. I don't blame the government alone for that. I blame the Commissioner of Police as well. The sleeping quarters in several police stations. In 2025, you still have policemen sweeping barracks. That is for janitors. Sweeping pavements in Calico. Doing menial house chores. Not any British army, any regional army, any decent police force subjects their policemen to that kind. They're policemen, not janitors. That's an insufficient funds, Madam Speaker. The lighting of the hard courts across the country in all constituencies. That's an insufficiency of funds argument, Madam Speaker. The clinic. I've been here over 20 years asking for clinic for Central Kingstown. I went past Luke Brown. I had to be patient with Honorable Jimmy Prince. They told me that they bought the lands this year in 2025. They would get drawings in 2026. And if I behave myself, that's not their words, we'll get a clinic in 2027. Is that an insufficiency of funds? My God. Same thing in Kingston Park. They have a little 2x4 place up in this place, small goals, Madam Speaker. They can't get a hard court. They can't get a playing field. They can't even get a thing for the young children to play on. Don't talk about Paul's Avenue, Madam Speaker. All those are insufficiency funds issues. Well, you could have come back to Parliament and we would have loaned you support if we were looking at those general interest matters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want you to be patient, Madam Speaker. I want you to be patient as I return, Madam Speaker, to a statement that you have heard too many times from me, Madam Speaker. And it's in the Director of Audit Report of 2007. But I'll give you a different twist to this, Madam Speaker. A different twist to it. In 2007, Section 145, this is what the Director of Audit had to say. I repeat it. Drum it in our ears. The listening public must consume it. The ease with which funds can be obtained and spent without the authorization of the House of Assembly should be reviewed to satisfy the purpose of Section 72(1)(2) of the 1979 Constitution. If we had paid attention to this, Madam Speaker, we would not have had the government spending nearly $200 million without the lawful authority of the Parliament of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You're not giggling for that. You all spent money, large amounts of monies, without this Parliament's approval. 177, 180, nearly $200 million. I'm still on the ease of spending money. Why am I going there, Madam Speaker? Because sometimes you have to apply a trained mind to what is before you. You can't limit yourself, Madam Speaker, to the strict and narrow interpretation. So I want to revisit my observation and objection to the minister of this morning, Madam Speaker. This is what the minister said this morning in the minutes. And I read it this morning, but I'm reading it this evening. When I can do so before having to go to the High Court, as it was being suggested. The Honorable Minister of Finance informed the committee that $98 million outlined in the supplementary budget estimates and supplementary appropriation bill 2025 were already approved by the Parliament as part of the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Not so. That's not true. That's false. The reason for reallocation due to the ongoing infrastructural projects, specifically in roads, housing, and the port project, the funds initially allocated for 2026 will now be used in 2025. Where on earth you could go and tell the Parliament that rubbish, that nonsense? Huh? That you're hungry today and you're eating next week's breakfast. How do you do that? You can't eat yesterday's breakfast today, must more to next week's budget. How can you reasonably import the monies? Well, that simply means, Madam Speaker, if this was the allocation for 2026, and we take it and bring forward to 25, that line item will be zero. Because to the extent that you replace the 26 brought forward to 25 with a new 26, it's new monies. And that's typically of a way in which information was presented to mislead. It's been fast and loose. It's like those guys in Middle Street with those card games. Asking you to pick this and pick that. And they prick the finger with a little blood and they mark one and so on and so forth if you want to beat them. Not here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the funds initially allocated in 2026 cannot now be used in 2025. If we acquiesce to that, Madam Speaker, we'll be doing a grave injustice to our parliamentary responsibilities, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance has taken leave of the Parliament. That's fine. I may do so later when he's wrapping up, because I'm pretty good at returning favors. I'm pretty good at that, Madam Speaker. But allow me, Madam Speaker, to go to the contributions of the Minister of Finance and to what I call, I hope my word is right, and if I'm not, I'm sure you'll help me from your lofty chair, Madam Speaker. The derision, that's how I call it. That's right. That is captured in his speaking about port development in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In the 2023 report, he speaks about the largest project in the budget 2020, the construction of a modern cargo port in Kingstown. In fact, as infrastructure projects go, the cost, scope, scale, and significance of our port redevelopment project rivals the construction of the Argyle International Airport. I don't doubt that, Madam Speaker. When completed, the port will improve operational efficiency, facilitate improved trade, improve the ease of doing business, enhance border security, revitalize Kingstown, create jobs, and stimulate economic growth. How we know that, Madam Speaker? How we know that?
Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes remaining.
I know, and he may give me a minute, but that's fine. He goes on, Madam Speaker. This is the reason I'm talking about now. We'll use that space to double our capacity to accomplish cruise ships and to create service and attractions. As I said, Madam Speaker, I do also have some vision challenges sometimes, to monetize the increased cruise passenger flow. No recognition that is the cruise ship terminal maligned that was sinking by Glenn Jackson Company that has given us this footprint on tourism at the moment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2024, the revised position is now that, yes, the construction sector is booming, but that it is just a series of bricks and mortar projects with the impact of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He goes on. We take these little false political flatlinings as the high unintended compliment that they are an acknowledgement that big things happen. Minister of Finance is extremely good at flowery language, Madam Speaker. Insulting language is better. 2025 on port. Barring another natural disaster, the year 2025 will make the opening of the modern port in Kingstown. This will be an historic achievement and the cornerstone of future development. He goes on. Curiously, our honorable friends in the opposition have been less excited about the impending opening of the modern port that we have. They have asked repeatedly what the port will do to impact the lives of Vincentians, where it will solve crime. They're always talking about this to prevent teenage pregnancies. The port, going to prevent teenage pregnancies and the like. It is this type of, and you will help me pronounce, Madam Speaker, VAPID, vapid cynicism, that's how you describe it, that comes to typify their response to major developmental projects. That's how they see us. That's how they see us. Rude and out of place they are, Madam Speaker, when they speak about this in this regard. Madam Speaker, you see this? This is the report of the 2023 port performance of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's already a document of the House. It's been tabled in the House, Madam Speaker. When you look at the income statement of the existing port in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Madam Speaker, it generates a profit of $3.9 million. Let's call it $4 million. $4 million we make from the port. We are spending nearly $700 million now, which would have wider economic implications. It's not the government has to get a return on an investment, a net present value, an internal rate of return, any such thing. That makes sense. But if you look at this $4 million, Madam Speaker, divide $700 million by that. That will give you what they call in accounting the payback period to pay for the port. That's your great grandchildren, Madam Speaker. Because that's nearly 160 years at this profit to make it back. Unless we get the other things right, the economic takeoff that we want. And we have made the case. We have made the case, Madam Speaker, that the port investment, as much as we support it, is hinged upon us developing an export-led strategy, where the port is not just simply a facilitator of the current 15% GDP contribution of the trade sector in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but it's a gateway for our creatives, it's a gateway for our manufacturers, our agro-processors, our farmers, that things will happen, Madam Speaker. Because I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, it will actually get worse before it gets better. Because a $700 million port, Madam Speaker, if you look at page 24 of this report, for the same kinds of returns, because we build a port don't mean that certain people who used to buy 2 pounds of sugar buy 4, you know. And who used to buy a half 10 sardine will buy 2. They'll still buy what they can afford because what the economy provides. But it will require higher operating costs. Am I correct, MP Cummins? To run the new port. So it may well go into a loss in the initial phases unless we increase a range of taxes to assist the port in the circumstances. And who pays? The taxpayer pay, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, when you come to the House, full of talk, but not full of listen, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not satisfied speaking on the housing, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance brings our attention to a $41 million need. And he says this comes about because we are changing from the Saudi funds to local funding. Well, the Minister of, my colleague, Member for West Kingston spoke to this. But let me just add my little piece, Madam Speaker. Remember, Madam Speaker, I think we had $100 and something million loan from the Saudis. And we once wanted to get $48 million drawdown. And they said to us, kindly and politely, you can get the $48 million, but you have to contribute $3 million. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the second best performing in the Caribbean, went and borrowed $3 million. And that brings us to the reality, Madam Speaker, that every time that the government requires an investment in this country, they have to get it by beg, steal, or borrow. We have no fat. Don't tell me steal over there. You're all looking for trivia to look for something. If you don't have anything meaningful to do, take the trivia somewhere else. The beg, steal, or borrow is local parlance. If you want me to take it back, they have to borrow or they have to beg. They have to look for grant funds or they have to get a loan. And let me take you back to my analysis. Those loans and those debts are right up to our throat. We are drinking it. And when you're walking about this country, as I did in Park Hill, as I did in Richland Park, as I did yesterday in Lourdes Lobos, Madam Speaker, you see the quality of life, or better put, the lack of quality of life of so many thousands of Vincentians. They cut out the dirt steps. They put a piece of concrete on the steps to go up. They have no street light. They have no footpath. But they make do, they're satisfied because the home relationship may be as of a kind and they pray to the God Almighty to see them through. But Vincentians are living hell while many of us are doing well in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Madam Speaker. So the fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, this is the cavalier ways in which it's presented. We don't think we'll get the Saudi Arabian monies. We don't think we'll get it. So we'll float $41 million in bonds and we'll look at windows to put them out there. No, this is another aha moment. It's another aha moment. Because when we met as a group with the Public Accounts Committee, I raised with the witnesses there that this current government, last year, in 2022, that's the last audit report we had, is 22 or 23. 22. They spent more money in bonds. They spent more in bonds than they were authorized by this parliament. They had no authority. And the Minister of Finance conceded that they will have to go and check out how that happened. So don't think I'm fabricating. I speak to the evidence that's on the ground, Madam Speaker. And again, we say the monies are exhausted. Well, I'm telling you, if I had been in the government and aware of the conditions that the member for the Southern Grenadines represented there, because the day, I remember when he called me and I was in Green Hill, and he couldn't get the honorable leader of the party. The phone system already began to collapse. And he said, Major, you had to get down here right away. I realized something terrible had happened, Madam Speaker. But by the time that I became aware, Madam Speaker, the next day, I was at Secret Graves because I was getting on the boat to get down to the Southern Grenadines. I was buying bread at Annisville. I went there before it's open and they accommodated me, allowed me to go upstairs and get bread. And the Secretary General for our party and the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition showed up. He said, how much of a bread you're buying? Double it. And people who were there seeing me buying bread to go to Grenadines contributed bread. And by the time we reached the port, we had all sorts of other food stuff to take down to the Grenadines. I've been down there a couple of times. Well, can you watch me in the face today and tell me every member of the government's party have been to the Southern Grenadines on more than one occasion to look at the plight of the people there? But I'm saying to you, had I been in the government at this stage, not a single household in Union Island would have been ordered out a proper shelter. Not one. Because it can't be done. And we could have mobilized differently. What they did late is what I said up front. We could have got the engineering units.
Honorable Member, you have 5 minutes remaining.
We could have got the, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We could have got the engineering corps of Barbados Defense Force, Guyana Defense Force, Jamaica and others. We could have mobilized differently with the local resources to go down to the Grenadines and get them into housing, Madam Speaker. And now you want to manipulate the good, decent and resilient people of the Southern Grenadines for an election purpose. By the way, Madam Speaker, my grandfather, James White, my mother's father, was born in Union Island, you know. Never met him and I never met many of my relatives. But I have claims Union Island membership, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, to tell you the truth, I have coined an expression, and I raise it again for the public to consider what I was meaning, because I'm going to add for it to the Madam Speaker. We are a poverty-rich country. This is just that nobody's buying poverty, Madam Speaker. But this evening I say it a little different, Madam Speaker. We are making poverty a commodity. That's what we're doing with the people who don't have the shelters and the other requirements to be in the houses at this time, Madam Speaker. And in the process of making poverty a commodity, Madam Speaker, disaster in St. Vincent and Grenadines is nothing short of a human tragedy. Nobody, no family should have been separated from each other in a small 2x2 country like this for 14 months. Nobody should be having to make the decision whether to stay here or stay there and to leave my girl child especially one place and another place. A matter for the member of Southern Grenadines many times say we need a hostel facility. In fact, this building is supposed to be converted into a hostel if the original plans fall through. Am I correct? That's what it's supposed to be for the people of the Southern Grenadines. Madam Speaker, in the 3 minutes you say I have, And I think you're not bad at timekeeping, Madam Speaker. It leads me to this interesting interrogation. Because every time you come here, you get screw faces. People are upset. Now, this is the 2025. This is the 2025. This lovely document here is the expenditure, is the budget for the year, Madam Speaker. This pretty document. Estimates 2025 financial summaries, Madam Speaker. We have a figure here nobody's talking about, you know. $278.4 million from other receipts. Why didn't we apply some of that to satisfy the $41 million or even the $25 million or $10 million or $5 million from the other receipts? How much did we get, Madam Speaker? How much did we get? Had they have the money, Madam Speaker, there would have been a lot of chest beating and thumping, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm literally out of time, you know. So I close with this, Madam Speaker, that when we look, and I would not be able to develop it, Madam Speaker, out of respect for you. If we look at the debt of this government, we'll see a figure under overdraft to the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think it's for $117 million. And another figure for $67 million, a total of $182 million thereabout. This Parliament never gave government permission to get that loan at the Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You know they got it? Every time they have the overdraft, instead of servicing it and paying it along and pay it down, they convert it to a loan and move on. That's how they're creating monies. That's why the statement of the ease in which they get government monies is manifest. It must stop, Madam Speaker. And I will not, in this honorable house, rest until I am in a position to serve or continue to serve my people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Central Kingston all over, including Southern Grenadines, much better than I'm currently doing. And I pray God that they hold the faith for another few months, that by Christmas they will see that new dawn that has emerged on the horizon. Much obliged, Honorable.
For the debate, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to make my contribution to this supplementary appropriation bill for 2025 in the total amount of 98.6 million to complete works in 3 main areas, which will be 28.2 million on the road rehabilitation, another 25.6 million on the completion of the port project, 41.7 million for housing, rehab and rebuilding post-burial, and 3 million for payments of temporary accommodations for families who are still displaced due to Hurricane Beryl. Madam Speaker, I listened very carefully to the debate on both sides of the House. And Madam Speaker, we heard a lot of loose talk about sinking ports and political meanderings. And it is an election year. But Madam Speaker, I think the opposition side has lost the essence.
as what it means to care and love the people of this blessed country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, when I got up this morning, said my prayers, got dressed and came to this house. I came on the premise that I'm here as the minister with the responsibility for housing to continue the work that this government has undertaken as it relates to the recovery and rebuilding after one of the worst natural disasters we have ever seen to hit our shores here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, there are a number of facts that we have laid out from the government side. And I hear many talk about where the money is going and what are we hiding from. But I want to remind this honorable house, Madam Speaker, that we came to this parliament on more than one occasion and we explained very vividly the facts as it relates, and I'm talking about housing, to the recovery effort post-Beryl. Number one, Madam Speaker, we said in this honorable house that this is one of the biggest recovery and rebuilding efforts ever undertaken in the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And you can fact check me on that. Madam Speaker, fact number two, we came to this parliament and we clearly stated that this recovery and rebuilding effort will not happen overnight. As a matter of fact, we said in this honorable house that as it relates to housing, rehabilitation and rebuilding efforts, we do not think that this job will be completed in the year 2025. And we will have to go over into 2026 and even into 2027. These are facts we stated here. Madam Speaker, we listed the number of challenges that we experienced as it relates to the recovery and rebuilding efforts post-Hurricane Beryl. We came here and we told this house with all transparency, openness, and in honesty that we have challenges with contractor shortage because we have a construction boom. And I'm happy that the honorable member for Central Kingston read from the supplementary estimates from last year, highlighting the same thing that was said by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, we also said, especially to the folks in the Southern Grenadines, and I hear the passion from the member, the honorable member for the Southern Grenadines, in his plight for his people. But we also said that we had challenges in this honorable house because of the location of the Grenadine Islands with transportation and getting materials. We didn't hide any of these things. Madam Speaker, we also highlighted that we are living now in a season of inflation, where we are seeing a significant rise in the cost of building materials. These are facts. Madam Speaker, we also stated in this parliament,
You have to prove it's a beverage.
that the assessments for the repairs and the recovery efforts were ongoing. Madam Speaker, we looked at what we have accomplished thus far in the Ministry of Housing, and I want to thank all of the hard-working staff from the Ministry of Housing for spending sleepless nights to help in the recovery and the rebuilding efforts. Madam Speaker,
We have assessed thus far 5,898 homes. And Madam Speaker, the assessment, and you stood right here, Madam Speaker, on two separate occasions in this honorable house. I got a list from the honorable member of East Kingston in our last parliament sitting with 112 names of persons that he assessed in his constituency. I didn't say anything about that. I received it. I heard the honorable Senator Bruce said that I don't want to misquote him. That I said South Central had you said, had you said, had its fair share. And Madam Speaker, I was just shortly handed a list again. From the honorable member for Central Kingston. And we hear them saying in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, that we should prioritize, we should move faster, we should do this, we should do that. But Madam Speaker, in the list from East Kingston, the assessment were for back walls and garage that got damaged. No, we're talking, let me talk now. Madam Speaker, in Central Kingston, it's about 45-inch flat screen TVs. I don't want to misquote, I'm going through the list because I went through them, It's about TV. I'm seeing 132-inch television, chair set.
Madam Speaker.
Two phones, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ain't giving away. I'm talking.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, 29-inch television. I'm going through the list. And I can make it a document of the honorable house.
Is misrepresenting. At least you should have the decency to allow me to make my point of order. Isn't that so, Madam Speaker?
Standing on a point of order?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the honorable member is misrepresenting the representation that I've made on the part of the people of Central Kingston, in that this honorable house agreed that the contents in the homes of people during the burial disaster, they should be paid for. Whether it was fridge, you did not define and or limit the contents in the home. You did not define, and if the people lost televisions and they reported that, I have a responsibility to speak on the behalf, and that's what I did. Do not come and suggest here in this honorable house. Look who talk, people gonna laugh at people. Madam Speaker, I've made my point. I properly represent the people of Central Kingston. You go on. Because in your mind, they have no right to have a flash screen TV. That's your psychology. That is too much for them. The people of Central Kingston. They didn't say that. That's what you said. You said for flat screen TV. You imply that the people of Central Kingston have no right to have television in the home. That's what you did. That's what it is. That's what we heard. It's too much for them.
Honorable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank
Honorable members. Honorable members, I'm inviting the Honorable Minister of Housing to continue his debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, the number of persons that was handed to me by the honorable member for Central Kingston is 35. 35. Madam Speaker, we have assessed in the area of Central Kingston because we must come to this house, and we must be very open. Madam Speaker, in the area of Central Kingston, we have assessed thus far 193 homes.
I'm talking about people who support the NDP.
Talk to them now. Talk to them now. Talk to Bruce now. I know he ain't got a star in the name. He's only Bruce. But me are the star. Don't worry, the education on the roads.
Tomorrow, the Caribbean. Nice Radio. 90.3, 101.3, 96.7 FM.
Welcome to Subway, where you can always have it your way. My name is Stacy. What can I make for you?
Hey, Stacy. I'll have a chicken teriyaki salad. All veggies, please. And for my daughter, Naomi, a pizza. Naomi, what would you like to have on your pizza?
Pepperoni bacon.
They've got tomatoes as well.
Pepperoni bacon.
What about some fresh onions, corn, pineapple?
Pepperoni bacon.
Naomi, you can also have olives, jalapeno, extra meat.
Nope. Pepperoni bacon.
Stacy, can I have one chicken teriyaki salad, all veggies, please, and a pizza with pepperoni and bacon?
You can have it your way.
Come into our uptown or downtown location today, or order on your favorite delivery app. Subway, have it your way.
CK Graves and Company is the number one supermarket, 100% intention. Intention Supermarket. We've got more of what you're looking for in multiple locations to serve you more and more. In business now for over 50 years, and you will always say by shopping right here. Oh yes, we're number one. CK Graves and Company, and we are Vincent John, a supermarket for you and me.
Today is the day. The big sale is on at District Stairs SPG Limited this Wednesday and Thursday only. There are massive discounts. 60% off faucets, 50% off light fixtures, all tools, crown moldings, laminate and vinyl flooring, 50% also off on baseboards, and 20% off tiles and tin sets. Whether you're renovating, upgrading, or building, Wednesday and Thursday are the days to save. Visit us today at District Stairs SVG Limited at the Russell Shopping Plaza, Stony Ground, or call us at 456-7649 or WhatsApp us at 496-7648. We are open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Sales are final.
I know you're headed to the gym and you have some errands to run, but I just got called into a meeting. Thanks, babe. Oh, you may need to stop for gas, too.
Stop for gas? Since switching to Sol, we have lots left in the tank.
At Sol, we're on a mission to give you great fuel economy for all life's journeys. So enjoy the journey. Choose Sol Go Further fuels.
Let's get your laundry clean and fresh with the widest range of washing machines and dryers in SVG.
At Singer, choose between our West Point and Speed Queen brands with an array of washing machines with payments starting as low as $92 per month. Your laundry room wouldn't be complete without a Whirlpool or Speed Queen electric or gas-operated dryer, saving your energy consumption. Also in stock is our West Point washer-dryer combo for only $136 per month. One machine that does the work of two. No need to change machines. Just toss in your laundry and forget about it. Whether your preference in machines is top-loading or front-loading, whether you want a 9-kilogram or a larger 15-kilogram washer, whether you're looking for a gas or electric dryer, we've got it all at Singer. Visit us today and get the washing machine and dryer that's perfect for you. Singer, your family company.
Somebody say football finals Friday, August 8th. All roads leads to Brighton Plainfield for the finals in the Tier 2 division of the SPG Football Federation's National Club Championship. 6 p.m. it's OWIA United battling Volcanoes for third place. Then System 3 takes on Beckway United at 8 p.m. in the finals. Admission kids $3, adults $5. Music in the park by Sergeant Simmons in the Crystal Audio Sounds alongside Young Styles and Blacker. No food and drinks on sale. Friday, August 8th. All roads leads to Brighton Plainfield for the massive Tier 2 division finals. And remember,
you can't see wheel, honest wheel.
But you could see football in Brighton.
Sound Blast Entertainment exclusive rentals. We have LED bars, LED chairs, LED tables, trussing, speakers, and stage available. Bring your event to life with exclusive party rentals. For more information, contact 1-784-493-1361. 1-784-493-1361.
You're listening to Nice Radio, 90.3, 96.7, and 101.3 on your FM dial. Nice Radio, we never let the music die.
Yes, I'm very disappointed every time I look at you, 'cause you're not the kind of woman I thought of you. I feel blue and so dejected, but dear, I understand. So don't blame me, girl, for your mistakes. I acted like a man. Each time I look at me, I feel so proud of myself. I haven't brought a tinge of shame upon nobody yet. Don't have to tell me this, 'cause I know where I stand. So don't blame me, girl, for your mistakes. I acted like a man. No man would want a woman with an evil reputation, because marriage is sacred. It's a lifetime situation. He will walk out and leave her to find the best he can. He will search for an angel to wear his wedding band. You've proven you're no angel that I thought I had found. You made your No, I didn't let you down. I know you made mistakes. I know the error is human, but don't blame me, girl, for your mistakes. I acted like a man. You know, it is not quite easy to sustain a relationship for any considerable length of time. For when two people get married, they promise to love and cherish. Quite often, they forget their vow, and their love perish. Effectiveness of love is essential in any couple's life to gain mutual affection. Without this, a love can become futile, thus causing enmity between each other. It is true that every woman has an overwhelming desire to become a wife. But when cheating and disloyalty intervene, instead of being master of her own fate, she becomes a victim of her own slogans. But if I were to get right down to it, I will always say, happiness is being single. You prove you're no angel that I thought I had found. You made yourself a victim. No, I didn't let you down. I know you made mistakes. I know to err is human, but don't blame me, girl, for your mistakes. I acted like a man.
I'm a man of my word. I mean what I say. My pledge is my bond. That's just my way. When you've made a promise to someone who's gone, well, that's when forever seems a little too long. I'm a man of my word. I made you a vow. I swore that I'd love you, and I can't change that now. They tell me I'm free to find someone new. I just don't have the heart, 'cause I gave mine to you. But I said my love would last for a long time, and no one would take your place. Well, if that promise was the last sound you heard, well, you know I kept it. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word, and it's cost me so dear, 'cause those words are a prison without you here. And I'll go to my grave with this torch held high. But just once I wish I told you why. When I said my love would last for all time, and no one would take your place. Well, if that promise was the last sound you heard, well, you know I kept it. I'm a man of my word. Yes, I'll always love you. I'm a man of my word. Cupid, draw back your bow and let your arrow go straight to my lover's heart. For me, for me. Cupid, please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight to my lover's heart. For me. Now, I don't mean to bother you, but I'm in distress. There's danger of me losing all of my happiness. For I love a girl who doesn't know I exist, and this you can fix. So, Cupid, draw back your bow and let your arrow go straight to my lover's heart. For me, nobody but me. Cupid, please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight to my lover's heart. For me. Now, Cupid, if your arrow make a love storm for me, I promise I will love her until eternity. I know between the two of us, her heart we can steal. Help me if you will. So, Cupid, draw back your bow and let your arrow go straight to my lover's heart. For me, nobody but me. Cupid, please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight to my lover's heart. For me. Now, Cupid, don't you hear me calling you? I need you, Cupid.
I can see you're disappointed by the way you look at me, and I'm sorry that I'm not the woman you thought of me. Yes, I've made my mistakes. Listen and understand, my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman. So when you look at me, don't feel sorry for yourself. Just think of all the shame you might have brought somebody else. Just let me tell you this, that we both know where we stand, and my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman. Now a man will take a good girl and he'll ruin her reputation. But when he wants to marry, well, that's a different situation. He'll just walk out and leave her to do the best she can, while he looks for an angel to wear his wedding band. No, I know that I am no angel, if that's what you thought you'd found. I was just a victim of the men that let me down. Yes, I've made my mistakes. Listen and understand, my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman. You know, to fall in love unwisely once is bad luck, and to love foolishly twice is disaster. I know falling in love does not always bring a happy ending, because love is like quicksand. The more you wriggle, the deeper you sink. It is good in theory, but does not always work out the way you would want it to in practice. No wonder so many of us become victims of what we feel are genuine love affairs. We all make mistakes, but when we get right down to it, you find that it's better to have loved and lost than never, never to have love at all. No, I know that I am no angel, if that's what you thought you'd found. I was just a victim of the men that let me down. Yes, I've made my mistakes. Listen and understand, my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman. No, my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman. No, my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman. Lord, my mistakes are no worse than yours, just because I'm a woman.
Bringing some royal vibes to your airwaves. It's The Prince on Nice Radio 96.7, 90.3, and 101.3 FM.
Every time our eyes meet, this feeling inside me is almost more than I can take. Baby, when you touch me, I can feel how much you love me, and it just blows me away. I've never been this close to anyone or anything. I can hear your thoughts, I can see your dreams. I don't know how you do what you do. I'm so in love with you. It just keeps getting better. I want to spend the rest of my life with you by my side, forever and ever. And every little thing that you do, baby, I'm amazed by you. The smell of your skin, the taste of your kiss, the way you whisper in the dark, your hair all around me, baby, you surround me, you touch every place in my heart. Oh, it feels like the first time, every time. I want to spend the whole night in your eyes. I don't know how you do what you do. I'm so in love with you. It just keeps getting better.